we should start in this. Oh, that was it? Yeah, that was it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you just turn on that overhead light, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you use it. Oh, sorry, I'm just thinking. Yeah, you have a couple minutes. Put it all the way up, and then we'll bring it down to, I mean, I don't know what it'll look like when the action's on like 50%, but oh no, it's slick. Yeah, the one CD. Oh, that's possible. 1 minute till we're on it. Yep. And the second time, let's hope, is a charm. Hello, everyone, and welcome once again as we take another swing at the top of the show here from Paradise Island in Atlantis, Bahamas. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Just about 1 minute of time here at the desk to walk you through this Triton Million Invitational in Paradise, Randy, where it's $1 million buy-in, $500,000 across 37 pairings for 74 total players, 14 of whom are new to Triton.
Yeah, and you know, the three main ones for me is on the pro side, Dan Underground, Chance Corniff, Sean Deeb, heavy hitters willing to travel not too far to take their first Triton.
Yeah, and they will be able to take not one but two swings at their buy-ins, much like we did at the top of the show, but they're only going to have 30 minutes to decide in the event that they do get felted for their first barrel. That's the rules. And the other rule, of course, Randy, is the fact that we've got a split field.
A split field on day one. The pros will be playing against pros, invitees against each other. Full segregation on day two is when the combining effect happens.
Yeah, and of course, because of that, we do expect very different procedures on either side of the field. And let's get down to that field right now. As you can see, players just coming in to what must be said is an extraordinary setup. I do want to give a special tip of the hat to our tirelessly working Share Hands crew, the people that help bring each and every Triton to fruition. They actually didn't receive the setup for this event until 24 days after they expected it to be here, and yet, like a bunch of Santa's elves, they put this thing together with a little bit of magic dust, some duct tape, and a lot of pressure. And there's a man who knows how to apply some pressure. Orpin Kisachikoglu taking his seat on the invitee side of the docket. You may have noticed to his left, camera right, Texas Mike Monchek, a guy who's no stranger to some streams. There's Andrew Pantling,
right,
guy that doesn't need a
Triton Million
shot clock.
We're going to start shortly. You're more than welcome to start taking your seats.
Luca Vivaldi trying to wrangle everybody. How about Aussie
table number one?
Katola? He was the man that caught a lot of attention in Monaco, Randy.
Oh, he caught my attention. It was a lot of fun to watch. You know, responsible for some of the elf action.
6. So dealers, please place the button in seat number 6.
Got a quick glimpse there at Sosia Jang alongside Saya Ono.
You
There's Daniel DeVoris.
1 million chip starting stack.
DeVoris was not at the seat draw party yesterday. I had concerns just based on
10 levels
how
with
ill
breaks
he looked.
Every 2 levels, which is going to bring us to a finish at approximately 9:30.
Is that your buddy right there, Ali?
That is my buddy, Randy. Sometimes I cheat on you with him, or I don't know if I cheat on him with you at this point, just given how often he's out there playing the game. None other than the legendary Nick Schulman.
One optional re-entry is going to be open for
Alex
only one,
Foxen,
so for 10 levels.
Jason Kuhn. This, it must be said, Randy, is the table you did not want to draw.
You also play
Yes. at first glance, this
From
is
moment
the
of
tough table.
elimination,
But
you will
every
have
pro
1
table is
hour
going to be very
to
tough.
re-enter.
That is fair. Makita also there. I mean,
Good luck.
Remind you also players that you start with 12 time banks. Each time bank is worth 30 seconds each, regardless of the street that it's been used at.
Kuhn's
You will
looking
have
awfully
20 seconds
sexy.
throughout pre-flop, 25 on the
If
flop,
I'm
30
reading
on the
that
turn and
shirt
river.
correctly. Is that see-through, Randy?
It does appear to be some transparency there.
Is that male lingerie? I'm not sure. Maybe he's looking to throw the boys off. Looks like somebody's getting their massage set up early here. Can't be blamed. It's Mario Mosbach, it would appear. Boy, he's going to have his hands full there. How about Adrian Mateos? He's going to square off against Kulev and Bonomo. Boy, that's a tough assignment.
Yeah, this table looks tough as well.
I mean, it must be said that if somehow you are watching us right now and you are somebody who has yet to download the Triton Poker Plus app, it is the place to go. You'll be able to track every hand played at every single table in this event from start to finish, both sides of the bracket, hand histories, chip graphs, bios. There's no other way to do it. Boy, look at this one. I mean, you weren't wrong, Randy, when you said every single table on the pro side is a no-fly zone for the faint of heart. You weren't kidding.
Yeah, this is the best, the very best players.
Punsry, Holtz, Chidwick, Vieira. It reminds me a little bit of in mainstream sport like an all-star game,
It is.
right? I mean, this pro side of the bracket, just no gimmies.
There's the man.
Yes. Daniel Negreanu himself. Alongside David Yan. Juan Pardo as well. There's Chance Corneth, one of the aforementioned new faces here at Triton. Taking a quick walk around to see what's what elsewhere in the room. Doing the nose strip thing, that became kind of en vogue at this year's World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. When initially you thought maybe it's something specific to Chance, all of a sudden a bunch of other people showed up wearing them as well. And I got to tell you, I've worn one of those things one time in my life, and you wouldn't think, just given it's kind of a weird deal, like that it would make it. It made a difference.
It made a difference.
It made a difference.
You had a winning session.
I'm telling you, no.
First one.
I was just able to breathe easier while losing. There's Kaihan Mokri. That should be a chatty affair. Sean Winter there as well. Ike Haxton. Boy, I mean, I'm looking through the app right now, Randy. And while these are not the feature tables,
Hey, we're filling out some cards here. Comment cards?
I'm not sure. Unclear. You got a glimpse of what that is?
I can't read it. But there's the Triton symbol at the top.
Yeah. Maybe they're placing their orders
Yeah, I think it's
for
food.
later. Did appear that way. It's like at a wedding when you get the invitation. You want the chicken, you want the beef, or you want the fish. Or every now and again you got the vegetarian option.
Or maybe all of your Patrick Antonius.
Double lamb, lucky lamb. Patrick, of course, the defending champ in terms of Triton Invitationals. He did take it down in Monaco, defeating Vladimir Korzinin. Gambledore, who, we regret to inform you, despite originally being announced as Alex Ponikov's partner in this one, will not be in attendance. I was riding the shuttle over here with Alex yesterday, and he said that Korzinin advised he's done what he needed to do in poker, and he's moved on.
Santa's got somewhere to be.
Do you know what's funny? Vladimir identified the fact that he was, per his own admission, trying to lose and couldn't successfully do it, and therefore felt as though poker is broken, and so he wants to move on to something that's not broken, I guess.
There we go.
I'm sure he left quite a few people feeling broken on his ascent in that one. And there is Ty Stewart of the World Series of Poker alongside our boss, Paul Pua, ready to welcome folks to this invitational. Let's take a listen.
It's an exciting new era for the World Series of Poker, and it starts today with a bigger and better World Series of Poker paradise. This year's WSOP paradise is highlighted by two things. the launch of the super main event with its 50 million guarantee, and equally as important to us, an official collaboration with the Triton Poker Series. Since 2016, the Triton Poker Series has taken the world by storm with jaw-dropping, high-stakes events that have captured buzz and built interest for poker. The World Series of Poker is honored to share the stage today with Triton Poker, and what a stage it is. Thank you to Share Hands and all the team who built this. Thank you to all the players who came from all around the world to put on what will be certainly one of the biggest high-stakes events of the year and of all time. Thank you even to Phil Ivey, who got out of bed by 12 noon. Impressive. This year, the winner of the Triton Millions will have, of course, 2 trophies, a WSOP bracelet and the beautiful Triton Millions event. So without further ado, I wanted to kick things off by having the man they just all call boss say the most famous words in poker. It's my honor to, again, share the stage with Triton Poker co-founder, Mr. Paul Foy.
Welcome to all the players and fans alike. Best of luck to everyone. May the best man wins. Dealers shuffle up and deal.
All right. Not too often that boss will grace the microphone, but it does feel like a particularly befitting event here as the Triton Super High Roller Series does collaborate with the World Series of Poker to bring this Triton Million and main event to paradise. There is a look at your 3 feature tables on the heels of having walked through the room and the outer tables. You see the red table, the blue table, the gold table as you're looking at those names, Randy. If I told you could only watch one of those 3, which would you pick?
For me, it's always going to be whatever table Phil Ivey's at.
Yeah, I get it. For a lot of the people who are watching us live as well. No question about that. By the way, a warm welcome to those of you who are doing so, whether it's through the Triton Poker Plus app, where there is the embedded YouTube feature through Twitch, or through the World Series of Poker channels, perhaps, carrying this particular event. Welcome to you as well, and our focus always squarely centered upon the Triton Poker YouTube channel, where we are monitoring the chat. Let us know where you're streaming us from. Do a little bit of a roll call.
For tall guys.
Invitee side of the bracket here, Alejandro Lococo with a king-jack suited of his own. Behind Chad DeBerry's. King-jack of clubs. He will play it as a flat. Note the 4x sizing pre here, Randy, on the invitee side.
You know, invitee, they do a little bit of different things.
Queen 4-3 board. No heart, no club out there, no pair either. Chad with control. This is blind versus blind. No follow through from the American. Checks it over to the Argentine.
Not too much for either player.
Lococo's, by the way, as we see both players check, Randy, is a name that is quite familiar to those who watch the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, isn't he the guy that made that insane bluff deep in the 10K main event?
If I'm not mistaken, and sometimes I am, that's the man. Producer James Dempsey stepping in promptly to confirm that it is indeed Lococo. He really did some nice things in that particular event. You know, it isn't often that you're going to want to go back and, you know, watch an event from years ago or whatever, but when you do, sometimes you're rewarded with some really memorable moments throughout the span of poker, as this rates to be a fairly unmemorable first exchange here at the invitee table, just given this run out, 7 on the turn, board pairing queen on the end, and one wonders whether or not Lococo would try to get an ace high to fold with a barrel here, but instead it is
I have a queen.
a chop. As he checks back. Just taking a look at Lococo, or Popo MC, as he goes by. His Hendon Mob, 2.8 million in career tournament earnings. Best live cash, 1.2 million plus, and that came courtesy of the 7th place finish in the 2021 main event at the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to give us a lot of memorable moments here at this Triton series. 500K buy-in, Triton Million. You know, this is his place.
Sirzat Hisu. This is very much his place as well. Does not miss a Triton.
Yeah, I always find Shirzat to be one of the more solid invitees in the field. Plays a pretty strong game.
You know, what I like the most about Hisu, of many things, by the way, is just how thoughtfully he approaches things when he's out there. And in that sense, he very much reminds me of another player on the invitee side of the bracket, Randy, in Orpin Kisachoglu.
You're right. You know, these guys are willing to get some volume in, you know, get their head straight, and they, you know, they play well. What can I say?
Jessica Tussel electing to play pocket nines as a flat. One of her nines are busy in front of China's ST Wang, who comes along for the ride after Hisu made it 6,000 to go. Note the sizing differences on this table, or rather same table, rather different player.
Different player, yep. Board texture,
Talk
you
to me.
know, more so favors the under the gun range, but given that he's got a decent piece, he doesn't really want to inflate the pot with King 10.
So round of checks. And this could change things considerably. Hisu has made Broadway. ST has made a pair of jacks. Nothing to be proud of given this texture. He checks once more.
There is protection to be had for Hisu. You know, random club is possible. Some 2 pairs that you want to charge.
Standing in agreement. He barrels 10,000. Tussel not going to hunt the 9-high club draw. Folds behind, and 1 pot opened, 1 pot won for Hisu. Taking a peek at his Triton
你有做功课吗？
resume.
没有啊，就是对方怎么样，我也没有。我都不认识。
Hisu with 1.7 million plus.
我右手那个很职业的。
Career Triton earnings.
我就大概问了一下
8 caches. Only managed 1 of them in Monaco at our last stop, however, in 9 attempts, and it was his very first effort in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam, where he picked up 43,000. So a rough run of things at the last festival for Hisu. Be eager to turn in a good performance here, if for no other reason, given the fact that this is the rich part of any full-scale festival at Triton, with the Invitational and the main, the only 2 events that we'll be hosting here. Hisu now going to try his luck with a 7K open, King Queen, the responsible kid. Jack 9 of clubs in the cutoff for Chad. Afforded the luxury, given the 1 million chip starting stacks are oh so deep, of speculating with hands such as this.
Yeah, you can definitely speculate a lot more when you're starting with 333 big blinds.
You know, it's interesting in some of the conversations over time that we here at the broadcast desk, not just myself and Randy, but of course Henry Kilbane and the Czar Brian Rast, both of whom will be relieving us later on today, have had. There are a lot of players, Randy, who feel that this is the stage of the tournament where you can really put in a lot of good work, the super deep stacked early levels.
Yeah, it's a area that isn't, you know, some players don't have as much experience in. Some players register late. In the Triton Million, you have to start from the get-go, so nowhere to hide.
Hisu with 10K that does not perform very well. Leading into DeBerry, and just look how much hand he's flopped.
Yeah, he's got that flush draw, straight draw, 2 overs. He can really just put a lot of pressure now.
And that's exactly what he decides to do. So this should be game over for Risu.
Is the time thing automatic started, or have I to put it into?
Automatic.
Automatic. Okay, thanks.
You hear Jessica Tussle just getting her bearings there, given it's her first ever Triton, asking about the way that the shot clock works. There are some events in which I imagine the failure to deposit a time bank might render your hand dead, but here it's all being kept track of by the best dealers in the business who do travel worldwide with us at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Many of their faces at this point familiar to those of you who stream us with any measure of regularity. Unlike those of DeBerry and Tussle as newcomers.
Yes, please, sir. Thank you.
So Jessica, ace 6 of hearts, going to raise first position.
And the Austrian playing her first Triton hand here. So far, so good. King Jack suited for Risu. He'll be the only customer defending his big blind. 19,000 in the middle, along with not one but 2 pair for Shirzad, way ahead rather of Jessica.
Yeah, such a dreamy spot for him. Hoping for a c-bet from Jessica, which is going to happen. Could easily check raise this one. There is that Queen 10 lingering, though.
Content to simply check call and look up at a clean deuce of diamonds on the turn is Risu. Tussle's c-bet of 7,000, not accomplishing what she was hoping it would in terms of a fold from the opposition, and now real no man's land for the ace high. A check back for Jessica. Backdoor diamonds have arrived, and neither player holds a diamond in hand.
Yeah, so given the check back on the turn from Tussle, Risu is likely to get value from a 1-pair hand. He might think that King X would bet at a very high frequency on the turn. So you do see him come in with just 13K, targeting weaker pairs than the King as well. The hand's over. Now, Ollie, I don't know if you caught a glimpse, but it kind of seems like there's only 73 of 74 entries remaining.
You know, I didn't catch a glimpse, but I sure hope it's a glitch, Randy. Haven't we only played 4 hands?
All right, let me take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app.
Randy,
real fast.
stop. There's no way.
Well,
There's no way with $1 million in chips at this level that we've lost a player.
Well, I'm looking at the app, and I scroll to the bottom. It says eliminated players, David Einhorn in 74th. And taking a look at the hand,
I mean, it's aces versus kings pre, right?
It only shows 1 hand dealt for David Einhorn, and he got in ace-king against aces of Jared Bleznick, million chips each.
Wow.
So Bleznick is the chip leader.
I mean, and it isn't close as you look at the leaderboard in the app. 2 million plus already. People are going to be flinching as they grind the app out there in real time. That is remarkable. Einhorn, by the way, a legendary investor, finance man. Greenlight Capital, his fund out in New York.
He's going to have to invest another 500,000
You
get
know,
in within 30 minutes.
I was just thinking to myself, does this make me more or less likely to dedicate funds to Einhorn's outfit over there? You know, I mean, because I know how to blast when it comes to my trading account. I need somebody who doesn't. Ace King. Meanwhile, King, King 3 here as pocket sixes for Lococo have chosen to take a peek versus the open from Russia's Konstantin Maslak, who follows through for 6,000 after having made it 7 pre-flop. Lococo does peel on that 2-club, 2-king, and a tray board. 4 diamonds on the turn is cozy for Alejandro, and the check perhaps even cozier.
Yeah, Alejandro's going to be very happy to see this check. And just try to target 2 overcards, not give them a free river card.
You know, there are some players in these spots, Randy, and we've seen it before, that will really stick you in a blender when they take this pre-flop raise, c-bet, check, and then on board texture such as this, where it's presumed that in the face of a check, many floats are going to activate and try to take the pot away. They play back at you, and you're left with a melted face wondering what just happened to me.
Yeah, I think that you will see maybe a little bit less on the invitee side as they are expected to play a little bit more straightforward, although there is those players who are throwing curveballs on this side as well.
It's funny, though, because I wonder whether or not the expectations of straightforward play shouldn't be assigned to the pro side of the bracket more so, given not only, you know, the fact that on average they're going to take the game far more seriously than the invitee side of the bracket. That's not throwing shade. That's just heightening just how seriously the pros do take it. And there's the pro with the 2 million plus. Spoiler alert moments ago from Randy. Aces v Ace King. I'm boiling, by the way, if I'm at that table and I just watch that boost for Blez. That says something about me, doesn't it?
I'll just correct you real fast. He's one of our invitees.
Oh, you know?
Because he mainly plays PLO.
It's a good point that you make, Randy. I'm so accustomed to looking at Jared and thinking this is a pro's pro. But if you stick 2 cards in his hands, we can make him an invitee because truly he's not as experienced in the Hold'em streets.
Yeah, he also likes to open sports cards, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nowhere he'd rather be. Except yesterday during the seat draw, which I emceed, Jared did mention that he actually would rather be at a Triton Million Invitational than doing sports cards. So we finally found the thing that Jared prefers. Exactly. To sport. We got him for more than a few days if this 2 million is put to work properly, is my guess, as we find a 4-way hand. Breaking out, Jack 10-7 board. Top pair for both Tuzel and Boss. Better kicker for Pua, but the dangler for Tuzel is one that threatens, given it's a gut shot. She checks to Pua.
It's a little tricky for Boss to bet here because he's up against so many opponents, and the sport's pretty connected. His kicker is not that strong, so it makes sense that he's being cautious for now.
Hello, 8. Round of checks. Tuzel hits the straight. Now note that Pua does pick up a gutter.
36,000.
9 would give him a winner. 36K what he's facing.
Pretty big bet, yeah. 36K. It's hard to come along, especially with 2 opponents behind you with Queen Jack.
Full pot plus. It screams so much strength, doesn't it, into 3 players?
Yeah, I wouldn't think she's bluffing here too often. You know, especially for this huge sizing. This makes sense to fold the Queen Jack.
Paul's game is so nice, by the way. I mean, he's had a chance perhaps longer than anybody on the invitee side of these brackets, given that he's the co-founder of the Triton Super High Roller Series, who caught the bug nearly a decade ago in Macau, bumping heads, in Manila, bumping heads, with many of these pros who began to take trips across the Pacific and from
私家人哦。
Europe over as well. Henrik Hecklund famously in those cash game streets as well.
Don't
to
sleep
kind of
on Boss.
No, he's just had that chance, as I was mentioning, to observe the best in the world. And for a while, remember, Randy, there were rules about if pros wanted to get into these really juicy, you know,
Last time that we played
invitee-laden
was in,
sort of cash
Vegas.
games.
Yeah, tag team.
$1,000 by
Yeah.
chopper too.
It was a
500
fun
and
event.
500.
They had to show their hands.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And that's how you learn quickly.
Uh-huh.
Before the live stream days.
I don't think any of those guys wanted cameras. The general public wanted cameras. I remember it was like the stuff of legend. No one really knew unless you were there what was going
I played with
on.
my boyfriend, but he turns 40 some days ago, so he's not here.
But the rumors were tantalizing, as is this situation for Charlie Hook. Pocket aces against Lococo's queens. Under the gun +1 open to 7. Now let's make it look like 22, says Hook, who's trying to slide right into the cheek of this fishy.
I shouldn't talk an after race, you know. I know it was coming.
They're so deep. I wouldn't mind if he just plays it passively pre.
Yep.
Yeah, like this.
Alejandro's been down these streets a time or two. Not looking to bloat anything. Let's see whether or not this flop will provide some mercy. Doesn't look that way. 4, 5, 6. It is plenty coordinated, but not the zip code that one would expect in a 3-bet pot for either of these guys to be involved with.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this board hits the pre-flop opener Alejandro a bit more. You know, he's got all the pocket pairs, 8-7 suited. It's quite favorable for him. And look at Charlie checking back aces, trying to make this a 2-street game, and the queen on the turn.
Binky. 2 outer for Lococo, and this is going to leave Hook feeling loco if we get to showdown. 52,000 in the middle.
Yeah, and Lococo was thinking, you know, it's not unreasonable my opponent check
44.
back aces or kings, go for big value.
44.
44,000.
He's gone big.
Boy, this is sort of the dark side of taking the line that Charlie did, right? This check back on the flop. We've under-repped our hand considerably. He does flat call. There's no world in which he can expect to be up against a set of queens. Now the hearts do come in. Lococo, of course, has a heart. Perhaps doesn't have a sense that Hook, as a pre-flop 3-better, would have been inclined to check back 2 big hearts on the flop.
You're right about that. There shouldn't be much fear for Lococo. He just wants to go for more sizable value. And Hook's going to feel very compelled to just call any size bet given that he under-repped his hand on the flop.
Of 128,000.
Near pot size, 128K, and snap called. Shows the aces, too. There you go, Alejandro.
128.
Up to 1.2 million. Yeah, Hook doesn't seem too pleased about that.
Ouch. Well, a reminder to head over to GG Poker and sign up today if you want to get your online poker fix. A free $50 ticket to the Weekender awaits you with a minimum deposit of $20. Simply use the promo code Triton_2024. Maybe we should change the promo code to Hook Bad Beat.
I don't think Charlie's happy about that.
I mean,
But he can play the $50 ticket to the Weekender if he wants.
I wonder in terms of actual cash value of the chips that he just lost in that exchange with Lococo, if even winning that weekender would cut it. I mean, I don't, you know. Prize pool, of course, still TBD, given that the re-registration period is open at present. Flipping back over to one in progress from the deeply professional side of the bracket. Matthias Eibinger with trip 10s. Yet it is Nick Petrangelo, who is the man in position, depositing 8,000. This on the heels of having made it 7K pre-flop and picked up both blinds in Eibinger and Ivy. Follow through gets flatted. Ivy does have a 5, but just bows right out. And Randy, you're nodding your head in approval.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I feel like if Eibinger folded, then maybe he would come along. But once he sees the call, he figures that the 5 is no longer best.
Yeah. Made no meal of it either. Now, very wet turn card here for Nicky P. And perhaps added reasons to continue? Or do we check back and realize equity? It's kind of a toss-up?
It could be a toss-up, although I feel like there's a little bit less 10x in the small blind flatting range, since he probably doesn't fear that as much. Trying to target the smaller pocket pairs lower than the 9. They probably can't handle too much heat. Some ace high backdoor draws that check call, double check fold. And the thing is also, when you're this deep, even if your opponent has a 10, they rarely check raise the turn because they're not looking to get a million chips in now. So you can kind of just expect to see a free river card. Cheaply, at least. But look at that. Still check raises. Nicely done from Eibinger.
And now, given this sizing with another, let's call it 80,000, is it there, on request, where does Petrangelo go? This is too much equity to step away. We don't assume we're up against a boat, right?
Yeah, we shouldn't expect to be up against a boat, but it is possible that Eibinger's got like 10-9 or pocket 9s trying to build a pot. It is a bit dangerous for Petrangelo. He's going to call. He's got position, too much equity, but he's not slam dunking getting chips in if he makes his hand.
No, and you'll remember that this side of the bracket is the one in which we don't expect the big pots to break out unless there's a really good reason for them to do so. And here we are at the river with Petrangelo having had a good reason to make the investment. Gut shot straight flush draw does not come in. Eibinger solves any potential kicker issues he may have had. Unclear whether or not he thinks Petrangelo might be sharing a bigger 10, but it would be irrelevant at this point with the board double pairing.
You know, it's a river card that maybe Eibinger could even check to try to induce from some kind of big draw like 8-7 suitor or so, but he just puts in a big bet and a quick fold.
Yeah. Well, Eibinger seems to always know what to do in every situation. I really remember just how technically proficient he seemed when he squared off against one of the best at a final table, heads up, being Adrian Mateos. Randy?
Yeah, you know, funny thing is Eibinger's one of those guys that we at first christened him as the Turbo King, and then he won the Triton main event later on at some point.
Yeah. Really, really impressive player. Part of the reason why he not only takes his seat at the table, but tries to help others in their journey, taking their seats as part of the Poker Code team that offer tutelage to aspiring players. There's a lot of pros who come together to kind of form these business ventures out there, you know. Is it GTO Lab?
GTO Lab?
The most recent
yeah,
collaboration helmed by Orpin Kisachoglu and company.
They've got a lot of strong characters
Sure.
on the team.
And you got the likes of Chance Corneth and Alex Foxen with chip leader coaching. And of course, the Poker Code guys. That orange hoodie, a staple anytime Eibinger packs his bags for a Triton. Fedor, also a part of that crew. So we see Sean Deeb, one of the 3 pros that we mentioned, are playing in their first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event. My guess is not his last. Once you get the Triton bug, man, that's an infection that's hard to shake, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to see Sean Deeb out here, you know. I haven't really got to watch him play. I know he's a all-around player, can play every single game, loves the World Series of Poker, so no surprise to see him here at Paradise.
And a lot less of them, it must be said, just given that prop bet that he had with Bill Perkins to lose a tremendous amount of weight.
He won, right?
He did win the bet. Did not win this flop, however, with King 10 checking over the 8-high board to the pocket 6s of Ibinger, despite being the pre-flop raiser, and Matthias with the door open will take a step through it.
Bit of a protection bet in position. 2 6s, has decent involvement.
And you're not doing like super hard stuff.
Okay, now if Danny Tang, the reigning Ivan Leal Player of the Year award winner here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, had his phone in portrait mode, I would have said grinding the Triton Poker Plus app. Horizontal mode there to the left of Deeb. This man's watching a football match. I'm almost positive. Such an avid fan
He can't
of
be
the
watching
game.
the stream.
Okay, fair. He could be watching a stream. I don't think that's what he's doing, but, you know, it's not impossible. And that's the same feeling that Deeb had about King 10 high as he peeled and finds top pair on this turn. That's the product of an 8K investment. Oh, and how about top 2 for good measure? As Matthias did not fire again.
It feels like the hand he's most likely able to target against is like an 8x or some pocket pair. The king doesn't rate to hit Ibinger to bet the flop and check back turn. He also, with King 10, blocks the 10x that might have got rivered for Ibinger, so we'll see how he sizes. Seems like Sean Deeb is trying to represent some kind of check call 2 overs on the 8-high board that just whiffed. Maybe like Queen Jack, Spade, something like this.
30 into 42. It's a chunky ask. Almost 75% pot.
Yeah, this would be quite a hero call with 2 6s. It's gone.
Not going to happen. Deeb is such an incredibly solid player. By the way, Randy, you know, you were talking about his numerous accolades. Mr. World Series, one could call him. In spite of the fact that it is Phil Hellmuth who has the most bracelets of all time, I think Deeb very much has publicly set his sights on ultimately earning that title, snatching it away by the time he hangs up his cleats from Phil, who isn't done yet, but has yet to play a Triton Super High Roller Series. Unclear whether or not he'll ever do that, but Phil is a bit more of a specialist in terms of navigating kind of fields that are replete with lesser-known types. You know, not to say that they're not professionals from wherever they hail, but, you know,
look, give it time.
That we don't have data on.
He'll come over, right? Negreanu finally came to play. You know, it's not unreasonable that Hellmuth one day shows up. Is he going to? Unclear, but would love to see it, personally.
I would too. King, Queen suited. Tang loves to see it, hence the 7K.
Yep.
Ivy coming along on the button. King Deuce suited. He knows how to play deep stack. Seth Davies, first look at him. He's been having a tremendous run in poker this year.
6-3 of diamonds. Diamond in the window, but no others, as it comes ace high. Pair of queens and a Broadway gutter for the pre-flop opener. Ivy with the nut flush draw.
Also got that gut shot. Although Danny's got the best hand, I'm liking Ivy's spot at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Ivy has so much equity. Would love to see him bet and just target hands are looking to check fold. Even if he gets called, you know, he still can beat like an ace. He can just get there. Fires 13.
Tang recognizes that flatting range on the button for Ivy does contain some hands that interact very nicely with this particular board, but obviously it contains more than just that. So he's going to keep an eye on Phil, making sure that this isn't simply some sort of position bet. Oh, and unfortunately for Danny, this is a draw-dead proposition as the club slides right in. Ivy with the nuts.
Yeah, Ivy's looking to just continue to build this pot. Given a Danny check called the flop, he might not be up against a pretty strong range, although some of that range that check called flop does contain the queen of clubs, which wouldn't be folding. But king, queen, 2 spades. I think this one is just done here.
Indeed, it is. So a nice pickup there for Philip Jerome Ivy.
You going full name?
Just one time. I'm not going to start calling him PJI or something like that.
All right,
you know
Oliver.
what I mean? Yeah, okay, Randall.
Not Randall, actually.
You know, just...
I'm not. Look at my ID.
Yeah, that's where I can't... You got me on that one. Well, my parents... It's Ali Reza. And my parents were worried that when I was growing up, there would be, you know, some challenges pronouncing that. So they gave me the American name, and they named me based on a movie.
Oliver Twist?
No, not that one. It's this movie called Love Story. And the lead characters are Oliver and Jennifer. And they named my sister Jennifer, but what they fail to realize is that those 2 characters are romantically involved in the movie. Thankfully, we didn't struggle with any of that growing up. Elias Talvitier, Queen 9 of diamonds. Under the gun open here. This is frisky. Makes it 7, Danny. Ace 10 of spades playing as a flat right behind.
You know, I recognize Elias's name. We saw him back in Cyprus 22, the only other Triton event where he did play the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational and got
right.
7th place.
That's right. Showed up and left his mark, and he's back to perhaps do a little bit more damage, which he rates to do on this flop.
Yeah, Queen 10-6, 2 hearts, top pair versus middle pair. And the middle pair has got that backdoor nut flush draw as well with a strong kicker.
Talvitier does check it as opposed to follow through, though.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players, especially on a pro side, tend to check over to the player in position more so just to play pot control, trying to negate that positional disadvantage. 10 is quite nice for Danny, especially against the Queen 9. He can get a lot of value, likely turn in river.
This is an incredible development for Danny, and it's made even better by the fact that Talvitier is going to assume that this 11K is safe and sound, given the check back by Danny on the flop.
Yeah, so 11K, half the pot. Danny could just bloat this pot up now, especially with his nut kicker. Gonna call, but he's looking to raise the river, I assume, especially if no heart drops. There's it. There is a heart right there. 3 pair for Elias. It's hard for Elias to get called by worse. If he's betting, it's a bit of a block bet. Try to set the price yourself.
I mean, King Jack has arrived. Hearts have arrived. The 10, of course, could, with some frequency, be lurking as it is on this occasion. And yet, in spite of those identifications by you, Randy.
Yeah, just a pure block bet. You know, 12K is very small relative to the pot. And this should let Danny go for a raise despite some hands coming in. But those hands that do get there tend to bet a bit bigger. And you know, when you bet so small, you've got to expect your opponent to attack you at a decent frequency, which puts you in the guessing game. It's not that simple on the pro side to kind of play your hand as straightforward as possible.
Yeah.
Expect your opponent not to interact and react accordingly.
I mean, this really is a poor spot to find
Look at
ourselves in.
this.
Oh, a 3-bet to 200,000 from Talvidier. Hello.
Bet 3-bet. This is strong. This is the 3-pair blockers, basically, blocking all the full houses out there. Even if Danny had a flush, it would be very hard for him to call. What a hand so far.
I mean, he's got the right candidate to run this campaign. Does Talvidier, as you mentioned, he blocks the other full houses. He retains full houses of his own.
And it was a speedy 3-bet as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how Danny's going to interpret that.
You know, in the pit of our stomach, even though there was value to be had, this is where we go, why didn't I just click call?
Mm-hmm. But he also felt like so guilty if he just called and got shown like a hand that would have paid off. Danny seems confused though. Like, did you really just come in with the block 3-bet play on me on this card? In terms of range advantage, this should belong to Talvidier, just given how Danny didn't bet the flop. Elias could still have he could have boats. It's very reasonable. But what a call.
Wow. As impressive as the bet 3-bet is by Talvidier, you really do have to tip your hat to Danny Tang for making the call. And you see Elias looking up as if to say, oh, man, I got my hands full to my left here. And Danny making an announcement, I would say, as eyebrows are going to be raised by the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner at our previous Triton season. That was world class out of both seats. Only one player can win the hand, but truly, I mean, respect earned.
I think it was very well played from both players. I understand the bet 3-bet with his type of holding, and for Danny to raise and call off 200,000, that's a lot at this blind level. Goes to show why he is one of the best and someone who is still improving to this day.
Mm-hmm. A lot of chatter in the YouTube streets when that one broke out on the end. Sean Deeb, suited one gapper, raise and take. Stepping away from the carnage there, we've got an unbelievable 4 pocket pairs pre-flop in this one. The open came from Boss with 2 9s, the worst of what's around. Both DeBerry and Lococo flatted, and now Charlie Hook takes us up to 50,000, and it looks from the button in particular deep stacked early, Randy, like with some frequency, this could be Charlie just looking to snack on what he thinks is a squeezable spot.
And that's why all 3 players are still in there.
Who will hit a set, if anyone? Ace 7-3. No sets around, but no joy either for any of these guys, especially in a raised and 3-bet pot with that ace on board. So a round of 4 checks briskly breaks out. Now the deuce on the turn.
Yeah, that's actually one of the worst flops for Charlie, especially with 3 opponents. It's also very difficult for someone to stab on the turn, even though it likely would get it done. Someone usually has an ace in the spot.
Oftentimes it will be the pre-flop raiser, but of course Pua can't take the chances.
And he's pretty good, so.
Checking over to Charlie twice.
Yeah, the kings normally have some complaints on ace-high boards, but with, as you mentioned, Randy, 2 rounds of checks in front of them, they suddenly feel as though a barrel is worthwhile.
Yeah, nice recognition for Hook to realize the 2 kings are best at this point. And he's charging, you know, 3 opponents that have 5% equity each, so a little bit more protection needed.
Field cut in half as Lococo just 65 away from keeping Hook honest to the river. And he too will concede.
You should play pick 1.
You can show, we will see it on our...
Everyone want to do that or no? If everyone agrees.
Pick 1?
Everyone agrees?
这个6万啊？
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, good. Okay, pick 1.
You agree? Loser picks?
Yeah.
Okay, the left one.
I'll show both this time since we all agreed to do.
Kings? No, ace king?
No, yeah.
Kings?
But we only got to show 1.
Yeah, of course.
flop 要 pre-flop 要去，我是讲思路。
哦，不是，肯定不是。
So it looks like Lococo and Hook have negotiated with the remainder of the field to show 1, regardless.
考虑投机。
后面还有2个人。
对，等下一个3条在那边踩2次嘛。
No ace out there.
6-9脱鞋不太好，1对4，1对5。
You know, it's always a little bit dicey in multinational fields.
3 pairs.
When you think perhaps you've negotiated something and then somebody looks up at you and is like, why would I, what are you talking about?
No, don't worry, they've done it. I'll say this. These kind of little mini games, they only happen on the invitee side of the bracket.
That's fair. That's fair. Boy, you can hear Elton Sang's laugh from tables away.
It's infectious.
It really is. So much joy anytime he's playing the game. Maybe not if you're having to play it against him.
Yeah, every hand winner should show 1 card. The loser picks.
Right, 25,000.
Okay, ST, he's got a lot of history with boss. He's going to isolate in position the 25K of 2 9s.
你知道 we
我知道。
open 1 card 啊？
Everyone or every pot or
Every pot. Maybe for do it faster, he can pick. Like the dealer can pick a random one, so it's gonna be faster.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can take.
啊，另外
Yeah.
ST Wang
Every
getting the dealer to show a card in the 9. Not the one they expected.
好了，形象坏了。
You know, it's so funny because at the top of the stream, Randy, I was wondering how long it would take to defrost the early jitters. $500,000 buy-in. I mean, it's a considerable amount of money, no matter how well-heeled you may be. It causes you to take things seriously. And it didn't take long, as you can see.
No, 1 hour in.
I'm not sure.
Yes, for sure.
I should go suggest that they should do it too with each other.
I love to see it, you know,
Funny,
because
yeah.
even the most
Could be a
seasoned
good
or
one.
experienced player on the invitee side, there's always jitters. You know the cameras are on you. You're at the featured table. You don't want to do anything that might cause you to look foolish or embarrassing, you know.
But you know, a lot of the guys on the invitee side of the bracket, they're here to have fun. And that's a great way to spice things up and just have memorable moments.
It can be really difficult for the average person, which, you know, I'm talking to 99.9% of the planet right now, to reconcile the idea that what you're assessing is actually a fact. Even though it's a $500,000 buy-in, there truly are guys and gals who are out here just enjoying themselves, because we're talking about ultra-high net worth individuals by and large on this side of the bracket. No enjoyment for a Jack-8 or 10-8 for that matter, and a King-King-3 board as Tussle attacked the blinds and continues to attack. Following up on
So
the
you can
8K
choose.
pre-flop button open with 6K and letting Paul choose.
That one is good.
Jack got shown.
Hello.
Looking for a peek, by the way, at Jessica Tussle's Hendon Mob as you get a look at the chip counts here. Hook emerging to 1.2 million.
I
confess,
love this music.
I was just, are you wanting to pay a visit to the spa as well? Did we go get a CD from down there? Okay, now all of a sudden the beat drops.
Yeah.
You know, this is like you're walking through that smoke machine kind of like entrance to the club in like Ibiza or something. You know, this is very exotic. There's black light. They got the dancers in the cage with the stripes.
Dancers in it, yes.
You know what I'm talking
I
about?
know where you've been.
The fluorescent paint.
Tendency to see which ones he's flipped over, so I'll put on my left side and my right side.
I might need to download that track. Can we get that track back up so I can Shazam it? You think that's
You
that's
think
an
it's
option?
popping up on Shazam?
Popping up on my screen here is Tussle's Hendon mentioned that I was looking for her stats. 788,000 in career live earnings. Best live cash, just 166K. So more than 3xing her best career cash is Jessica by buying into this one. Obviously a huge opportunity before her. Uninvolved in this one, Lococo the opener. Queen Jack offsuit from under the gun. This is a touch picante. Maslach flats the sevens.
Picante, yes. I'm thinking, isn't there a salsa named like Pace Picante?
There is, and I knew that I could safely use Spanish, which I suspect I can't in most situations, just given my assumption that you knew that commercial. Randy, having spent some time in the States.
Yes, that's right. Queen Jack is best. Checking over. I love that they play so fast at this table.
Trip jacks for good measure now, as Lococo no longer worried about those two overcards.
Time for Lococo to just go for big value against some kind of weak ace. A weak ace will feel pretty good about this board texture, given that their kicker would have improved. Although in this hand specifically, the 2 sevens doesn't rate to continue against a bet. 6K and done.
You have to show one.
Pick one.
Yes.
Very funny if he flipped over both.
Queen 10.
In hearts.
So 26 and take it on the turn for Lococo.
The queen was shown. He said queen 10.
Yeah.
He had queen jack.
Yeah. That's okay. It's allowed. At least for an hour. You can keep up the ruse. The real OC in the YouTube chat, by the way, Randy, asking, are the pairings randomly chosen, or do the players choose the pairs themselves? I'll let you answer that.
I believe they are chosen, you know. I'm sure there's someone out there that just picks a name out of a hat, but no, they do choose.
Yeah, I mean, I think the correct answer is that it's a little bit of both. a lot of people just with regularity will always pair themselves in invitationals just based on their personal relationships. Other times, you know, somebody just decides to reach out to someone and say, hey, would you mind? Do you want to be? The thing is, the pros almost all want to play.
Yes.
And the invitees, there are, you know, fewer of those available. And sometimes invitees are impartial. Situations like that, Triton staff will do their best to maybe find a pro that wants to play that doesn't have anyone in particular in mind, and, you know, an invitee who's impartial and create some of the arrangements. But it is a blend, I would say, of both situations.
But, you know, I've seen pros, you know, kind of go on X and say, hey, I want to play, and some of them do happen to get into the tournament. You know, I saw Damo just blasting social media really hard, and
successfully
he got in the very last second.
Yeah.
So good for
You
him.
miss your blinds.
Awesome, right?
It's been brilliant. Since you showed me that, it's been brilliant.
Now it does steps, too. Count steps.
Blind versus blind. DeBerry limps the king 5. Lococo wags his finger.
It's nice. It's a nice feature. Okay.
You got me into the fitness.
Ah.
They're going to this, look how much weight I've lost.
It looked great, man.
You really look great this time.
I sat next to him in the Bahamas.
For so many years, I know you.
He was telling me about his training and the whoop and everything.
Looks good, don't he?
I need to put some muscle on now. I'm a bit skinny.
Stay right, stay right.
There's Rob Young,
Huh?
the man in black.
I don't have a piece of you.
Looking very svelte as conversation involving Boss, centering around the idea all the years that he's known Rob, he's never seen him looking that fit. Rob's saying that Charlie Hook had a little something to do with that, and story checks out when you look at Hook.
Yeah, Hook can give a really nasty hook.
Well, I mean, Hook is going to have to win this one just to support the protein powder habit, is my guess. Meanwhile, Trip jacks against kings and jacks and a club draw here. We got to this point courtesy of an Ibinger 12K open on the button. Ivy flatted the small blind. On that ace-jack, jack-2 club board, Ivy checked that nut flush draw and then raised the 7K follow-through from Ibinger up to 24,000. Ibinger made the call, and here we are on the turn with Phil not barreling again. And Ibinger decides, let's ask some questions. With 78,000 in the middle, not shouting, but a solid whisper, 26,000.
Yeah, because Ivy didn't follow through on the turn after check raising the flop, Ivy's range tends to be relatively weak. It could be some King X of clubs, which is what we see. Ace X is not expected to check raise the flop, and the Jack X that raise would have bet the turn. So the size down makes sense for Ibinger.
Ivy does make the call, does not find the necessary king or club. So he'll check it once more. And Ibinger can really easily target some ace-X here, can't he?
I feel like ace-X is off the table at some frequency. Not too many ace-X would check raise this board. Maybe like an ace-10 could go for it. That flatted the small blind, although some ace-10s and ace-queens would probably 3-bet pre. It feels like more likely he's able to target the King X, but King X would have a tough time calling again.
So you're talking about some of the Broadway combos that had a gut shot on the flop that played it as a check raise being the more likely hands we're up against than the ace-X?
Yeah, I think so, and also the King X of clubs, things like that. But
yeah,
that's why you saw the quick fold from Ivy.
Yeah, just strictly business. 95,000, and let's draw the curtain. Shout out to Yepanuna in the YouTube chat, by the way, who writes in to say, Ali, perhaps it's almost relaxing for them, referring to the invitees, to be playing these high stakes and not be playing a cash game. And to be fair, you cap your downside, pardon me, at $500,000 per bullet, $1 million in total, which, if you've watched any of our Triton cash game invitationals, you'll know that's not that big a number for some of these players, including the likes of ST Wang, who we saw over there. Boss, of course, tends to play in them. Ivy has played in them as well. You can get lit up for some real big numbers, especially if they've got that Super Squid progressive game going on. Brian Rast and I had the opportunity to stream some of that. Randy, you've been calling a lot of the action from Triton cash games for many, many years.
Look, when it's Triton, it's most luxurious, the biggest buy-ins, you name it. And we all have that, all that footage you can watch over on the Triton Poker Plus app and the YouTube channel.
The entire archive and catalog. Available at your fingertips simply by downloading the Triton Poker Plus app. Now, Pocket Aces available in Nick Petrangelo's small blind. Bottom of range for Seth Davies, 7 deuce off.
Yeah, and you know, bottom of range with a deuce tends to isolate at a decent frequency, but not going to here. Not great for Petrangelo. 2 aces still way ahead.
9-7-6. Davies has flopped a pair.
Maybe the goat cheese and beet salad.
Checks it over to Seth. Could see Seth just still play cautiously with this pair of sevens, no kicker. Gets tricky, even if he bets and gets called, not sure where he's at.
Board pairs on the turn after the 2 checks.
It's not the greatest card for Petrangelo, given that Seth could have a 6x in his range. Checks it over. Could see Seth bet now, though, to protect his hand against gut shots. Random overcards. Doesn't.
So now, backdoor hearts and a king slide in. Imagine value is on Petrangelo's mind.
Yeah, I would think so after 2 checks. Need to target that 7x that's playing pot control. Goes for full pot. Seth might feel obligated to just pay this one off, especially against Petrangelo, who is always looking for spots to be balanced and have bluffs and value. He's under-repped his hand. He might kind of feel like he's up against a king X or nothing. Pays it off, and here's the bullets.
Flesh wound for Davies. Randy, have you done any cash exchange yet so far here? I'm being told that the Bahamian dollar is pretty much 1-to-1
I've heard,
with
yes.
the U.S. dollar. But as it turns out, it's not exactly 1-to-1, though they'll have you think that because they're getting the best of it. It's like 0.9 something.
I see.
You know what I mean?
So you're gonna run your own operations out here and try to.
I'm trying to arbitrage.
Yeah.
I'm taking USD for Bahamian dollars. Respect the side hustle, Randy.
Ace-8 now for Ibinger in the hijack. Shoots it up.
Hijack open.
Ivy going after Ibinger of King 5 suited.
I mean, we're seeing some friskiness here on the pro side, which, again, it is important to point out, is not where we generally anticipate larger pot pursuits, just given the tantalizing prospects and the, the risk reward of finding yourself showered on day one potentially versus getting to day two, which is the key when the field will merge with the pros in a balanced, controlled way, and then eventually the floodgates do open up and everything is rebalanced at random.
But Ivy's one of those guys that always seeks any value he can get, and if he feels like the other pros are going to play a little bit more snug here on day one, then he's going to step out and attack a bit more, which he did with that King 5 suited, which wasn't standard.
Confirmation that Danny is sweating a football match. Earlier there was some inquisition as to whether or not he's a Man United fan. I do believe he's a Man United fan, not Man City. We know he's a Manchester fan because that's where he went to school. Nikki P. King Deuce suited. Takes it up. Dominated by Talvidier's King 10 suited. As they book a table for 2. 21 in the middle. 2 hearts as well on an ace-high board. Talvidier with the Broadway gut shot and the second nut flush draw. Happy to check over and hopefully get an ace to put a little something out there that he can then contend with.
And Talvidier is going to welcome any action. Petrangelo King Deuce doesn't have anything. Fires out 15K. Sizable bet, which should make Talvidier play a bit more passive against big sizings.
45.
Man, he's really come out guns blazing this featured table.
Check 3X immediately bins the king high, which did follow through for the 15. Wounds to Petrangelo's stack. Mentioned that Talvidier's only other Triton appearance came at an Invitational. Believe that was Cyprus, you said?
Cyprus 2022 got 7th for $1 million. He only played one other event, which was the main, and in Cyprus.
That was a 200K buy-in, as you mentioned, Randy. This one, of course, 500,000. So a good chunk of the profits already being reinvested in pursuit of the parlay. Years removed from his FT at that festival. And now Ivy. Far removed from pocket queens, opening with 10-8 of hearts. 7,000 is going to look like 27. Petrangelo's 3-bet now. Being considered by the remainder of the field. Nothing brews. And back over to Phil.
Under normal circumstances, you're not really looking to take this one out of position, but given we're playing, what, 300 big blind deep? This hand's all right. You tend to know where you're at. You might make a big hand and you can win a massive pot. Or you flop something like this and you're just check folding and done with it.
Yeah, 20K added investment to speculate comes up fruitless. Petrangelo wary of that king, of course.
Yeah, he's wary of the king, but this tends to be his range. He's expected to see bet at a high frequency. He does check it back. But I don't really see how Ivy's going to attack with just 10-8 high. No connection. Nick should be pretty happy to see this turn check. He can potentially get 2 streets, actually, against Jack X.
Even happier to see a 5 of diamonds, which doesn't complicate things. After they did both knuckle that flop and still checking. Is Petrangelo. 3 is also not of concern.
Yeah, given that Petrangelo's made it a 1-street game post-flop, you could see him actually size up if he gets over to him once more. But, you know what? It's worked out. This check on flop and turn has gotten Ivy to stab with 10-8 high. But it's full pot.
Oh, this is a remarkable piece of activation from Phil. He's going hard here.
Yeah, Phil realizes that if he's up against a hand that's checking down, it's some weak pair or ace high, and he needs to go big to just try his best to get those hands to fold.
You know, Pietrangelo does not like the situation he finds himself here, but as played, he's going to keep an eye on Phil, and he's going to be happy that he did so. As I don't think that Ivy anticipated a hand as strong as 2 queens to have been across the way.
Yeah, and that's, you know, he was targeting like some...
But she can pull to the side and push it back. Like when
Ace X.
Yeah, ace queen, ace 10, maybe that didn't stab. Little pairs.
Yep.
Hey, hold those cards, you know, make sure they don't get mugged. We saw him anyway.
He just went deja vu on my salad.
He's probably the same thing. That's probably for Phil.
Maybe, I don't think so. Maybe. Is that your salad? You order salad?
Pocket 7s now for Nikki P.
Makes it 7.
What, is your box not working? I think, I gotta ask. Excuse me, can you ask them if I can use this box?
That's the one you should be using.
No, I think they had me on this one. That's why.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Sean Deeb, king 6 suited. He can hang in there.
That he does. Defends his big and finds top pair for the lead.
Now, Pietrangelo's got that kind of pocket pair that doesn't want to put in a lot of chips. It's putting in a very small 5K, hoping to define its hand now and fold out overcards with no connection. Deep check calls with top pair, no kicker.
Board pairs on the turn, improving him to kings and deuces with a jack.
It feels like Pietrangelo should be checking this turn and deciding if a bet comes in to try to pick off clubs or a straight draw. Some of those straight draws do get there. The queen 10, 10-9 would pair up. Deep's got the best hand. And it feels like if he's up against king queen or better, Deep would often see a bet from his opponent, so he should be able to safely value bet this one.
So after the check back from Nikki P on the turn, he does decide 13,000 is warranted.
So Pietrangelo main hand, he's trying to pick off his busted clubs. Some of those busted clubs do pair up the 9, which wouldn't be betting at this point. Looks like he's going to pay this one off, and good sizing from Sean Deeb.
You know, there were a lot of draws available, of course the flush in particular. He doesn't think that some of the straight draws that would contain a 9 would come out betting on the river, so a little bit of curiosity, killing 13K there as this lookup not a profitable one for Pietrangelo, unlike the one versus Ivy before it. Danny's back to portrait mode, Randy. I think he might be grinding the Triton app.
He's finally back. Got his head in the right place.
I'm actually surprised that nobody has broken into a conversation regarding Jared's 2 million plus that he picked up so early. We've yet to overhear it being discussed elsewhere in the room.
It's because it happens so fast. It
really
was,
did.
what, hand one of the tournament on
Yeah,
outer table?
people probably aren't grinding the app because they just don't expect anybody to be sitting that deep already. Deep, limping the small with the 8-4 off. Matthias with dust as well.
It's a hand that could activate here. It kind of feels like Eibinger's approach on the pro side is, let's not ramp up the variance at this point.
Yeah, and it's one that he shares with most of the pro side of the field. There are some. Ponikovs, Kulev, I think. A couple of guys that could create some incendiary exchanges.
I mean, Ivy at the moment at this table.
Yeah, you're
given how
right.
he's approaching things.
Deep finds an 8 on the flop, finds a 3K bet, and finds himself back-to-back pickups.
Yeah, so we're playing 10 levels today. So, you know, there is a lot of incentive to just kind of maintain your stack, you know, try to grind it upwards and get to that day 2 where we do combine fields. You know, I believe the first 2 levels will be a 50-50 split. And then after those 2 levels, it'll be a full redraw with the whole pool where, you know, you could get a table with a lot of invitees. Or maybe another full pro table. It's possible.
Looks like it is lunchtime out there. Everybody seems to have a mouthful of sustenance. King 6. As Davies puts small handful.
You into any of the Bahamian delicacies? Like
Talking
the
about conch? Yeah, see, I knew you were going to go that route. And I got to tell you, nah, I'm not into the conch. Conch, whatever. I don't even know how you pronounce it. I just know that maybe it's best left in the ocean and out of my skillet. That's not going to be a hot take out here with the Bahamians, I'll tell you that.
All right, cool. I think the conch salad shack, whatever it's called out there, is...
Yeah, that's
you're not really helping the cause.
I'm not.
No.
You know, last time I was in the Bahamas was decades ago, and I remember I dipped my toes in that water, and I got right out. Meanwhile, Ace-King has been played as a flat by Sean Deeb here in the face of the open from Davies with King 6 of Hearts, which turns into the second nut flush draw on this paired 9-high board. Eibinger, 7s, checking. Ivy with air doing the same. Now Davies contemplating.
Yeah, that flat with Ace-King on the button, I think, paints the picture that he's looking to keep things a bit tidy on his pro table. 9K C-bet from Seth Davies with his flush draw. Makes sense. 1 overcard to the 9. Would expect Sean to still come along, though, with Ace-King high. Could be the best hand, but he's right out.
You know, that's an inexpensive approach to Ace-King being taken there by Deeb, and also one that can prove increasingly profitable on the occasions in which you do find an ace or a king on the board, especially when your opponent has one as well, and they just don't give you that hand.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of flatting. Of course, if he had 3-bet, he probably would have just took it down pre. Regardless, though, Eibinger calls with 2 7s.
Understandably, down to heads up from the 2 hands we would expect to be taking the turn. 53 in the middle. Davies now finds a 6.
Yeah, and the 6 is enough showdown value for Davies to often not want to bet. He's rarely going to get a better hand to fold. He might be able to get the 2 7s down, but there's a lot of 9x in Eibinger's range. There's the hearts.
Bingo. The 6 was not good enough, and the 7s did not click bet on the turn. And while they were in the lead across every prior street, this, the key one, is where Ibinger now is second of 2 runners.
I wouldn't think Ibinger needs to put in more chips right now. It seems like he's going for block. 8K. This is going to get raised up, of course, from Seth.
Don't blame Matthias for thinking that maybe he can target some of that ace high as played.
Yeah, I'm not so sure ace high would call even for 8K, given what, there's 4 people on the flop.
53 in the middle, though, 8 into it. I mean, sometimes we do see some of that reverse, like take a cheap bluff stuff, you know what I mean, where the ace high is actually the best hand. But I tend to agree with you, Randy, that maybe Matthias would come with something a little bit more meaningful.
Regardless, though, Ibinger has to have expected to get raised at some frequency when you bet so small.
That's the thing about these cutesy bets, though. Now, granted, it was honest in terms of the 7s, but now he has to ask himself whether or not honesty is attached to this 78,000 from Davies, or if he isn't simply seizing upon what he believes is an opportunity to muscle his way into a W. Regardless, Matthias does correctly find the fold. So Davies washing down that last pot as we flip it back over to one of our other features, of which there are 3.
Nine, 3 of hearts for ST. Okay, let's button raise this one.
Oh,
Charlie.
Not having any of it. Hook. 3 betting from the small blind. With an ace-5 offsuit, Risu might have been otherwise interested with this ace-6. Bins it.
This hand is supposed to be over. Yeah, there we go.
I love the modicum of anxiety attached to you saying this hand is supposed to be over. It's the product of having observed ST in the cash game streets, Randy.
Yeah, he's usually very solid, but then he steps out of line and way over the line from time to time.
You know, I'll tell you what, I like to think that we don't have some steamy prospects in any of these seats, but every now and again we do. And the prospects for those of you who sign up at GG Poker are a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. All you got to do is head over, deposit a minimum of $20 while using the promo code Triton_2024, and you can take your shot at big rewards. You see Greg goes all in and D-negs there in the graphic.
Is it the weekend? Because that's for the Weekender, right?
It is currently the weekend, Randy. I know you're a little bit turned around given you came from Melbourne.
Yeah, but I'm not going to miss an opportunity, you know? I can join, right?
Randy, I don't know what the rules are, but I'm going to need you focused. I mean, you know, we got an invitational to call, buddy.
Can I do 2 things at once?
I don't know. But I don't know that I want to risk it.
Yeah, maybe not.
And what was your maximum multi-table back in your Nano Noco?
24.
Yeah,
so
20, so yeah, I think you can do 2 things at once.
Can I borrow your phone?
No.
I might need a couple more.
I don't want that on my IP address. I don't know what you're doing out here. All right? Tell me you're going to GG. All of a sudden I get a knock at my door from the feds. Pocket deuces knocking on the door under the gun. 6,000. Pua flat sevens. 1-7 busy and hooks suited ace holding, which also flats.
Five ways we're going?
Looks that way.
Okay. Family.
Fisu and Toisel. Shout out, by the way, for the correction to the YouTube chat on the pronunciation of Jessica's last name. Appreciate that.
So the tens are best.
Yeah, second pair on a queen high board. Little does Jessica know it, but she is in the lead. Moslock, by the way, deep stacked poker, the product of this pocket deuces open. Failure to find the deuce. He does check, as does the rest of the field behind him. 8 on the turn. Fisu still with just the 4s.
The way this is developing seems like check down mode for all 5 players. A little something for all, not too much.
Jack on the river doesn't change the actual holdings. Board texture does now put a 1 card straight out there.
Yeah, maybe someone will bite because of that 1 card straight, that someone might try to represent that 9. Feels like any bet would win this pot, but so hard to do so when there's so many opponents.
Full shutdown by the entire field. And
Really?
Jessica,
Okay.
delighted to be able to post a W with third pair, as no one had a queen, jack, or 9. Those are the unexpected gifts.
Change, please.
Yes, sure.
Tend to put a smile on our face.
Thank you.
What do we have?
Is
See,
this
Showman.
Next feature table, perhaps, very much could be regarded as the table of death. This one here, just given how chock full of unbelievable warriors that one is. Let's call it the Coliseum. Another one of our features. This one from the invitee side. Elton Sang and company. The Blez, the big stack.
I like these 2 featured tables coming.
Oh, yeah. Kuhn, by the way, running second overall in the field right now, 1.7 million plus. Big Al DiCarolis, 1.6 million in third. And Texas Mike in fourth, sitting on 1.5 million plus. One of the 13, 14 total new faces.
Yes, I would love to see some Texas Mike on stream at some point.
Me too. Of course, we love to look down at Pocket Kings, which is what Lococo has done here, making it 7,000 and performing oh so well against Moslock, who's actually got quite a bit of hand in the big blind to defend with. King 10 of clubs turns into a gut shot and bottom pair on the ace-high monotone board. Lococo with the nut flush, royal flush gut shot. Kings happen to be best. Did choose to check it back.
Maybe he targets the queen in 10x. There's a little bit of ace-x in Moslock's range too, which he might want to pot control against. He is going to sprinkle.
I mean, you know, when the kings aren't good, they have promise. So 4,000 granules delivered. Moslock is going to make the call here, Randy. Not compulsory, but I guess at that price, he figures why not. And there's the driest of rivers.
Let's see if Lococo can extract a little bit more value against a worse pair. This is a nice find. Wow, he's downsized it from 4K. That's difficult to do so and snapped off.
Wow. You know, that feels a little dirty when you're on the receiving end of it. 4K, then 3K in succession. And he manages to shave some chips that larger sizings wouldn't have earned off of Maslak's stack. So
feels like he got the maximum.
yeah. Value hunter. Lococo there as we flip it back over to Danny Tang and company. Ibinger
But wasn't last year's
tries
main
his
time
luck
game-
with deuces.
Yeah.
Petrangelo with a pretty one.
The 25K was the one that ran like 6 a.m. bubble. That was like crazy hand for hand. Resend up bubbling.
Was the main not like that too? They had a main that was.
It was not nearly as bad.
But the main was playing to 15% too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, anything that plays to 50%, I'm just not really. It's not very enjoyable for day one.
I remember that 25K had day 1A and day 1B, and like I was miserable because I just like min cash day 1A and was really tired. But obviously the people who bubbled day 1A had to play day 1B on like 5 hours sleep or something. It's absurd.
Yeah, and then day 2 gets pushed back and everything's just messed up.
Yeah.
Some reflections upon marathon play that took place at our last Bahamas event, if I'm not mistaken.
You know what? I feel like Ivy's one of those guys that's like, I've done more than that. You know, he's playing marathon Ironman matches, hasn't he?
Yeah, no question. By the way, both Petrangelo and Talvidier did choose to flat the 7,000 pre-flop. 6s for Talvidier, an open-ender, and the under pair to the board was in front until this turn, where Petrangelo finds a king.
It's like, there's like a 50K at the end.
What?
Tomorrow the red closes for this, right? And then I assume the PLO will be open until late too.
But I just think that give it more people time to play. I don't know. You know this crowd better than I do, but I don't know.
When is it?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 12 or 4?
2 o'clock, I think.
But then this would be closed by 2 o'clock too.
Not too bad, I think. I think a lot of people bust tomorrow, and it's late reg, and you just like filter in.
In fact, you probably don't. I don't know about if the VIPs play in general plays PLO, but then you don't want to lose them having nothing to do as well. I mean, they're probably playing cash game on a yacht too.
Yeah.
But then there's that.
Ibinger stabbing with the deuces.
There's like a 50K at the end that's the same, where it's like 2 p.m. on day 2 of the big
He was the opener pre-flop and feels like this is his card to rep.
It's just like,
are you going to be playing the 10 game?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Now he's getting called by Petrangelo. Top pair. 6s open in a straight draw, although the bottom end, which you don't want to chase as often.
Another 18,000 into the middle, and it's top 2 for Petrangelo now.
2.5K yesterday. I was like, oh, I can bag and then be done, but then it conflicts with the dealer's choice, which is probably my best tournament to play down here.
Oh,
so.
Flat call would not be on Nicky P's mind on this street, I would imagine. But I also don't think bet is on Ibinger's mind at this point once he was called on the turn.
Yeah, when he got called on the turn, Petrangelo does have a good amount of king X's, and they're not really looking to fold.
Yeah, very much in that cutoff flat calling range pre-flop is that king X that you mentioned.
King queen, king jack makes sense.
Petrangelo, yeah.
Now, of course, it's just value time.
Mm-hmm.
He can go pretty big. You know, it feels like if Ibinger had a king, it's not folding anyways.
It's basically the same as the PVG, right?
No, it's
Blocking some of that queen X that might have got rivered.
The PPC is an 8-game rotation. That's like
36K is
and when it's
quite
your
meaty.
turn, you pick a game for a whole orbit, any game of the mix. You could play the same game for hours and not play 25K.
Well, shout out in the YouTube chat to Will Jaffe, Randy, who hopped into the booth with us out in Jeju, the stop that we missed you at, and he wants to further inquire as to what sort of trauma I may have experienced surrounding the local conch cuisine that you referred to earlier. I just don't like the texture, Will. You know, it's there's something chewy and weird about it. I'm not into it.
Do you like calamari?
See,
it's
if you
basically
deep fry-
overcooked calamari.
Exactly, that's the problem. Now, this may not be a popular take locally, but if we ever run out of conch, like let's say it's just fished into extinction, now we found another use for used tires. We can cut them up, season them, you know, and then serve them. We're going to have to do away with the black, you know, something to make it look more. But I'm just saying, similar texture.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm glad to know that you chewed on some tires in your life.
I don't have to chew on a tire to know what it would do. You could chew forever on a tire. You're not going to masticate your way through that thing.
I was best at that game for a
Deep
while.
chews on pocket jacks.
Well, where does your mind go?
I'm going to catch heat from the Bahamian Tourism Board, I'm telling you, man, because, you
I
know,
think there's someone standing right outside the door.
And they look official, by the way. Anybody who's been here can tell you. They bring new truth to uniforms. This feels like a, you know, a place that one doesn't want to find themselves in a carceral sort of environment.
Oh wow!
Like
we got something brewing here.
Yeah, we do. 10-9 suited has emboldened Petrangelo to take us up to the third floor. 31,000 in total, and Ben Heath has taken a peek at Pocket Kings. Perhaps the fourth story? No, he's going to play it as a flat on the button, Randy. And you surprised to see it?
Yeah, I am a bit surprised to see it. And this has got to be an adjustment to given the pro side of the table, as well as being 300 big blinds deep. Ben must feel that he's not expected to 4-bet bluff in the spot too often, so this perhaps make his range look a little bit weaker and he can extract value post-flop on certain textures. So Deep comes in with a good price with 2 jacks, and there we go.
Pow. Top set for Sean. Heath's Kings cooked for the time being. Petrangelo has connected as well. He does have the betting lead.
Yeah, but that cold call flatting range from Heath is... It's got some strength in it. Pocket jacks comes to mind, although that's in Sean's hand. Maybe some queens, some ace, queen suiteds. And this is the problem with flatting pre-flop with 2 kings, is you gave Sean Deep such a good price to come in. Had he come in for 4-bet, Deep probably would have laid down the 2 jacks. We're going to check this one around.
Ace on the turn is... This could be a savior for Heath. Not just the decision to flat it pre. Unclear whether or not the 4-bet would have put Deep's jacks in the bin, by the way. It does feel like jacks get a little uncomfortable in a spot like that with Petrangelo behind, but here we are in reality and not the imaginary or the hypothetical, where Ben's decision, despite not giving him a potential chance to win it pre-flop, has left him with cause, perhaps, to lay low on this turn, despite a second round of checks in front of him?
I kind of feel like he should be checking this turn card in position, you know, realize equity.
Yeah.
Ace is fearsome.
And now an 8 on the river. So Deeb clearly with top set, Randy, I think sensed that a lot of that ace-king, ace-queen stuff, which maybe would have played this flop as a check from Petrangelo, is what he was hoping would speak up and perhaps have connected with, if not Nicky P, Ben Heath. Failed to get the barrel he sought. Now he will do his own bidding.
Yeah, although I do think ace, queen, ace, king could still be in his opponent's range, but he definitely wanted to see a bet.
I mean, king, queen has the jacks in a bad way, although I don't think Deeb is afraid of the monster under the bed.
As played right now, I don't feel like Heath should feel good about 2 kings, even though he's underrepped his hand so much. Sean bet into 2 opponents, and one of them was the pre-flop 3-better who could have an ace, so, wow, kind of feels like he lost him in post-flop, but kind of lost chips because he didn't put in a 4-bet
right.
pre-flop.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird wrinkle in that way. if we're going to take the flat
like
line
2,000 bullet guarantee,
pre,
it's 20%.
Heath performed well to only lose 31, but
Yeah, 2,000. 5 mil guarantee.
given that the
Oh, it must
4-bet
be
in all
just
likelihood would have earned him
Flights in New York Rangers.
this one.
260 for the first one.
Unclear, though. It just depends how big the 4-bet is and what kind of mood Sean is in.
70
But,
70 or 80
you know,
for-
jacks tend to shrivel in
super
such
highly
spots.
2 flights
Yeah,
a day.
like the number one guys. Are.
Yeah, they're doing the after
that's-
turbo flight.
that's the biggest contract
I
in
didn't
the
realize that.
NHL
I thought it was
right
just like
Yeah. Oh, even more than like McDavid or whatever? Oh, really?
He probably makes. I think McDavid makes like 14 or something.
that had online flights as well.
Yeah. Has anyone seen, like, has anyone heard like, how
hockey
WPG
players
doing right now?
don't get paid that much. There's nothing really going on.
They have a.
It's all starts like next week, and
I
the
know
free
you-
rolls.
It's weird. It's like the whole thing is structured around their revenue.
A couple of them are really
So
small.
they
like
can't
some are
just like
10K.
they have a
Like a 1K
salary,
has like
they have a
500K
salary
per-
cap that's league wide, safe, and the salary cap goes up with the league revenue. So like if the New York Rangers make like, you know, hundreds of
Talvidier
millions more than
swinging from the puck.
the Ottawa Senators, they have the same salary cap for their whole team. That's not common in other sports, right? In other sports,
NFL
like
is the same.
the
NFL
Yankees,
and
can,
basketball is the same.
but they make more money.
Baseball is the only different one. NFL, every salary cap's the same.
But they make way more money than hockey.
Defends and flops
So
bottom
It's the
2 on
same
a
system,
7 high
just way
board.
more
Yeah.
revenue.
But now the hockey's had their. I don't know that much about, but I know that they have over the last several years. It's
Just
been
Jack
the
9
highest
for
revenue years.
Talvidier.
It's not even like insanely less. Like the top.
Not really his board, although the button opening range is wider.
Yeah.
Was hoping for a check fold from Deeb. We know that's not coming. 21,000 full pot.
Wow, this is not what one would expect. Deep, of course, we know isn't going to be going anywhere. And in fact, just given how big this bet is, Deep content to simply call in the hopes that it's tethered to a real hand, like an overpair. Queen on the turn now. Deep checking once more. Let's see what sort of appetite Talvidier has to go blasting off. Drawing dead now is Elias.
Yeah, and also Deeb, when he sees that full pot size bet, is not expected to check raise bluff as much. Hence the check call. And another bet from Elias. I feel like Talvidier is setting up a triple barrel to target some 5X's. That check called flop. Probably have to check call turn bet here. But Sean's got bottom 2.
$25,000 on the heels of 21. Again, deep flats. And now fills up on the river. And you don't expect a deuce to be a part of the hands that would be just calling.
Yeah, if it's a deuce, it's like ace deuce of hearts that has to call when it picks up a flush draw. But the deuce tends to favor the pre-flop raiser because overpairs can really just go ham. 75K, and Talvidier he's game to play. Triple barrel, but it's not going to work clearly.
Boy, this all of a sudden turned into a very expensive proposition for Talvidier, and this has played out precisely as Deeb was hoping it would. Maybe queens from time to time is leaving us cooked, but, you know, I
feel
don't
like
know.
he's got to check raises, though.
Yeah.
You know, he could be
Deep
up against
covers.
I could see Talvidier playing an overpair the way full pot on flop, smallish on turn, and big on river. Maybe the problem for Deeb is it's hard for him to represent some bluffs, but how does he not have the best hand with deuce 5 here? So there's the check raise.
I mean, strictly pocket sevens and pocket queens come to mind. Unclear whether or not they would be played in this way. And Talvidier making things expensive for himself here as the first frame of play begins to wind down. Players all ready headed for the break, leaving those two all by themselves to enjoy that exchange. And once again, we enjoy the EDM stylings of our music department back here. Getting a look at the 3 feature tables, which will be giving way to 3 new feature tables after the break. But of course, before that, we will bring you in to the desk. Ali and Nanonoko, Randy Liu, back with you now. And Randy, there's something that I need to address that, just given the frequency with which during that frame in the YouTube chat it was brought up. It's the absence of Gambledore. Vladimir Korzinin. You know who I'm talking about.
He did his damage last stop. You know, he got a first, a second, and it's December. It's Christmas. He's got a job to do.
Yeah. See, the thing is, many of you in the chat are who christened Vladimir Gambledore, but he christened himself Santa, and non-zero that the man actually is Santa Claus, although he did more taking than he did giving out at Monte Carlo at our last stop. But he is indeed not going to be here, sadly, and we'll see if anyone can fill those big shoes that he leaves behind in terms of entertainment and storyline. Of course, Ossi Katola, who he befriended, is out here in the field. Haven't had a chance to see him just yet. Let's get a chance to hop into the Triton Poker Plus app and get a look at the current leaders, however, as we do head to this break. Jared Bleznick, of course, courtesy of that David Einhorn Ace-King versus Aces exchange, did wind up with over $2 million at one point, down at 1.9. Kuhn, now Ike Haxton, Big Al, and Ding Biao, another new arrival, rounding out the top 5. We're going to step aside for just about 10 minutes time, I'm guessing, and then we'll be back with continuing coverage of this first of 3 days of our Triton Million Invitational in the Bahamas. Keep it close. They had to show their hands.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And that's how you learn quickly.
Uh-huh.
Before the live stream days.
I don't think any of those guys wanted cameras. The general public wanted cameras. I remember it was like the stuff of legend. No one really knew unless you were there what was going
I played
on.
with my boyfriend, but he turns 40 some days ago, so he's not here.
But the rumors were tantalizing, as is this situation for Charlie Hook. Pocket aces against Lococo's queens. Under the gun +1 open to 7. Now let's make it look like 22, says Hook, who's trying to slide right into the cheek of this fishy.
I shouldn't talk an after race, you know. I know it was coming.
They're so deep. I wouldn't mind if he just plays it passively pre.
Yep.
Yeah, like this.
Alejandro's been down these streets a time or two. Not looking to bloat anything. Let's see whether or not this flop will provide some mercy. Doesn't look that way. 4, 5, 6. It is plenty coordinated, but not the zip code that one would expect in a 3-bet pot for either of these guys to be involved with.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this board hits the pre-flop opener Alejandro a bit more. You know, he's got all the pocket pairs, 8-7 suited. It's quite favorable for him. And look at Charlie checking back aces, trying to make this a 2-street game, and the queen on the turn.
Binky. 2 outer for Lococo, and this is going to leave Hook feeling loco if we get to showdown. 52,000 in the middle.
Yeah, and Lococo is thinking, you know, it's not unreasonable my opponent check back aces or kings, go for big value.
44.
44,000.
He's gone big.
Boy, this is sort of the dark side of taking the line that Charlie did, right? This check back on the flop. We've under-repped our hand considerably. He does flat call. There's no world in which he can expect to be up against a set of queens. Now the hearts do come in. Lococo, of course, has a heart. Perhaps doesn't have a sense that Hook as a pre-flop 3-better would have been inclined to check back 2 big hearts on the flop.
You're right about that. There shouldn't be much fear for Lococo. He just wants to go for more sizable value. And Hook's going to feel very compelled to just call any size bet given that he under-repped his hand on the flop.
Of 128,000.
Near pot size, 128K, and snap called. Shows the aces, too. There you go, Alejandro.
128.
Up to 1.2 million.
My parents were worried that when I was growing up, there would be, you know, some challenges pronouncing. That's why they gave me the American name, and they named me based on a movie.
Oliver Twist?
No, not that one. It's this movie called Love Story. The lead characters are Oliver and Jennifer. And they named my sister Jennifer, but what they fail to realize is that those 2 characters are romantically involved in the movie. Thankfully, we didn't struggle with any of that growing up. Elias Talvitier, Queen 9 of diamonds. Under the gun open here. This is frisky. Makes it 7, Danny. Ace 10 of spades playing as a flat right behind.
You know, I recognize Elias's name. We saw him back in Cyprus 22, the only other Triton event where he did play the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational and got
right.
7th place.
That's right. Showed up and left his mark, and he's back to perhaps do a little bit more damage, which he rates to do on this flop.
Yeah, Queen 10-6, 2 hearts, top pair versus middle pair. And the middle pair's got that backdoor nut flush draw as well with a strong kicker.
Talvitier does check it as opposed to follow through, though.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players, especially on a pro side, tend to check over to the player in position more so just to play pot control, trying to negate that positional disadvantage. 10 is quite nice for Danny, especially against the Queen 9. He can get a lot of value, likely turn in river.
This is an incredible development for Danny, and it's made even better by the fact that Talvitier is going to assume that this 11K is safe and sound, given the check back by Danny on the flop.
Yeah, so 11K, half the pot. Danny could just bloat this pot up now, especially with his nut kicker. Gonna call, but he's looking to raise the river, I assume, especially if no heart drops. There's it. There is a heart right there. 3 pair for Elias. It's hard for Elias to get called by worse. If he's betting, it's a bit of a block bet. Try to set the price yourself.
I mean, King Jack has arrived. Hearts have arrived. The 10, of course, could, with some frequency, be lurking as it is on this occasion. And yet, in spite of those identifications by you, Randy,
Yeah, just a pure block bet. 12K is very small relative to the pot. And this should let Danny go for a raise despite some hands coming in. But those hands that do get there tend to bet a bit bigger. And when you bet so small, you've got to expect your opponent to attack you at a decent frequency, which puts you in the guessing game. It's not that simple on the pro side to kind of play your hand as straightforward as possible.
Yeah.
Expect your opponent not to interact and react accordingly.
I mean, this really is a poor spot to find
Look at
ourselves in.
this.
Oh, a 3-bet to 200,000 from Talvidier. Hello.
Bet 3-bet. This is strong. This is the 3-pair blockers, basically, blocking all the full houses out there. Even if Danny had a flush, it would be very hard for him to call. What a hand so far.
I mean, he's got the right candidate to run this campaign. Does Talvidier, as you mentioned, he blocks the other full houses. He retains full houses of his own.
And it was a speedy 3-bet as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how Danny's going to interpret that.
In the pit of our stomach, even though there was value to be had, this is where we go, why didn't I just click call?
Mm-hmm. But he also felt like so guilty if he just called and got shown like a hand that would have paid off. Danny seems confused though. Like, did you really just come in with the block 3-bet play on me on this card? In terms of range advantage, this should belong to Talvidier, just given how Danny didn't bet the flop. Elias could still have he could have boats. It's very reasonable. But what a call.
Wow. As impressive as the bet 3-bet is by Talvidier, you really do have to tip. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Million Invitational from Paradise Island, the Atlantis resort here in the Bahamas. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and most of the field still here in this Invitational. For those that maybe missed that first frame, it was right at the very top of it that we had our first carnage. David Einhorn polishing off bullet number 1 with ace-king versus aces. Everybody really had to scratch their temples and wonder what was going on there. Currently 74 of 75 runners remaining. We did touch on the leaderboard just prior to the break. Let's dive right back in to that leaderboard in the Triton Poker Plus app. We did talk about the top 5. I'm going to scroll down and keep it moving to see what things are looking like elsewhere in this field of 70 some odd runners. You can see the players with 1 million plus in front of them. That was the starting stack. And it looks like right there, average stack, 1,253 big blinds, 35 players above, 37, 38, let's call it 39 actually, down below. Jessica Teusel, who we saw at the feature table, and Mikita Baziukowski bookending things. New feature tables are on the way. In terms of that first frame, Randy, did anything jump out at you? Anything take you by surprise as far as invitee pro play and approaches?
Well, on the pro side of things, I think things were a bit calm, although Talvidier was kind of the one guy who was really going hard.
Right at that last moment, too.
Yeah, and he just lost that last pot to Sean D. But, he's got a game plan. Other pros taking a more cautious approach. Sean, he just flatted ace-king pre-flop. Ben Heath, he didn't 4-bet kings. Maybe he didn't want to get in some crazy confrontation pre that cost him. So definitely adjustments are being had.
The thing about those approaches that you just highlighted for us right now is it illustrates that not all pros are on the same page any longer. There was a time early on during Triton Invitational, history that nobody was really ever looking to step outside of that kind of adopted, understood, hey guys, we are all here to eat. Let's wait until there's what they might perceive to be a little bit of food on the table when the invitees are sprinkled into the pro side of the bracket. No longer the case, although as Talvidier illustrated, it can be a very double-edged sword when you do step away from protocol.
Yeah, it sure can. And, it's not to say that these pros are going to play extremely snug. There's different approaches, but when you live by the sword, sometimes you have to die by it, right?
Yeah, not death yet for Talvidier, of course, but obviously real damage to him. Shortest stack in the field right now belongs to Alex Foxen, Yuso Koskala down there as well, Michael Adamo, all sub $500,000, but still plenty of playability and plenty of depth, and we'll get the chance to observe some of the leaner stacks navigate as the day goes on. There's a glimpse at Patrick Antonius on one of our outer tables right now on his feet. Probably looking at the menu to see whether or not lamb is available.
Conch is.
I see the thing. Randy, you're going to try to force feed me this conch. I'm telling you, I've had this stuff, and it's dusty. I don't know. Talk to me, YouTube chat. Have you had conch, and is it dusty to you like it is to me? I'm just,
I'm going to go have some conch later today, all right?
I'm not ingratiating myself at all right now. And I as I walk the hallway during the break, again, the uniforms on the sort of enforcement guys out here, they could just be like, "You the one talking about the conch," and then just by the scruff of the neck, and I'm gone, and no one knows where I am. I mean, it's non-zero. I got to be careful out here.
You won't be missed, but that's all right.
Thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. You saying you're not going to bail me out of Bahamian prison?
No, I'm not.
I watched a Locked Up Abroad with. It ain't good, man. I'm just saying. I need to really. All right, enough. I love conch. Conch is great.
Yeah, cool.
3 new featured tables on tap for you here. Not long now from getting a glimpse at them, as we're just about set to get things back underway. One of them, table number 7. Randy, I mean, the red table, just truly a group of death sort of affair, even when compared against others that are out there in the field. Just get a glimpse to the left of your screen and ask yourself, is that where you want to park your bones for 500,000? It was a brief glimpse, but we're talking about Nick Schulman, Dan Dvoris, Mario Mosbach, Mikita Bazukowski, Greenwood, Kuhn, and Foxen. Ay, ay, ay.
And we're going to get to witness that.
Yep. Going to start things off, however, on the invitee side of the bracket, where Elton's saying.
Yeah, it's because they're the RFID cards.
No, that's right.
Has opened. Oh, actually, it was Ding Biao that opened. Elton is a flat caller with deuce 3 suited. And now you understand why we choose this table
he said
as a feature.
They asked for.
Wait a minute. It can't. Come on, stop. Put the deuce 3. Okay. All right. Now I got trolled.
Oh, because
that was not kosher at all.
They got you.
What
Don't believe
was
everything
that?
you see.
So we need to know.
His 5 turned into a 17.
Yeah.
What?
Like for collusion.
What's going on? Soft 14 for
and business,
Ding Biao. And Elton 3-betting the suited connector to 25,000.
No, it's more. It's more.
Yeah. I think
Is this?
We're 4-betting.
Okay. This is the table.
Yeah.
70, says Ding Biao.
That you could probably just call Kenny on video. Say, see, it's me. Yeah. I have the $100.
Here comes Elton.
A 4-bet pot and ace 3 of diamonds is the best of what's around. Baby suited aces obviously do motivate. The merits of them have been explored thoroughly in the solver streets, but on this particular board, they don't really feel great. Betting lead, but air for Ding Biao in a 150,000 chip pot pre-flop. Elton with the flush draw and the gutter.
Yeah, the thing is that gut shot's a little bit scary to hit just because your opponent who 4-bets you has a lot of ace-king, so if a 10 does fall, Elton could lose a massive pot. Of course, he's just up against ace 3.
Note that the 4-better pre has decided to check.
Well, seems like this hand should be over.
75K from Sang.
The thing with Elton's hand is he can, you know, resist if there is heavy action. With that combo draw and happily wins that pot.
Just how he drew it up. Randy, 3-bet 8-9 suited, get 4-bet flat, and then have a chance, oddly enough, on that board to swing and take it down.
I don't
with
have
no
the
further
time.
contest.
I work so much. I like to. It's open a bunch of tables, play some tournaments on Sundays. I've been doing much better because I've been playing like 2 tables instead of like grinding like 12 tables or something, and that's helped out a lot. But I just don't get the time to play like the way I'd like to.
Did Nagy just say he was used to grind 12 tables or something? Now he's playing 2 tables?
It did sound somewhat like that.
All right. Looks like he's put in some reps before coming here for the Triton Million.
Listen, it's good to be on form when you're ponying up $500,000, especially when eventually that proposition is going to involve having the partition taken down and being subjected to the jackals on the pro side. And there's a man who typically would be regarded as one of those jackals, Randy, but as we touched on earlier during the broadcast, that's mostly in the pot limit Omaha streets, less so in the Hold'em streets for our chip leader, Jared Bleznick.
Yeah, he's one of the best PLO players from my understanding. But like most PLO players, they had some history of no limit hold'em. It's good to see him here.
I mean, listen, I know that Scandinavian players may have something to say about this, but I would submit Jared Bleznick is perhaps the greatest of pot limit Omaha players out there. Results speak for themselves in those streets, both cash and tournament.
Yeah, he's been playing Nosebleed 4-card for a very long time.
And I have the
10K, raise 10.
James Hopkins had bowed out. And said Yuso Koskela. We are on to Phil Nagy, who apparently is 3-betted to 35,000. Unclear the cause. And now it comes into focus. Pocket 4s from the small.
There we go.
Blez just bins the ace-10.
Yeah, offsuit ace-10 is difficult to navigate. Sometimes you pair your ace and get dominated. Sometimes you hit the 10 and they've got an overpair. Let's flip it on over to the pro side.
Man, this table, I just... It's tough enough without being up against aces, which is where Kuhn finds himself, sitting on pocket 9s. His under the gun 2.5x being mulled over by Austria's Mario Mosbach. Also chummy with the Poker Code boys. Mentored by Fedor Holtz was Mosbach. Betting to 35,000. I'm not wrong. It is see-through, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because, you know,
some
sometimes
transparency.
Sometimes women will have that, like, there's actually a thing underneath that makes it look that way, but it's not. But I don't think... Anyway.
Yeah, you analyze the shirt a little bit more. I'll do the hand.
I'm here for all of it, Randy, but yeah, the hands, that's your domain. 5-4-3 as Kuhn made the added investment demanded by Mosbach of 25,000 rather, and looks up at 5-4-3. 9s are an overpair. Fortunately for Jason, they're well behind.
Yeah, Jason probably needs to continue for at least one street with 2 9s to keep the ace highs honest. Plenty of smaller pocket pairs for Mario to get value from.
Dials up 40.
It's always very difficult playing these kind of pocket pairs in 3-bet pots out of position. Is you feel like you need to keep your opponent honest, but then you don't really want to call down multiple streets. Even a hand like Ace King's got decent equity.
100.
Jason's done a very interesting play. He's gone for check raise 2.5x of 2 9s.
Not what we would have expected. And given that with some frequency this is ace-x across the way from Mosbach, do we expect that 40 being turned into 100 is going to shed something like ace-king, which would have a wheel draw?
Yeah, I think that should be the logic for him to check raise 2 9s to 100k right now, that he can shut out the ace highs. Although I'm not completely convinced that would happen.
Right. Tend to agree with you. And now a 4-liner on board. As the 6 shows up, unclear whether or not Deuce X and 7X are going to be concerns for either of these players as played.
I wonder if Jason is considering just turning his 9s into a bluff on this card. He's got a little bit more hands that can hit this board. Maybe like he flopped a straight with 6-7. A set can continue to bet as well, and he's staying on that gas pedal. 90k.
Boy. How concerned are we with aces here if we're Mosbach?
We are definitely concerned. We could be up against the flop set. Could be up against the straight. But we could still have the bets hand 2 aces and can't really lay down at this point, I would think. Especially having additional outs if you were up against a set where maybe a straight comes out. There's not that much 7x in Jason's range. Maybe like a 7-8 of diamonds, 7-8 of spades.
Might appear here and there, like popping.
Yeah, maybe. It's just...
It's a lot.
Yeah, especially for me, like, it just... It's not that I don't enjoy it, it just takes so much out of me.
For sure.
Right. 210,000.
Wow.
Like, I don't know, so much.
Mosbach showing some muscle of his own here as Kuhn's flex ends up a costly one. Granted, second in chips overall coming into that altercation. He can well afford to try to parlay and spin up. But that is a nice little haul as Mosbach snacks on Triton Ambassador Jason Kuhn's stack.
That was a pretty cool raise from Mario on that board. He basically realizes that he has some 7x in his range. Therefore, if Jason had a set, he can't just blast all in on the turn, and he can just buy himself a cheap showdown.
Do the chip bounce.
Okay.
I'll be hypnotized.
I'll be doing it for sure.
Like, there's no way he can get it on top of a 25 stack. He's all into it.
These are good chips for it too. They don't bounce amazing, but they have some
like grip.
grab. They stick.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I'm like 1 in 15, I would say, on average.
You're actually one of the better, you know, out there on the tour.
I guess it's a tough skill, a rare skill, rather. You make it look easy, though.
Yeah, he does.
Like, I do like 5 in a row and miss everyone, and I'm like, what's wrong with me?
I love this exchange, by the way. that's taking place. These guys are playing a $500,000 buy-in.
This one, just the chip bounce.
And Nick, who of course is very beloved for his color work at the World Series of
Even
Poker.
These are solid misses, though. You know.
In particular,
you're rimming out. I'm rimming out. Like
is analyzing the chip composition and
This is
whether
gonna
or not
be
it's
my sole purpose for the rest of this tournament.
That's when you know somebody's a stone degenerate.
I'm
when
going
you
to be
see-
paying zero attention to
No
anything that
problem.
happens around me. If it's on me, let me know.
I will. I was
gonna say he's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You need more height than you think, and you need to trust the drop motion. Just get it coming back in the air, and you have to angle it slightly.
Oh, like you slightly pull it towards you?
Start here. I don't. Oh.
Okay, that's an
These have a lot of bounce. Start here. You don't. If you got the motion, all you have to do is drop. I mean, not the motion. If you have the
green chips, the blue one, like rice.
I don't have the.
well, Foxen is in motion here as all of a sudden another strange one develops. Alex limped the small, Kuhn finger wagged it with the suited connector, and all of a sudden a somewhat unnatural 3-bet.
Look, these chips look like they're working just fine as
You know,
they drop them in.
What's interesting, Randy, is that the King 3 off is deemed a candidate for this sort of posture, given the way in which it's unblocking a lot of the middling kit, which is exactly what Jason has. And yet, Kuhn's hand composition is such that he is willing to get involved yet again, and he's got the best of it with a pair of 8s on a monotone 10 high board, both parties lacking hearts.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that Foxen opted to limpy raise King 3 off. Now, you tend to see that more when stacks are shallow, whereas your opponent is less likely to play flats in this blind versus blind spot. He did do it. Does fire 35K on this monotone texture, just trying to shut out random hands. Jason's got mid-pair position.
All of a sudden, he finds himself playing another big one. This one brought on by Foxen. 186 total. We touched on the fact that Foxen's stack is quite lean, Randy, and so is his holding. 9 of hearts coming off. Jason does pick up an open ender, but nobody's in love with 4 hearts out there.
Yeah, I think Foxen most of the time was one and done, but there is an opportunity for him now with 4 hearts on board. He has probably a bit more of the big hearts in hand.
huh?
You know, Jason to
5 minutes of practice.
call limpy raise tends to be a bit
No, but
more
it's not a full
suited.
stack. Assuming it like increases like exponentially or something.
I'm not sure it does. It's weird. Like.
I mean, it can't be linear, right? Like.
No, but.
Well, if they
How-
check this one down, we
was-
just chop it up.
I was just going to say, with 2 knuckles on the turn, the 5th heart rolls off. Both players playing the board. Does someone want it more than the other?
Yeah, I kind of feel like Foxen wants this spot. Trying to think of Jason's hand that contain a heart.
124.
Yeah, look at this, 124K from Foxen. It feels like Foxen definitely has the big flush cards more often as played pre-flop. For Jason, I mean, for him to have like the ace of hearts, it would need to be like ace queen, ace jack with a heart. Unless he flopped a flush. He wouldn't have hands like ace 5 offsuit, for example, to have called pre-flop.
You know, consider, Randy, that this 124 is such a big chunk of Foxen's remaining stack here. I mean, this is a very big commitment being made. It's a fairly sizable bet into the pot. And with Kuhn checking back on the turn in particular, I think that's where Alex just senses opportunity before him.
Yeah, and when you bet 124K off of that stack, it's supposed to be interpreted as more, a real hand, because, you don't want to be left with just 250K as a bluff. And I wonder if that maybe sways Jason one way or the other.
I mean, look at the fact that Kuhn has not yet folded. He is so keenly dialed into the fact that Alex does not have to have a heart here as played. Remember, pre-flop, small blind limp, big blind raise from Jason. Alex 3-bet it, Jason peeled, and then 35 ahead brought us to the turn, which got checked. And here on the river, Foxen.
I never catch these, but this card's good.
I got 3 in a row.
That's a bad one.
This.
Yeah, you have
And
a
then I
lot
just
of
went 0
potential.
for 15.
I know. I was gonna say
Bullying.
You have a ton of
earning.
potential. You might want to walk away now. There's ups and downs.
So I wanted to. I was so distracted in the middle of that hand. I wanted to answer. I think there's actually almost like an S curve to the difficulty, where really low is actually quite hard, and then the difference between like 10 and 20 is almost nothing.
I agree with that.
And then over 20 would probably start to get really hard again.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's like,
that makes sense.
Over 20.
Yeah, because once I got 10.
At least I think.
Yeah,
it would.
20, or not 12, whatever this
maybe
is,
not
like
for you.
17 or whatever.
Yeah.
I just got like 3 in a row after like missing.
Yeah.
Randy, the greatest poker players
But
in
yeah,
the world
certainly
are playing a
once you get into,
500K,
like 40s,
and they're
it's got to be like
completely consumed with a
you
chip
start
trick.
missing to the side too. Like at 20, you never miss to the side.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk right now.
All right.
Who's your pro?
Let's put a pin on that conversation
That's
for a
the
little.
pro side of the bracket, by the way, just for those wondering at all.
I think going into this, I think they have the best team.
Meanwhile, picking up the action here,
I think
Hopkins and Koskela.
I think you and Bonham are the best pair.
Gut shot and backdoor
I think they make a good
diamonds.
couple.
Yeah, they're
Versus
for
second
sure
pair.
they're for sure one of the better ones.
Yeah, I personally think they're the best. I wanted to bet them versus any team.
Yeah, I think that should be like some odds, and you can bet on like team who's gonna be like who's gonna cash out most as team.
Ooh, combined chip.
Diamond draw
combined
acquired
chip
here
count
for
at the end of
Hopkins.
Every
who-
level.
Every level is too much.
That's
but
a lot of
maybe end
bets. That's like in-game betting. Right?
Yeah, in-game
8K
betting,
got
but
called.
you need to provide odds that is like really impossible to
I
provide.
did that. I bet a few people in this.
I know.
My
it's-
team
it's-
versus.
Lines makers can do it.
Yeah, if you
Like,
can,
they-
if you can make it, obviously.
That's a good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Combined chip.
you don't
count.
even have to wait too long for results. You just
No.
get results every
Yeah,
hour.
immediately.
Brick to brick. Like
Yeah, break to break.
Break to break.
So they have 15
break
minutes
to break,
to bet.
15 minutes.
I think brick to brick is nice when you get a good chip count and stuff. Yeah.
That's a good idea. Make a note of that one. Thanks again. I like this. You guys just come up with great ideas.
22,000 on the turn, and in spite of the arrival of the ace, given the limp from Hopkins,
They're all playing like
Koskela
trying to make
calls
it fall
once more. Hopkins has now made a pair of 4s, so he doesn't have to blast his way out, but it is difficult to really identify, especially given that he has the diamonds, what he beats.
Yeah, if he beats a hand, it's pretty much 8-9, I would think.
But they have to. They're forced to sell
So
like
that showdown
action
value
to
is
the public, and you can get people to engage by just buying
a little bit of
skin
fake
to
showdown.
sure.
It makes sense that he's turning his hand to a bluff, realizing the 4 is never good.
Everybody else is like also. You get a lot of
Tough spot for
participants. Just
Koskela.
What did he pick? Who's his guy?
this guy, I don't know. 你的职业的是谁啊？你选了谁？David Yang. David Yang.
David Yang.
David Yang, yeah.
He's from Australia. Australia guy, yeah.
60K from Hopkins, and he manages
New Zealand.
to turn the 4s into a bluff and make a believer out of the best hand for Koskela.
I wanted to make side bet. I bet one guy.
Well, as we switch dealers, we certainly don't switch our suggestion that you head over to GG Poker and get involved with the world's largest online poker site. Why, you might ask? Well, if for no other reason, because by using promo code Triton_2024, you can get yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender with a minimum deposit of $20. What are you waiting for? Head over to GG Poker today and get in the game.
Did you catch some of that conversation, Ollie? They basically debating new ways to bet on players, like pairs on pairs, you know, in this Invitational, on break to break.
I mean, is there ever any moment in which a poker player isn't looking for some sort of prop bet, some sort of side action? Like, these guys love it. They really do. And it's really entertaining, by the way, on the occasions in which we're fortunate enough to kind of be privy to the bets being constructed, the negotiations, you know, the debates. And there's an art to that as well, you know what I mean? Everybody's always making it look like they're taking the worst of it so they can get more favorable terms. Huck C, perhaps the biggest legend of the prop betting streets, but his always seem to involve like physical challenges. You know, this is just guys trying to come up with opportunities to just bet against each other.
You're just booking bets live.
Oh, do you have it on the
You're just booking bets live.
We have that on the, you can,
players.
like the final tables. You can bet who's ever at the final tables and everything. But this new bet, I know we can do this. Yeah.
To win?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was no idea.
Do you get a lot of action on there?
We get some action. I mean, it's not like life-changing action, but it's getting more every event.
Okay.
Well, if you can bet on your favorite player.
Yeah, you can bet on your favorite player.
And then you're sweating along with it in a 200K like you've got a piece, you know?
Can you buy like first and second and third, you know, like horse racing? You know? That's even better.
Place betting, yeah.
Yeah,
I do that in the golf, like if I bet golf.
Yeah, you can, you know?
Like a win place show at the final table or something.
Yeah,
That'd be
not
kinda
just
cool.
win place show, but also the Quinilla and the
oh yeah.
you know?
Trifecta.
Yeah.
That'd be huge. Imagine picking the trifecta in a poker tournament. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, it's like, you know, get odds, right?
Yeah. Phil's right and all this shit.
Everybody likes to bet the toothpick to win the lumberyard.
Exactly. you want to...
You know?
Start doing some trifectas in the...
Just hire me as your ACR consultant. I'll give you all the ideas.
I like it.
An hour.
Well, Sinan Unlu's got an idea.
You just have to wear a name tag.
For $1 million
His
an hour,
four-suited pre-flop razor follows through for 11,000. Of course, Yuso goes nowhere.
At least we know we were for sale. Now it's just a price of negotiating the price.
Yeah. What's the price to go swim with Phil Nagy?
Throw me a squid. I'll be happy.
Unlu has picked up a wheel gutter here after having complete air.
Could get him to double barrel this one, like trying to shake out 8x. Some gut shots that check called.
Koskela checking over once more. Unlu not done barreling. This time 80,000.
80 is massive.
I mean, overbet into 56 can't be overstated. I mean, that is really gloves off sort of behavior, almost to the point where you have to ask yourself if that was the intention from Unlu.
Like there's a small chance it was a misclick, you're saying?
Maybe not a full-on misclick. Maybe he meant to bet big like full pot, but 80 into 56 as opposed to like 60, you know, incrementally speaking.
Sure.
Did you do satellites for some of the tournaments?
It's starting to get very uncomfortable for this queen jack.
Sure.
I think we sent like 30, 35 people.
The main hands that kind of go for this turn overbet are very polarized. You know, sets plus
95 bucks.
Overpairs targeting the queen and big combo draws.
Satellites to the 95.
Or even
95
small
was
combo
the main
draws
to
like
get the
I'm
30K
just a
package.
small gut shot here, ace 4.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Good call.
How many players would that get? Is it 95?
Well, we did 5 packages at a time, so it overlaid a little bit, but not much.
It looks good anyway.
Yeah.
This one grows to 216,000, by the way, out of what seems like nowhere. And now top 2 for Koskela. That's going to make it virtually impossible, I would think, for Unlu to blast his way out of this, provided that that's on his mind, Randy. He has breathed a lot of life into this thing, but it's death that awaits him.
Yeah, given that he...
You're up.
Yeah, it looks like he's done.
Is it your
Would have been a bit worried.
It's my showdown?
There you go, queen jack.
Nice give up.
Well, Sinan taking it in stride there.
Yeah, in Finland it goes like who's the last aggressor.
Tournaments.
Yeah.
Different Finland?
Yeah.
Interesting.
For finish. people here.
Randy, that Juuso
Is he?
pointing out that
Anton
in
is
Finland,
Ah, yeah.
the last person to
And
be an
then
aggressor in the pot
Arvidas.
is the person that needs to show first.
Who's Antonius's bro?
Yeah, and I
Ossi.
kind of feel like that's what happened in Australia too.
He has a business. His little flop, you know,
yeah.
he has a business.
I mean, who doesn't? As you say.
By Jared's logic, he should be able to be on
Yeah,
the
Yeah, for sure,
businessman
for sure.
side.
I mean, probably
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah, I
even
do.
seek for it. If he asks for it, probably he gets.
Maybe.
Nice to meet you too. Actually, I had a chat about you with Elis yesterday. He said you're a funny guy.
But your looks aren't everything.
So, yeah, don't worry about what he said. Don't worry about what he said. You're good at poker.
Just a funnier guy.
I beat him.
Yeah.
I'm the only guy that beat him head up. Tell you that?
No. I didn't.
Is he a
Heads up?
PLO player?
Heads up.
In a tournament or?
No, cash game.
Really?
Yeah.
Which year was this?
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
Is he PLO?
PLO.
Yeah.
He's the best in a PLO tournament.
Yeah, I thought so. He sits all the high stakes cash on GG.
Laszlo?
Who? Ellis.
Elis Parsin.
He sits on GG.
Yeah.
Parson, an incredible pot limit Omaha player, member of the affectionately dubbed Snipers that show up at Triton Festival strictly for the 4-card portion of the program.
Do you think Koskela plays PLO?
I mean, do you see the flag? Did he go to elementary school, Randy? It's on the curriculum. I mean,
how is it?
He sits a rat hole and it fills up and then it does its thing.
Yeah, E27 or capital E, I remember.
Jack 10-3, monotone board here as Koskela's button open yields top pair and a flush draw. He's all over Ding Biao's King 8.
Played with him a couple of times, like at the events. I do not like playing with that guy. He's also got like that whole weird kind of thing. Like you don't know where you don't even have any. Like maybe he was born on acid, right? Like he just thinks differently than most people. I don't know what it is. He's a really cool guy. He's a sick
Flush versus flush now.
I saw him at the airport on the way to one of.
This coming courtesy of
my wife and I were there. Him and his girl.
no betting on the flop. Koskela
Super cool guy, right? But
deciding not to follow through.
definitely on the spectrum, right?
With this spade.
little OCD or.
Looks like Koskela is going to actually seek a little bit of value on the turn. I wonder if he fires once more on the river. You don't see that much turn betting on 4 flushes, given how polarized your range should be to big spades or nothing.
I think it's the best team.
I mean, it's close, but yeah, for sure. It's Bonomo. Something about him. He just has a presence at the table. Like I don't know what it is.
6K. Check
Well,
called.
Me and Nacho are pretty fucking good.
Koskela pipping Ding Biao.
Okay, Nacho's pretty fucking good.
The combo's pretty good also.
I'm the eye candy. He's the poker player.
You're the funny guy, right?
How do you know Bonomo?
Huh?
Just from playing with him?
No, just through Triton.
First time I met Bonomo, I didn't know who he was, right? Like it was a PC, the 25K at the
Time bank utilized here by Juuso.
here at the Bahamas. And I'm at a table playing whatever, and it's a good table and good vibe, and I'm playing, and they move my table, and I sit next to Bonomo. I didn't know who he was, right? Like
35K.
I know names, I just don't.
That's meaty.
I don't know.
Into 24.
Anyway, I sit next to him, and like this table is just dead
This is a
silent.
really nice
Everybody's
find with the 9 of
super
spades.
serious. I gotta lighten this place up. I look over at him. I said, "Wow," and he had his hair was like purple or something. I looked over his hair. Did you lose a bet or something? Right? And he looked at me. He said, "Did you lose a bet?" Right? I know. I just cut my own hair, and then I realized it was. I said,
nice.
And I said,
Value found
somebody said,
as Ding Biao keeps an eye on Koskela.
Banana Man. But he said, Bonomo.
That one doesn't go down smooth, obviously.
Really nice guy. I've talked to him a few times since.
We don't really expect the 9 of spades to be attached to the overbet on the end there
Yeah.
specifically.
But
It's like, show me a king of spades, ace of
His
spades.
family made money from
Or
like,
no
candy
spade.
in the
But don't
20s
show me
and
the
30s.
pippy
If you
9 of
look up,
spades.
You got me.
Bonamo candy or something. Like they had a recipe that they sold to Hershey's and they don't make the candy anymore. I told them, you should go to Hershey's and buy that fucking recipe. And even if you had like some kind of small amount of candy made just to keep the family name thing going, you know, I would do that. I would totally do that. But yeah, if you
Nice
look up on
find there
YouTube, you can look up Bonomo's like little commercial or whatever, and it's like, oh, the Bonomo, like the whole Tootsie Roll thing back in the 20s or
You
the
saw?
30s. It was crazy. He showed it to me.
Where are you from?
Southern California originally, but been down in Costa Rica for 20 years.
Oh, that's why you're a Niners fan?
Huh?
That's why you're a Niners fan?
Yeah, well, I was a Rams fan, and then they moved away, and I always hated the Niners. And that point in my life, it was either go with the Chargers, who could never fucking win a game if their life depended on it, or go with the Niners, which I hated. But I wanted to be part of a winning team for a while, so all the Montana years and the young years is all Niners.
Nagy, by the way, walking us through some history in the Bonamo family. Apparently involved in the candy making business once upon a time. These are the things that we pick up by simply laying out and doing our best to allow you guys to be flies on the wall along with us.
Have you seen that commercial? I've seen
You've
it.
seen it?
Yeah.
Wow, no, I haven't.
I've seen it because I didn't say his last name correctly. He showed me the video. And then I knew.
To get you to pronounce it right.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're like, well, wait a minute. Never mind the pronunciation. Your family made candy? As Phil Nagy's feeling sweet on ace jack.
Nothing, and he'll like it.
3-betting Koskolo's pocket deuces open. Yuso will speculate. On the duck hunt here.
I know you got a sweet tooth. You got any chocolate over there?
You know, I might have some chocolate.
here,
Randy,
probably.
careful what you wish for.
What's his name?
It might still be in my bag from Monaco.
Oh, okay.
Chocolate
Open as
doesn't
well.
really go that bad, does it?
Yeah.
Melted.
Didn't come.
Really?
No, it's winter.
Too far?
Danny, yeah.
Danny's here.
58,000 in the middle. Heads up to the flop we go. 8-8 ace. Nagy
The cash game
finds the needle.
Yeah. Do it.
Big game.
Huh?
Big game.
It is.
Lots of action.
It's a
20K C-bet into
Yeah.
58.
Big end action.
Expected to C-bet this board at a very high frequency.
I mean, 125K, it's, or like 25K, whatever.
It's a big game.
It's a big game, yeah. I mean, it's natural to have 7-figure game, 7-figure pots.
Yuso.
I lost my
Comfortably
first 7-figure
check
pot
folds.
to Elton. Yeah, it was. You remember when I lost it? I said, "Wait, I just lost $1 million pot," and gave him a big old high five. It was great.
Sorry.
Made me feel like a big boy.
Yeah.
I'm one of the cool guys. I've lost $1 million pot. I've done that a few times.
I can't tell, Randy, if I would rather be in a position where I could high-five someone and laugh about losing $1 million
I have
pot,
won a few though.
or spare myself the emotional dismay of doing so. But I'm looking at it through the lens of not being in
You
that
guys never play
spot.
kilo, right? Always hold them.
If you change your lenses,
always holding.
now all of a
No,
sudden the
they-
view
no, they-
gets a little
Tried
different.
Before. Not that big though.
You know who I played more poker with than online than anyone?
Who?
Rukow.
Huh?
Ruikal, yeah.
Oh.
I play with him more than anyone head up.
Oh, heads up.
Tell him you play with me.
Okay. Yeah,
Play
he
more
also
with him
didn't
than
come.
anyone head up.
Yeah.
Looks like Jared, a
Rukow.
veteran
He's now
of
playing all over. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember.
some online exchanges with
playing on stars with some
Cobra Cow.
Pepperoni F.
Pepperoni F.
Pepperoni F, yeah.
Me and him play head up 8 tables.
What was
Head up 8 tables. Oh wow.
We used to play head up like 8 tables.
8 tables is hard to play heads up. I could play 4 and be comfortable.
Even 4 is like a lot.
4 is hard, but I mean if it's got good time banks and everything, you can do it. And 6 is pressing it.
Nagy, the opener with King Queen, made it 10 to go. Elton trying his luck with the deuces.
It doesn't come all of them, right? It just comes 1 out of 2, 3.
Really?
Yeah.
We used to play so much.
More on the cash game side, I think. Like he only comes if there's like big cash game running also.
Like you saw before him, Elton fails to find the set and gets outflopped by Nagy, who once again found top pair, follows through, takes it down. Now, earlier you said 24 tables was your peak, Randy, in terms of online?
Yeah, that's right.
Does the name
Yeah.
Havad Khan
the one
ring
I
a
lost to
bell
you.
to you?
We're batting 1,000.
Rain Khan.
Yeah.
That's old school.
How many tables was it?
Gosh, I don't know. It was.
I want to.
It was a lot.
Producer James feverishly pecking away at his laptop over there because he too is
91.
curious for those that
I was gonna
maybe
say 90. So
Is
90 and a
that
half-
name
90 and a half.
predates.
Is re-entry day 2 as well?
He was an
I think you
absolute
can. I think you can.
animal
you
of the
can
multi-tabling
re-enter, like
streets.
the last minute of day 2.
No, it has to
no?
be. Yeah, well,
In
yeah,
online?
but it has to be within an hour.
It has to be within an hour if you
Oh,
bust.
when you bust. Yeah.
So if you bust at the end of the night, then you can re-enter first thing, I guess.
But Bleznick saying 8 tables of heads up high
I
stakes
don't plan
against
on
Rui
doing any of
Cal.
that.
That's something
Plan on
else.
Accumulating chips.
One table
no point
of
in looking
heads
at
up
it
high
anyway.
stakes
Yeah.
against Rui Cow is enough
No point thinking
to
about
satiate most
re-entering.
appetites, let alone 8.
I like the way you're thinking, though.
Well, producer James, apparently on dial-up, has finally come through with the response. What would you say, Randy? Just hazard a guess at how many tables Havad Khan played.
I'm going to go with 50% more than me, so 36.
How about 43, was it? 43 tables at once. It was to the point where the admin staff of the site had to actually get him to videotape himself doing it because they were unconvinced a human being was behind it.
Oh, you're right about that. That does ring a bell.
Pocket tens behind the 3-bet here for Elton as deuces have been dealt a third consecutive time. This time, the third time is a charm. Bottom set for Ding.
These two have been going at it a bit. Elton with the overpair. It's button versus cutoff. They started this hand about 900k deep, effective. Over 200 big blinds. Ding Biao probably wants to build this pot now on the flop, especially with this 3 to a wheel. There are cards that can really kill his action.
Bet of 20K gets raised right away, and I think a little bit of this has to do with charging a price versus some ace-x that has a wheel draw.
Yes, and let's just say Elton's got like kings or queens or jacks that
Oh,
can
yeah.
pay off, right? You don't want to just check call and have like an ace or 5 drop off and really just ruin things for you. So check raise and call.
The thing is, we don't generally expect a check raise to come out of maybe some of the middling pairs, even on boards such as these where they turn into overpairs. So some concerns for Elton, of course. He does put in the extra 40,000. 8 of clubs is very dry. Pot up to 190. Biao with the betting lead.
Yeah, excellent turn card for Ding Biao. Doesn't change the board texture. The 8 doesn't rate to improve either player. $130K. It's a guessing game time for Elton. He loses 2 sets. He loses to ace-5 and 5-6, which is
So how long is the delay?
definitely in Ding Biao's range.
I think it's an hour.
1 hour.
So at the end of this level, that's when we'll.
Okay.
$130 into 190. And it isn't just this particular street that Elton needs to be mindful of, but also what happens if something dry rolls off on the end and we face further aggression.
Yeah, the main hand he beats is flush draws.
Yeah, he unblocks the hearts.
Exactly.
It could be a combo sort of flush draw involving the ace of hearts. Elton does make the call. 450 in the middle, heading to the river. Board pairs, and now Ding is full. But interestingly, the 8 is actually a good card for Elton. Just in case, somehow, some way, Ding Biao found himself with 2 pair. It's been counterfeited.
Yeah, I would say it's just in general, it's a good card, right? Because no flushes come in,
Yeah.
no wheels got there,
Yeah.
no overcard to the 10.
Those are the more important attributes.
But it's a amazing run out for Ding Biao. Overpairs feel very confident on this run out.
Oh, he's praying that queens, kings, something of that nature lurks across the way that can call a healthy bet here on the river. How greedy would you get in this spot, Randy?
And you just got to ask the question is, how the maximum that my opponent doesn't hero fold against me.
Oh, he downsizes. 125 now into the 450, and this is clearly discombobulating for Elton. I admit this was not really on the docket for me in terms of potential bet sizes.
Maybe he feels that if he bets 125K, his opponent has aces, they will raise for him with the smaller kind of sizing.
But this pot is so big already, Randy.
I feel you.
I agree that that does seem like it is the intention. Elton does make the call. Ding shows him the bad news. And that is a meaningful transfer of chips, leaving Elton with just 561 when the dust clears and catapulting Ding Biao northward. Is he rocking Boss's old RM? The same one?
Look, I don't know who. I feel like they all own their own RMs
I'm
out there.
not literally that piece.
Yeah, but just saying the same.
Yeah, that white citric mill.
It's expensive hardware.
Oh, come on. It's so funny because when I was walking yesterday through the shopping esplanade here, I look over and I just see Ding Biao inside one of the, designer stores, and I was like, uh-oh, there's going to be a dent put into your inventory shortly here, guys. Brace yourselves.
Sorry, we're all sold out.
I hope nobody on tour that likes fashion wears Ding Biao size, because you're going to have a tough time finding what you need by the time this festival's over. An abbreviated one, of course. This particular Triton Super High Roller Series, a collaboration with the World Series of Poker Paradise here at Atlantis in the Bahamas, hosting the Triton Million Invitational, which you're watching now for 3 days, and then a Triton Main, and that'll be it. No other side events or closers of any sort. No Pot Limit Omaha or Short Deck.
Yeah, but we still have coverage, right, of the World Series of Poker.
Wow, your energy levels really waned as you brought that up, Randy. Yes, we'll be covering the World Series of Poker Paradise as well, for good reason. A $50 million guarantee in that one. Staggering. Meanwhile, Hopkins, King 5 offsuit, choosing to 3-bet Sinan's pocket sevens up to 55,000. Again, we see the offsuit king combo, not unlike the way in which it was employed by Foxen earlier, played as an activation.
You have 2 stacks.
Yeah, I put the big ones over here. And that one's
hanging
over
in there,
because I
and he's
kept
got
trying to
third
mix them
pair
up.
effective on a 10-high board. Hopkins with 5s. We've seen friskiness out of this camp already. He did manage to barrel his way out of a busted flush and straight draw, turning a pair of 4s into a bluff earlier against Yuso Koskela. And here he is, firing 30 into 116.
For Unlu, he's got pocket sevens, he's got position, a pair, small bet, pretty comfortable call, react accordingly on the turn.
Unlu making the call and not going to mind this second 10 on the turn.
And Hopkins actually likes this turn card as well. It makes him want to show this one down. Try to get to showdown cheaply, as the 5s could still be best. He is reaching for more chips. Another small bet.
Yeah.
You never love to see double barrels when you're holding a pocket pair like this in 3-bet pots, but when they come in this small and the texture is relatively clean, kind of just force the call. You know, it's what, 25% pot or so? You might also think if my opponent had a big pair, they might want to slow down with the board pairing 10, just given that the 10 should be in Unlu's range a bit. So it is a bit confusing as opponent is double barreling once again.
Unlu hangs around. His call brings the pot to 256,000 and a dreaded ace on the end, just in case Hopkins 3-bet was attached to some of that stuff. James needs to be mindful as well, given that Unlu was the pre-flop opener, as to whether or not Sinan has been lurking here with ace-x, possibly a diamond ace-x specifically.
Yes, Sinan can definitely have ace-x of diamonds, you know, call a small bet on the flop with backdoors, turn a diamond draw, continue once again. Sinan can also have 10x. He could have full houses. Hopkins turning his hand into a bluff now, realizing that ace is relatively scary, and he's a beast.
I mean, 155, let's go. I'd say he rolled up his sleeves, but he's wearing a T-shirt. James Hopkins, ladies and gentlemen, making his presence felt out here on the invitee side of the bracket, not bringing further attention to himself, just quietly kind of navigating, but doing so to great effect as we get a look at the chip counts across our current 3 feature tables. Hopkins there, mid-pack, 1.25 million roughly in front of him. Far more than we can say for Elton Sang, who now sits at 561,000, neck and neck with Yuso Koskela as the shorties at the blue feature table. Foxen, along with Greenwood, sub 200 bigs over at Redville. And the Golden Boys, helmed by Texas Mike. Yet to get a glimpse at that table, Randy. I'm salivating over the prospects of seeing exactly how Monsek has been approaching matters.
Monsek with Katola?
Sure, because we ended
a good table.
Oh, no, we
in the structure, it just has 15-minute breaks for everyone.
Yeah,
I don't know if they
because
changed
we end at 9:30, right?
something like that. I assume.
I would maybe try the steak, and then we can at least get a baseline for like what's.
Maybe it's.
I was
just
also thinking like
the chicken is the problem, maybe.
I was
Hopefully.
also thinking the braised short rib could be okay because it's probably just been like sitting in like a pot.
Yeah,
You know, like
it's hard to mess up something that you're supposed to cook for 6 hours at like a low heat.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll find a way.
Foxen might maybe disagrees with that crock pot take there. You know, my girlfriend brought a slow cooker home recently. These things are big, man. They take a lot of space up in the kitchen. How often are you actually using them? But she swears I'm going to love what comes out of it, so.
You're a very grateful person, my friend.
She brought it from her house. It's not like she bought the thing. You know what I mean? It was collecting dust at her place.
Appreciate that.
It was probably taking up too much room in the kitchen, which is why she brought it to mine. Now I'm like, what is this eyesore? But maybe we'll do some short rib, Randy. You can come over, you know, just fly in from Melbourne. And
You really sold it well, though. Yeah,
what,
nice.
the crock pot? I'm not.
Yeah, okay.
I was fine without it. I'll be fine with it, I guess.
No, you have to be.
It's so true, man. Every time, by the way, we travel to one of these Triton stops, I come home and something's different. You know what I mean? I'm like, what'd you do here? What is this? Did you change the furniture? What's going on in the closet? Why is there a new appliance? And it's only when I leave town. Because she knows if I'm there, I'll sniff it out immediately and be like, no, stop, come on.
So is it positive changes?
Nah, it's usually stuff she knows I wouldn't sign off on, if
Oh,
I'm being
right.
honest.
Got it.
8-6 suited. Kuhn signing off on the suited 1 gapper. Under the gun +1, by the way, showing his range. Mosbach doing a little bit of the same from the button as he seeks privacy with King 10 of clubs.
You just got the grilled chicken breast, Dan?
Yeah.
86 is out.
Alex, can I take a look at that?
Yeah,
Nice work there from Mario.
Can I do the beef tenderloin, please? Yeah. Yeah, he wanted to order too. Oh, you need to here. Can I just grab another one? I'll give this one then. Or just the beef tenderloin is good for me. Yeah. He wants to look first though. Yeah. I'm just giving him the menu.
Also, those were menus.
Yeah. But it was kind of like the Din Tai Fung style menu where you check your boxes, it seemed like, right? People had the pen, but now, you know, if they're reusing them, which I think is probably the better way to go. And maybe we've abandoned
Eco-friendly,
that.
all right? Is he going to get that beef tenderloin soon, or does he have to wait 6 hours in a crock pot, though?
No, man, beef tenderloin is it's just a fillet. You don't
You
don't crock pot that, Randy. And this tender pair of aces could potentially get further tenderized by Dvoris. Ace queen on the button, though. He's going to play it as a flat, unfortunately for Bads. And now Nick Schulman with an excuse to hop in there. Queen 10 of diamonds in the small, just north of the min, the raise sizing.
Call.
Foxen in the big can close the action quite comfortably with King Queen, although, you know, with a raise and 2 flatters in there, we do have some issues with the intrusiveness of the holding, I would guess, Randy, right?
A little bit, but, you know, you're getting a good price. Let's just see what happens.
Sure. We'll worry about that down the streets, and we won't worry about it on the 9-7-4 board, which we are divorced from as Foxen. Same story for Schulman as he checks it along with Alex, and now Bads with the aces. Gets to pick a size. And his size 0.
Yeah, none. You tend to see this a lot more multi-ways with deep stacks. Because even with aces, you're not looking to get raised on the flop and see big turn bets and river bets. So, take 1 street off the table as we check it around. Trouble for Schulman now.
Yeah, he's hit top pair on the turn. Little does he know it. But danger lurks. Out of position against 3 others. He does check, however. Nice start.
Gut shot for Foxen, and it's his half a board texture from the big blind. He's going to check it. It's starting to get a bit uncomfortable for Badziakowski. So has the overpair. Board's getting very connected, but he also doesn't really want to bet and face a check raise, so it's a bit confusing on how to approach this one on the turn.
I mean, the problem with not putting any chips in there is you lack some clarity beyond the single data point of people's willingness to call your 9K pre once we arrive at the river. And so he does find 15,000. And he'll worry about check raise sorts of developments in the event they materialize, which doesn't rate to be the case here. You see Schulman contemplating how to proceed.
Schulman's got top pair.
Call.
Decent kicker. Draws to keep honest. Makes the call. Got shots out.
See if Shulman can find the 10 or queen he needs to take the lead here. And he can, running 10s as the aces are cracked. Incredibly fortunate run out here for Nick.
Feels like Makita's going to check this one back. The 10 is clearly problematic for hands that are willing to check call to turn 4 ways.
Also, Bads has the ace of clubs, just in case it was a suited ace of club flush draw that stuck around on the turn.
Right.
Bad card to have in hand.
And if he's betting against 8-9.
Terrific check back there from Bads, and kind of the stuff we've come to expect from him procedurally is just one of the greats. Shulman has no idea that it was aces that actually check back. Once the tape gets rolled back, he'll be maybe a little bit miffed that he didn't get a barrel out of Makita there.
On me?
Folded around to the small blind of Fox, and he and Kuhn played an impactful one where Alex bluffed his way through. Flush on the board. Would have been a chop at showdown. Alex denying Jason the opportunity to get there. Once again, kicks this one off with a limp and a glare. Very much standard fanfare out of Alex Foxen, nothing personal. But when you're as jacked as he is, you know, and then you're staring at Jason, who's obviously a little jacked himself, it can look like these guys are about to come to fisticuffs. Not the case, though. Check back from Jason, and top pair and a gutter. The fruits on this flop.
Yeah, I wonder who would win in a fight, actually.
You know, I think everybody loses, if I'm honest. There's going to be some real damage done. Jason looking to do a little damage with this hand. Queen 4 does not rate to be a customer. And check fold as this round goes to Kuhn, but far less profit as he claims a small rebate. Jason breaking into song a little bit there, despite the fact that things haven't gone his way in the recent orbit. But obviously north of the 1 million starting stack, nothing for him to worry about.
It's 2-5.
Yeah, Jason currently sitting in 15th in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, off the high water mark, of course, but still all part of the process.
Foxen gonna raise King 5 suited, 3x. 3x is adjustment given how deep they are pre-flop. Doesn't shake out the 7-5 offsuit though.
Well, Greenwood digging in. Sticky big. adhesion will likely be diminished by this Queen 9-4 board. Foxen, of course, connecting in the form of spades. Plenty of excuses to continue to deliver. Job done. All right, Randy, we've got some division in the chat regarding the crockpot discussion that we were having earlier.
What is it?
Some agree that the frequency of use versus space occupied, means maybe we don't go that route. Others think it's the nuts. How do you not own one? But one thing I think on which we can all agree, as submitted in the chat
Oh yeah, right here.
by Trey, is an air fryer is the nuts. Do you have an air fryer?
Air fryer is the nuts.
Now, see, I know you would think that because of the story you told about trying to prepare dinner when you were on mommy duty.
Yeah. My daughter had chicken nuggets every single day. It's just, 170 and 13 minutes, 5 nuggets exactly. Perfect every single time.
5 nuggets exactly, Randy? I mean, what are you rationing over there at the Lou household? I mean, what is it, a 5-piece? These big nuggets, or what's going on, man? I mean, break bread. You're doing all right.
So I figure, yeah, man, that's bad dad, isn't it?
Did you have an instruction manual from Selena? Was she
I did.
saying you have max 5 nugget?
It
protocol?
says 5 nuggets. I just didn't want to, I wasn't sure
Do you
how
have
much time to add or subtract if you add one or.
Do you have a baby air fryer and that's all that fits?
No. I'm rationing over here, yeah.
It said medium on the thing, but that's not medium.
You can cook a turkey in the air fryer these days.
Okay, first off, anyone that owns an air fryer big enough to put a turkey into, I've got serious questions for you. A baby turkey, a pheasant, perhaps squab, but full-size turkey, like for family dinner? What do you wheel that thing in like a refrigerator?
You can put the stuffing inside as well.
Does it run on hydrogen? Like what? Just fuel rods in there? What's going on? Shulman puts a little cranberry sauce out there. Doesn't find patrons. What'd you do for Thanksgiving, Randy? Anything interesting?
What day is Thanksgiving again? That's recent.
Wow. Guys.
We don't celebrate Thanksgiving in Australia, okay?
This is the thing. What passport are you using now? You have an Aussie passport?
No.
Okay. You're a U.S. passport holder, Randy. Therefore, you should celebrate the arrival of the infiltrators into Plymouth each and every November, last Thursday of the month, by slaughtering a bird and enjoying it with mashed taters.
Do you know when we slaughtered the bird in Australia? For Christmas. That's when they eat turkey.
Really?
Yeah, I'm serious. Down under.
Shouldn't they eat kangaroo? Just because they're kind of invasive. I understand they're like huge rats. Like they're a real problem out there. They can be anyway.
I'll let them know.
Maybe not in your neighborhood, Randy, but I'm just saying, I've watched them. Anyway. Greenwood hops in. King 8 of clubs. Divorce. Defends with Jack 9. 2 true Triton veterans who've played countless pots versus one another. Ace 8-6 board. How about it? Pair and a flush draw for Greenwood. Exactly what he had in mind. The unfortunate thing for him is Divorce is divorced from the texture.
Yeah, I would think this hand is just going to be bet fold most of the time, unless Daniel is feeling frisky. So an 8K C bet, 25% pot or so.
every now and again, these cheeky sizings can keep hands retained that we wouldn't expect to otherwise be in there. And that's exactly what happens is Dvorak is looking for equity on the turn. And he does pick up a gut shot.
And you know, Greenwood's got one of those hands that doesn't necessarily need to bet the turn. It rarely gets a better hand to fold. He can have a flush that's very disguised if that comes in, if he checks it back.
Probably.
So it does go check, check on the turn. And on the river, the gutter slides right in for Dvorak. Don't try this at home.
How nice is that for Dvorak? He was thinking, okay, what do I need to bet when I miss? And it just goes check, check. Oh, maybe I just go for hefty value now against some weak ace X.
That would make sense.
Queen high straight for Daniel.
Yeah. I mean, potatoes are fucking cheap anyway. Why they gotta make them powdered?
Never go bad.
Really taking his time here.
It's probably a good sign you shouldn't eat something if it never goes bad.
Yep.
I mean, he's looking to target one pair hands with this bet, presumably, right?
Yeah, ace X. If it's a hand that's two pair, it's something that just backed into it like queen 10. He's gone polar with the overbet.
Yeah, and you see Greenwood
It's like, really?
recognizing. You were saying, Randy, it's really...
No, I mean, Greenwood is thinking, really?
Oh, yeah.
You hear Greenwood muttering to himself. Folds it.
You know, it's so funny because these guys are so keenly aware of what the intention of their opponent is when they choose to take on certain posture. And then they're curious as to, well, is this honest intent or is this deceptive intent? And
I
that's
think you're getting powdered, man.
a lot of the
for,
calculus.
For introducing food. The baby, I think you're getting powdered mashed potatoes at the store, because then, like, you know, you just, like, wake up in the morning, whatever, boil some water, yeah. And, like, it all ends up on the floor anyway, so it's, like, it's not like, I'm going to
practice
what
food.
am I going to do, like, boil potatoes and that, and...
They talking about powdered potatoes? That's a
Randy,
crime, right?
What are you telling me? You're whipping up fresh mashed potatoes at the house? It's not that hard, by the way. I do it, but I'm looking at you and I'm putting a read on, and I'm saying powdered potatoes really could be in your lane. While the air fryer's going, you simply add water, butter, milk, and you have yourself
into the air fryer.
No mashed potato, Randy. You're gonna start a fire at home. I'm just telling you. Greenwood lights a match with 7-8 of clubs, jacks for bads. 3 scoops.
Aces for Shulman.
Oh boy.
What a sight. A 3-bet in front of you. And Makita's got the type of hand that can call a 4-bet as well.
So the opener, Greenwood, steps out promptly, and now not so easy to step aside if we're bads, who's looking over, sizing up Shulman's stack. Shulman came into this one 1.1 million. Bads with just 1 million. Will make the call.
Yeah, Bads also has position, so he can navigate against Ace-King reasonably well. If it does come Ace-King on the flop, obviously he's looking to hit a jack. And that could save him.
6 deuce board. 1 over card to the jacks. It is a pesky one, of course, in that it's the king, the ace kings of the world connecting.
Yeah, and Shulman's 4-bet cold range is very ace-king heavy. Of course, the bigger pairs to the jacks.
50.
If it's bluffs, it tends to be like ace-5 suited, ace-queen. Ace-queen suited mainly, I would think. Maybe a little bit ace-queen offsuit. Ace-jacks tend to hit the muck pre. Against 50K, he probably will call 1 to keep Shulman honest.
Another 100,000. Slide into the middle now. This pot at 343K. Queen on the turn. Another overcard for Bads to contend with, and this could be relief.
Yeah, it's actually a bad card, though, for Shulman. He could be up against queens, a king-queen suited that got a little frisky pre-flop. There's a bit of danger here for Shulman. In general, though, this is a bad card for Bads. Some of the cold 4-bet bluffs ace-queen got there.
Oh, really? Yeah. Your dad and your...
He, when like I look at pictures of him when he was my age, is like literally exactly the same.
Is he really big?
Yeah, well, he was like an inch short. I mean, he died like 10 years ago. But he was like, or 15 years ago now. Wow. Time heals. But yeah, it's.
So the turn goes check, check. Now backdoor spades arrive. Shulman obviously pleased not to be facing a bet from Bads that could create some potential discomfort.
Yeah, now that the turn got checked through, Shulman doesn't have much worries on his mind.
His side of the family, I've like.
It seems like a mandatory bet for value.
Second shortest of like the 9 guys. No. 2 over 6'10". Just fucking gigantic.
Or Dutch or what? Like, how the fuck are y'all at me?
No, like Northern Ireland, Scotland area. So I guess kind of like
on the front lines.
Yeah, like I don't know. I guess like kind of like Scandinavian, almost that area of the world.
Holy shit.
But yeah, it's insane. Chrissy,
45.
At Thanksgiving is like you can't find her.
45,000, a very downsized bet into the river here.
You know, I believe the reason is he doesn't think there's that much King X in Bads' range. You know, King Queen would bet the turn, given it would hit 2 pair. Ace King he blocks. King Jack suited's probably not calling pre-flop too often against a cold 4-bet. So with the small bet, he can just target some random hands, just hoping they call, or maybe he can induce a raise, and he's looking to pick off against that.
Well, backdoor spades are unblocked by Shulman, so it would be a bit of a lump in our throat if Mikita had risen up, but instead he bins it properly. And Shulman will take down a healthy pot.
They're gonna look like my kids.
Yeah.
Be shocked if they reach 6 feet.
Yeah. There's upsides to both for sure.
Yeah.
Every team needs the little quick guys.
You need the quick powerhouses.
Yeah, exactly.
But he needs a tailback.
Yeah.
You know, Haloti Nada, he was like a big DT for the Ravens. He was like Samoan. And some guy went to his house and he's like, wow. He's like, you know, he's such a positive guy. And like he met all his kids and he's like, wow, and I didn't even know he had like a son who had like developmental disabilities, but he had like an H-oil who like, you know, clearly has something wrong with him. Like, no, that kid's 3.
Holy shit.
You just thought
he was a slow growing 8-year-old. He's just a giant 3-year-old.
He's just like the biggest 3-year-old you've ever seen in your life.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't know if you caught that story, but anyway, moving on.
Know the alphabet, you know?
Sometimes laying out for the table talk is dangerous, Randy.
Yeah,
King Queen suited for Bads. He's back in the saddle here. Mosbach picking on him with a 3-bet.
Big person.
Just crazy.
Pocket sevens, the motivator.
It just seems like it's impossible for those people to be like super lean. They're just always like. I've never seen.
I know they eat terribly.
Yeah.
Like not like into breeding, but you know what I mean. It's a small population. It's not like.
Yeah, the gene pool is on the shallower side. I imagine it has to be a common.
Bads. Flicks in the extra 24. Mosbach goes behind the scarf. Well, it's
not
a
a
hoodie,
scarf.
I know, but it's, you know.
I get it.
Repurposed. 5-3 deuce board. No overcard complications for the pre-flop 3-better. Bads whiffing. Save for the backdoor spades.
Quite a good flop for Mario. 3-bet pot as the aggressor of sevens. Rarely do you have an overpair.
20.
This is not a line we see too often. A lead from Makita on a texture that rates to kind of hit that 3-better a little bit in terms of having some gut shots. I would think that Makita's got a lot of intention from multi-barrels to lead so small because ace highs wouldn't be folding. Look at Mario.
Takes the 20K lead and shoots it up to 55. Just thinking something about the story doesn't check out here.
Yeah, it doesn't really check out. I agree. And Mario is looking to define his hand.
And in terms of Makita, you know, the decision to lead over here is a bit of a test, which has come back positive. And the price of administration, 20K. Bad's trending in the wrong direction. Well, we're going to flip back over to one of our other feature tables, and as we do, we take a minute to remind you once more to head on over to GG Poker. If you have any interest in a free $50 ticket to the Weekender, minimum deposit of $20 gets the job done. Simply use promo code Triton_2024 when signing up. Offer valid to everybody not named Randy Lou.
Oh, I was so close to signing up once again.
Randy was picking up his tablet. It's like, how do I? You know, we had to load the Net Nanny onto your
You must
iPad,
have had a big hand.
Randy, so
Yeah.
you can't grind online anymore while we're in the booth.
I've never seen anyone do that. Like,
Regret to inform you.
Yeah, someone deleted the GG Poker app on this.
apart from having aces.
You're looking at him.
Oh. Thanks, Daddy.
Oh, you were looking. You weren't looking at me at that moment. You were looking at producer James, so that's what I meant by
Bleznick
that.
laid down queen.
Oh,
Sure.
he deleted it. I would never do that to you, Randy.
Maybe jacks or
Your
nines.
secrets are safe with me,
I had a big hand, not you.
of which you've shared none.
You really have painted this picture that I'm this huge DJ, by the way.
If he
Looking
did
for
have, like,
value in
nines
spots.
Or like a pair like that, you probably
It's
wanna-
true, though.
You could have put me on aces or kings, and you might
I mean,
set, and you set mine because we're so deep, right?
Hey, have you
What can
seen
I
the
say?
casino we've been walking through
I'm an
each day?
artist. Yeah, I'm sure you got a VIP card. Atlantis black card holder, Randy Lou. Queen 3 deuce board here, bottom pair against a gut shot straight draw. Elton was the opener.
Say, own your soul, and send you the text.
Remember when you lost when I had queen 10?
All about
Make that
owning
my
the
new
fold.
profile picture.
You scooping the.
Elton's got bottom pair. Check calls.
Yeah, taking a defensive post-flop posture and finding an ace on the turn to create some comfort.
Plus, I'm that old guy, and that's like one of those old school moves to limp with aces, and then like somebody raises, and that's when you
Koskela.
suck it to them, and they'll never know it's going, right? And now I'm that old guy.
Has it checked over to him once more after stabbing on the flop. Let's see what he has on his mind here on this turn. No heart in hand. And no reason to bet, he decides. Finds a pair of fours. Four-liner on board now.
An unlikely four-liner, though. Hence why Elton is comfortably value betting. 26K. Not looking to see some checkbacks from some marginal showdown value type hands. I wouldn't think the 4 is worth calling if you're going to continue for Koskela. Maybe we try and represent a big hand for raise, although checking back the turn, it's hard to represent a flush. So, he's done.
Show's over. One shot taken by Yuso on the flop. There were some whispers, by the way, at one of our tables during earlier coverage about these fabled nosebleed cash games on some of the yachts in this deep water port that is nearby the Atlantis. You know, I wouldn't mind a little invite from Skipper. I'm not saying to sweat or commentate on the poker per se, as interesting as that would be, but just, you know, I packed a suitcase that's super yacht appropriate for this one, if I'm being honest. So, you know, in the spirit of Michael Adamo, who took to Twitter to get himself into this event, I'm putting it out there right now on the stream.
All right, Ollie, you get in on that super yacht.
I need super yacht Insta material, Randy. You know what I mean?
You take a selfie with the skipper.
Yeah, I'll just hand my phone to the skipper and be like, hey, would you mind taking a picture of me? Pocket jacks. As Hopkins snaps it to 11,000. Koskela. 10-9 suited. Flats and Ding Biao. What's on his mind? Ace Queen in the small. A 3-bet to 55. Boy, Jack's always one of those awkward ones, especially super deep stack pre-flop.
The deeper you are pre-flop, the more this goes into the call range rather than 4-bet. Just because it gets very confusing if you get resistance when you 4-bet, and you know whether they 5-bet or post-flop, it's unclear as well. So we are gonna go heads up to the flop.
$131 in the middle. 8-6 deuce. Cozy texture for Hopkins.
So check from Ding Biao. Hopkins got to feel pretty good about that. Try to get some random 8x that might have 3-bet you from the small blind to pay off. 2 overcards like Ace King, Ace Queen. Brings in 70,000. Roughly half the pot. Not much for Ding Biao. If he does continue, it would be very difficult to navigate, as it'd be a bit of a guessing game on whether his opponent's got a draw or not, and he just relinquishes.
Didn't get himself in any further trouble. 70K meaningful enough out of Hopkins to get the job done. He's performing quite well here of late.
Yeah, he's one of the newcomers.
Yeah, playing under the Aussie banner. Poker, though, has had some challenges of late, Randy. I'm sure you can attest to in Australia in terms of the live game.
Yeah, the most prestigious event, the Aussie Millions, hasn't been running for a few years now, but we hope to have it come back.
And a lot of that had to do with some government caps on like the amount that you can play.
Yeah, I've believe that nowadays you have to you've got a limit on how much you can play at a day, just random
financial or like number of hours even.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both actually, and the
yeah.
financial number is not that large.
I mean, certainly not big enough to accommodate.
Not
these
big enough for
events.
me to want to go out there and play, you know?
All right, Billy Big Time. No reason to flex. Of course, for Ding Biao, plenty of reason to flex. This time he's gone from ace-queen to queens. 3-betting the Koskela Open with Nagy sandwiched in between.
And keep in mind, he just 3-bet the last pot, so maybe players may feel that Ding is steaming a little bit. I wouldn't say he's prone to that, but you never know.
I mean, it's not so much about the reality, but rather the perception. If our opponents might think that's what's going on, every now and again you can see something unorthodox develop.
Yeah, and this is probably why Koskela is coming along with King 10 suited. Nagy's going to close this one out.
$138 in the middle. Both King 10 and Jack 9 stuck around, and look at this flop. Not only does it give Koskela top pair, but he's got that flush draw to boot. Nagy with a little tickle in second pair, and Ding Biao, having inflated this one, must decide how to proceed in a three-way affair with an under pair to the king.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky with 2 queens because you always fear the overcard, but you do kind of block some of those hands with king queen mainly, and also ace king would speak up pre-flop. So in terms of king X's, it's king jack suited and king 10 suited, which is what Koskela has in this spot. I'd like to see Koskela check call with this monster hand, just because maybe your opponent's bluffing and you know you can let your opponent catch up when you hit a flush. You've got a hand that can just pay off, and also Nagy, you don't really mind if he comes along as well. You can see him debating between raising and calling, but does find call.
So 43K, a man in front of him, and Nagy just bows out, avoiding trouble. And that card leaves Ding Biao drawing dead, in spite of the fact that he's got that queen of clubs working. Koskela connects with the flush and promptly checks.
Where'd you manage to find pretzels?
That queen of clubs is going to feel
if they're there.
that it's going to be very important for Ding Biao, that maybe he needs to actually hit a flush to win this pot. There isn't much merit to betting, though, because his opponent is getting a bit shallow, so he bet and gets jammed on. That would be a disaster.
Check back from Ding. Board pairs on the end. Koskela going to run a club check just to make sure it's what he thinks it is. And indeed, the second nut flush. Third nuts, I guess, technically, with the straight flush available.
Yeah, there shouldn't be too much fear of a full house as well as played with the turn check through.
Thank you, sir. I'll return the favor.
200K into 224. Now, if you're unpacking this one from Ding's perspective, Yuso was the pre-flop opener. Under the gun +2. Hijack. We 3-bet him. He stuck around. He hung in there in the face of the 43K on the flop. Didn't barrel on the turn. And now, all of a sudden, comes out swinging in a real way. Is this the kind of sizing that leaves us removing just a king?
Yeah, I believe we should be removing just a king, mainly because ace-king probably would have got in pre, given the stacks that started before the flop. King-queen he blocks. King-jack, king-10 probably wouldn't be going for this sizing, so it does kind of feel like a flush or full house situation. You know, if he's losing to a full house, it's pocket nines. Or quads, pocket sixes. But there's a decent amount of flushes in Koskela's range. If Ding Biao's ahead, he's up against like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Although, of course, holding two queens blocks that a bit. He's out.
Yep. Too rich, understandably, for Ding Biao. Not in the mood to be a hero. It wouldn't have been a good outcome for him if he had click call. Koskela. Ascending.
A pair. I had a 9. Flop a 9. I had Jack 9. Jack 9 hearts. If there was a heart there, I could continue, but maybe. Hey, we're playing for real.
I'm on ropes here already.
You Jack 9, so his real hand.
Huh?
You had Jack 9, so he had real hand.
Oh, it's on me. Sorry.
What did you
I thought
have?
you were tanking, Buzz.
I can't beat you.
He said he can't beat you.
Pocket sevens going to work once more for Koskela. Ace 5 for Bleznick.
Blez is still the chip leader. Sitting on 2.2 million now.
It's been a relatively quiet chip leader. Obviously, it was earned in one fell swoop. And this pot rates to be earned as well, as he's got himself top pair, depending on how ambitious Yuso gets. Flicks in a nickel. Jared, happy to call. 4-liner. Broadway availability. With this Jack of Hearts turn.
Dangerous turn card for Koskela to multi-barrel as he checks it back and hits the 7.
This is the least likely of scenarios for us to be beaten with an ace. Les just in full shutdown and see what our opponent wants to do mode. And with a set, if you're willing to flick 5K out there on the flop, with 3 overcards staring you down, obviously expecting to have heard from Broadway, you can understand why Koskela is going to barrel 50 into 37.
Yeah, he's gone very polar. He's trying to make his hand look as suspicious as possible because he's selling the story as, wouldn't I bet a 10 on the turn? So the fact that I check, it just looks, you know, desperate.
I mean, check back out of like lots of the 2-pair Broadway combos does feel like a thing, but then this sizing on the river, I'm not so sure would be attached to that. Nevertheless, Bleznick does get away. I don't think the read was set of 7s, but the read was better than ace 5.
Right.
It was correct.
Let me check.
Kulev's still in.
Yep, 22. He's a fighter.
Rob is... Rob.
Oh.
Word coming down, by the way, through the Triton Poker Plus app.
Rob is here, but he has...
That Rob Young has had his stack showered.
He doesn't play the
Randy.
tournament.
He was in at one point.
You're right.
He was in at one point, and I think he changed his mind. I don't know.
Do you have the
He was
particulars for us?
Rob
Who did Rob get now?
Nikita.
got in most of his chips in pre with 9s against aces of Raul Lozano, and then they got the rest in on Jack 10-8, so he had an open-ended straight draw against the 2 aces, but didn't get there. Lost a 1.4 million chip pot.
"30 minutes to decide whether or not he wants to hop back in for Rob Young. Took the high variance approach there. Meanwhile, 4 players take the 9-4-3 board. Pair of 4s for Koskela. Hopkins and Yuso both checking. Nagy with the underpair. Elton with the flush draw.
Yeah, Elton's got the best piece in the sense that it's got great maneuverability with the flush draw, 1 over card to the 9. Yuso's got middle pair, backdoor, straight draw. Against a cheap price, check calls.
$10K a man on the flop brought us to this point.
Now this is uncomfortable for Yuso. Yes, he's picked up a gut shot, but to see a 60K bet into 67 with just a pair, and he could easily be cooked as well. But undeterred, check calls with the best hand. 34% equity for Elton. 1 card to go. That card breaks out.
Our opponent has now called 2 barrels, 10 and 60K respectively. We have air and no hope at showdown realistically. And when that is the case, we tend to see
that makes me inclined to think that Yuso is more likely got some decent showdown value. Could be some pocket pair, even an overpair that check from under the gun that's playing passively. Yeah, he gives up, and it makes sense to do it with diamonds in hand because some of the hands you want to bluff out are ace-x of diamonds that would check call, check fold. So nicely done from Yuso. Do also want to bring your attention to the app because we also lost Sternheimer, but before I get to that, is that Daniel Negreanu
that
on our
is
next feature table?
Indeed, D-Negs on tap, on demand perhaps, based on some of the chatter in the YouTube streets with respect to tables that people would enjoy getting an opportunity to witness. Perhaps less so to have to navigate. That'll be the red feature. And might this be our other? Yes, indeed. The blue feature. We'll bring 2 ladies to the stage. And Sosia Jang and Saya Ono. Wai Kin Yong there as well. Monica Zukowicz apparently being mic'd up, so she too will be there. And there's Ryan Feldman to the left of Santosh Suvarna. That ought to be an interesting one. Nagy, interested courtesy of Ace King. Takes us to 10,000.
Called by Unlu. Yeah, we did lose Sternheimer as well. Got an ace-queen versus 2 jacks against Texas Mike for 900K pot. Queen 8-7 rainbow, giving Sinan the best hand.
10K barrel. Nagy wants to peel. Now he picks up the Broadway gutty here after having taken his foot off the gas post flop. See how Unlu responds to the fact that he didn't shed the pre-flop razor.
I wouldn't think you would need to turn this hand into a bluff. The 8s still show down decently. I'd be pretty tempted to bluff with ace king high just because it rarely shows down as the winner as played. He is going to give it up, and it's great for Sinan. As he's sitting there with a pair of 8s on a bad texture, but he just win this one.
Standard board when you have ace king up.
Jack comes, kind of gets better, but not really. Nice hand.
So, full shutdown from the turn and beyond, especially upon the arrival of that 4-liner and Unlu. Takes a modest one. Sinan, by the way, plays under the Turkish banner. I believe he first joined us in Cyprus. That's North Cyprus, to be exact, the part of the island that many Turks do frequent and reside in.
Yeah, looking at his Triton Poker Plus resume, he's basically only played the Invitationals. He did play 125K in Cyprus, but in 2022, but he played the 200K Invitational, came back in 23 in Cyprus, played the Invitational 200K, and then got 10th in Monte Carlo just last trip.
Yeah, that was a really solid performance turned in by him. $418,000 as he raises and takes it.
Do you have any idea what that means? I don't even know what it is.
Feels gold.
Nothing? Well, yeah.
It's like the god of gambler.
Huh?
Something like that.
Like a gambler or not a gambler?
The god of gambler.
Oh, okay. Cool.
May I look at it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's really gold. Oh, nice.
We talking about Chow Yun Fat?
You know, it's so funny because only people of a certain age are going to know what you're talking about, given these old school Chinese movies featuring the
God of Gamblers.
legendary Chinese actor
Just 2 letters.
called
means
God of Gamblers.
Crazy. Thank you.
He played Mahjong, though.
He did play Mahjong, but you don't think he can
Also two
run it up in a poker game?
I mean, like...
Dude was hitting magical hands out of nowhere, you know?
I don't think you're giving him a seat in your poker game. If you've seen the movies.
He's got like, you know, the 3 dots. He turns into 2 dots all of a sudden. Just a little bit of a rub.
Okay, spoiler alert, Randy. You know, I mean, maybe somebody wanted to watch it. 7-5 deuce here. Interactions for both parties after Blez opened with the 8-5 suited. He's got backdoor diamonds, second pair up against the gut shot. No betting and no changes on the turn after the jack rolls off.
When you have a gut shot like this, and you tend to fire out on the turn when it checks through on the flop, you've got equity, you have pair outs against ace highs that will check back the flop quite a bit. You also have a bit of a range advantage too once it checks through. Definitely starting to get very tricky for Bleznick with no flush draw present. He's basically keeping straight draws honest if he wants to continue.
It is sad that we don't have the gamble door.
Look at this one. 140K raise out of nowhere.
Gamble door.
Gamble God?
All of a sudden, punishment
Yeah, the
from Bleznick as Ding Biao popped his head up out of the sand
Ah.
with the gutter for 26 and gets smacked up.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, the thing is, even if Ding
that guy.
incidentally has hit a jack here, this amount of pressure is a lot to take, especially when you consider that it should be followed up on by another barrel on the river, by anything willing to make it that big on a very dry texture. So well done, Jared Bleznick. He happened to have the best hand, but
you lost the chip.
obviously we didn't expect that.
That's bound to happen at some point.
You're not the goat anymore.
It'd be sick if you like double up the first hand and chip lead all the way until you win first place. That'd be a record.
Oh no, you're first again.
You just got by small.
Yeah, I thought the bad news was Kulev's out.
You lost Kulev?
That's worse news for me. Break.
You heard Bleznick mention that Alex Kulev is out of there. That was his pairing. Efforting what exactly transpired with respect to Kulev and his demise.
You know, Kulev's got 30 minutes to plunk in another 500K.
Jack 4 deuce board here. Spade draw acquired for Koskela. He was the pre-flop raiser with this suited one gapper. Nagy with second pair effective on this jack high board, having flatted the sevens, will keep Koskela honest. Does have the best hand, as you see. Ding Biao bowing out, leaving it heads up. Spade rolls right in, no waiting for Koskela, who's now got Nagy drawing dead. Not that the sevens are all too proud.
Yeah, and Koskela is just gonna try to continue to build the pot. He's been quite splashy. No spade in hand for Nagy. Should be over.
Good level for you.
Yeah.
And that it is. As you hear Nagy mention that this was a fruitful level
Smiling.
for Juuso Koskela.
Almost to start in stacks then.
There you go.
I'm still missing some.
That said, things didn't start out fruitfully for him. As you see, he is 6th of 7 runners at that blue table, which will be giving way to a new feature not long from now. Players heading to a break. As we welcome you back to the desk, Ali and Randy once more. And, well, Juuso Koskela did manage to put together a little something there toward the end, but of course being sub 1 million, not the place that you want to find yourself in. And in spite of how great those feature tables were, we've got some new ones headed our way just in a few moments. Alex Kulev, by the way, still showing his present in the Triton Poker Plus app. Of course, we make no bones about this. Coverage is live, but we are on a delay to protect the integrity of the action out there. So Kulev's still on vapors, roughly 100 and something thousand if you're on the Triton Poker Plus app, living in the delay as we are. But the coverage comes in with those players having had the discussion in the future. So, any thoughts on that last frame, Randy?
No,
Nothing?
not too much,
Let's
right?
chew on it a little bit. Let's give it a minute. We'll come back. We'll unpack the new feature tables, and we'll take a look at the overall leaderboard. That'll happen in about 10 minutes' time. Keep it close. And this tender pair of aces could potentially get further tenderized by Dvoris. Ace queen on the button, though. He's going to play it as a flat, unfortunately for Bads. And now Nick Schulman with an excuse to hop in there. Queen 10 of diamonds in the small, just north of the min, the raise sizing.
Call.
Foxen in the big can close the action quite comfortably with king queen, although, you know, with a raise and 2 flatters in there, we do have some issues with the intrusiveness of the holding, I would guess, Randy, right?
A little bit, but, you know, you're getting a good price. Let's just see what
Sure,
happens.
Sure. We'll worry about that down the streets, and we won't worry about it on the 9-7-4 board, which we are divorced from as Foxen. Same story for Schulman as he checks it along with Alex, and now Bads with the aces. Gets to pick a size. And his size 0.
Yeah, none. You tend to see this a lot more multi-ways with deep stacks. Because even with aces, you're not looking to get raised on the flop and see big turn bets and river bets. So, take one street off the table as we check it around. Trouble for Schulman now.
Yeah, he's hit top pair on the turn. Little does he know it, but danger lurks. Out of position against 3 others. He does check, however. Nice start.
Gut shot for Foxen, and it's his half a board texture from the big blind. He's going to check it. It's starting to get a bit uncomfortable for Badziakowski. So has the overpair. Board's getting very connected, but he also doesn't really want to bet and face a check raise, so it's a bit confusing on how to approach this one on the turn.
I mean, the problem with not putting any chips in there is you lack some clarity beyond the single data point of people's willingness to call your 9K pre once we arrive at the river. And so he does find 15,000, and he'll worry about check raise sorts of developments in the event they materialize, which doesn't rate to be the case here. You see Schulman contemplating how to proceed.
Schulman's got top pair.
Call.
Decent kicker. Draws to keep honest. Makes the call. Got shots out.
See if Schulman can find the 10 or queen he needs to take the lead here. And he can, running 10s as the aces are cracked. Incredibly fortunate run out here for Nick.
Feels like Makita's going to check this one back. The 10 is clearly problematic for hands that are willing to check call to turn 4 ways.
Also, Bads has the ace of clubs, just in case it was a suited ace of club flush draw that stuck around on the turn.
Right.
Bad card to have in hand.
And if he's betting against 8-9.
Terrific check back there from Bads, and kind of the stuff we've come to expect from him procedurally is just one of the greats. Schulman has no idea.
Looking to hit a jack. And that could save him.
King 6 deuce board. 1 over card to the jacks. It is a pesky one, of course, in that it's the king, the ace kings of the world connecting.
Yeah, and Schulman's 4-bet cold range is very ace-king heavy. Of course, the bigger pairs to the jacks.
50.
If it's bluffs, it tends to be like ace-5 suited, ace-queen. Ace queen suited mainly, I would think. Maybe a little bit ace queen offsuit. Ace jacks tend to hit the muck pre. Against 50K, he probably will call one to keep Shulman honest.
Another 100,000 slide into the middle now. This pot at 343K. Queen on the turn, another overcard for Bads to contend with, and this could be relief.
Yeah, it's actually a bad card though for Shulman. He could be up against queens, a king-queen suited that got a little frisky pre-flop. There's a bit of danger here for Shulman. In general, though, this is a bad card for Bads. Some of the cold 4-bet bluffs, ace queen got there.
Oh, really? Yeah. Your dad and your.
He when like I look at pictures of him when he was my age, is like literally exactly the same.
Is he really big?
Yeah, well, he was like an inch short. I mean, he died like 10 years ago. But
I
he was
didn't
like,
know that.
yeah, or 15 years ago now. Wow.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's all right. Time heals. But yeah, it's.
So the turn goes check, check. Now backdoor spades arrive. Shulman obviously pleased not to be facing a bet from Bads that could create some potential discomfort.
Yeah, now that the turn got checked through, Shulman doesn't have much worries on his mind.
His side of the family, I've like.
Seems like a mandatory
18 first
bet
cousin,
for
but
value.
Second shortest of like the 9 guys.
No.
2 over 6'10". Just fucking gigantic.
Or Dutch or what? Like, how the fuck are y'all at me?
No, like Northern Ireland, Scotland area. So I guess
you
kind
guys are
of
just
like
on the front lines.
Yeah, like I don't know. I guess like kind of like Scandinavian, almost that area of the world.
Holy shit.
But yeah, it's insane. Chrissy
45.
At Thanksgiving is like you can't find her.
45,000, a very downsized bet into the river here.
You know, I believe the reason is he doesn't think there's that much King X in Bads' range. You know, King Queen would bet the turn, given it would hit 2 pair. Ace King he blocks. King Jack suited's probably not calling pre-flop too often against a cold 4-bet. So with the small bet, he can just target some random hands, just hoping they call, or maybe he can induce a raise, and he's looking to pick off against that.
Well, backdoor spades are unblocked by Shulman, so it would be a bit of a lump in our throat if Mikita had risen up, but instead he bins it. And welcome back to Paradise. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas, playing host to the Triton Million Invitational. One final frame for the two of us, Randy. 2 1-hour levels here. And let's dive right in with the few minutes that we've got before play resumes into the Triton Poker Plus app, where there is no shakeup in the top slot, but just look below it. 4 new faces rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, you're right about that. You know, we got Jared Bleznick, Socia Jang, Taylor Von Kriegenberg, Texas Mike, and Wai-Kin Yong at the top 5. You know, that's a
that's
a splashy one up there.
Here's the thing. Monsek's name in particular is the one that has been of real interest, both with us here in the booth and to many of those who are at home streaming, demands to see him at work. And, you know, whatever work he's doing out there, it's got him up to 1.93 million, almost 2x the starting stack, and it didn't all happen in one hand like it did, unfortunately, for David Einhorn, who fell with ace-king, having jammed it all in. Very first hand that he played, I think, against Blez, and that's what catapulted Jared to the top of the board. Let's take a look at these 2 new feature tables that we've got. Blue table, to begin with, is where we find 3 different ladies, Zukowicz, Jiang, and Ono. And you got Brandon Stevens, Suvarna, Ryan Feldman, and Wai-Kin Yong. This on the invitee side of the bracket. Ono can go pretty hard, Randy. She can make things spicy. You know, I mean, Suvarna, obviously, he too, even though we don't know what operating system he's loaded up for this one, can get a little bit frisky as well, some cash game action. This is going to be a nice feature to soak up. Now, let's turn our attention over to the red table, bringing that one up for you here in the Triton Poker Plus app in the expanded look. Negreanu. I mean, who doesn't want to see him operate? He's going to have his hands full, of course. It's just look who he's surrounded by.
And he's also got Chance Corniff making his Triton debut, so I'm pretty excited to watch this one. Of course, some heavy hitters, Chidwick, Pardo, Jan, Punsri, and Vieira. This is a tough one.
Yeah, we're talking about some Triton main event champs in the past, and Punsri and Chidwick to be exact. So things are going to get interesting in just a few moments as we're going to send it back down for the new level of play. Blinds will be 3,000 and 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante. Live from Atlantis Resort here in the Bahamas. An overcast, cloudy day. As I opened up the window this morning, breezy, beach sparsely occupied at best. And there is the occupation at our three featured tables. Chance Corniff helming things at that red table. You mentioned his name. Sosia Jang on top with 2.2 million. Second biggest stack in the field over at the blue table. And then TVK, Taylor von Kriegenberg. 1.9 million plus over at the gold table. Consider that Corniff's 1.3 million would be good for no better than third at either of the other tables, but good enough for first at his. So we'll start things off on the invitee side with Brandon Steven, the American, making it 14,000. Suvarna, 6-3 suited, Randy. Deep stack poker on display here.
Yeah, this is the Suvarna that likes to take a lot of flops when you got deep stacks.
Santos.
Yes.
Brandon with a little battle cry heading to this flop. King 7-6, one overcard to the 10s. Bottom pair and backdoor clubs for Suvarna.
Playing quickly.
Thank you so much. No, it wasn't. Thank you.
Wow, that's a good chunk of equity acquired on the turn here for Suvarna as the 25K C-bet gets called. Gut shot straight.
Where's your
and
edgy
flush draw.
story, Ryan?
With the pair.
Where's your edgy stories? Yeah. So we just you with your
80K.
picture. What happened to the video you recorded?
70, 80?
I feel like I posted one. Let me see.
Nice call here from Steven.
It probably didn't get posted because it takes a while to upload.
Yeah, let me look.
Take a long time to upload. Then
Oh, got there.
Well, bad river.
Oh, you're right.
And Suvarna makes the flush. 4 cards straight out there as well. Added reasonings
yeah, every time.
for Steven to step aside in the face of this barrel. Impending.
Massive 280K bet.
Nice hand, Santos.
Nice hand. All right, there, now it's up.
Santosh.
Brandon concedes.
Did you take a walk over by the Marina Village yet with all the yachts out there? Because I walked by, and one of the yacht is actually named Santosh. Not
Is
sure
it
if it's
really?
serious. I'm not kidding. There was a Santosh yacht out there.
I mean, listen, I knew Santosh was,
There's a chance
you know,
it's his.
well capitalized, but a Mariner? That I was unaware of. I mean, story checks out, but I don't know. We got to figure it out. We got.
It's
I might
still
have
out
to send
there.
a text.
It must
out.
still be out there. Take a look.
The SS Santosh?
SS Santosh.
MS Santosh? That'd be strong.
That would.
If you rent a super yacht, are you allowed to temporarily change its name while you're on it? You know what I mean? Like, hey, part of my deal here in the contract. I want temporary change of boat name.
You know,
Can you
there's
tag me?
different
Go
size
back to
yachts
the
out there
feature
too. It
table
was one of the
picture and
bigger
tag me?
ones.
Okay, sure.
Top
And
2.
then so I can repost it.
I mean, does that look like a man who's looking for a support yacht?
So,
No,
am I betting?
Get
Nah.
the real deal.
Never mind. Go ahead.
I mean, fine.
Yeah, that was the dilemma, you know. Bet
Well, the
call,
first
I
peep
said, nah.
at Dean Eggs. Out there draped in GG attire. Apropos of not only the fact that he is a GG Poker ambassador, but of their
I feel like
recent
I'm missing
acquisition
that 25K, but whatever.
of the World Series of Poker brand.
Probably in your blues.
Yeah, exactly.
Daniel is the one guy we've always been saying, when is he going to
No,
show
your
up to a
colors are
Triton
good.
series?
Colors are good? Okay.
We got him.
Yeah, the color of these lights with the color of the chips is
horrible.
A little dicey.
Now, it's December, Randy, and I know that the mustache thing is often attributed to Movember. And yet Chidwick still, I think it kind of grew on him. Not just literally.
Yes, yes. It's a permanent fixture now, isn't it?
It does work, if I'm being honest. But at some point, a craft cocktail is going to, like a Moscow Mule or something, and a copper mug needs to come out of that
What a
seat.
great hat, David.
What does it say? Rocket scientist?
It looks like it's an official NASA hat, by the way. Jack 8 turns into a gutter after Yan defends versus the preflop open from Chidwick's deuces.
You actually see a lot of bets from the smallest pocket pairs on these board textures because they unblock a lot of hands you can multi-barrel with, and you can get better pairs to fold, like the slightly bigger pockets. And helpful to have a club in hand in case you need backdoor clubs to take the lead at some point. Gut shot for Yan. Not interested.
Simply check and concedes to the 9K follow through as Chidwick maintains aggression. Hauls that one in. Hovering around the 1 million starting stack is Stevie. Appears to have been a fairly uneventful day for him.
Yeah.
So does he use like gel to kind of get the little curl upwards at the end?
I don't know if it's gel, Randy. I think there's mustache wax.
Okay.
Now, long as you've known me, I've never gone full stash. But, you know, there's a lot of products out. You know, I watch Shark Tank. There's been a lot of people come in and pitch these kind of men's grooming products and things like that. It's a real... It's like a serious industry.
He'd be a pretty good spokesperson for some mustache product.
Yeah, for sure.
They would just instantly, like, yeah,
me?
sign me up.
During the break, I walked through the tournament area and I saw another pretty impressive, you know, I don't know what you call it, handlebar, I guess, mustache with the twist. I'm not. It's not my domain.
I didn't know they had names for these different types of styles.
Randy, I gotta ask you,
handlebars.
do you have to shave?
Thanks, buddy.
Look how much you save, though, on those razor refills. His Corneth, Queen 4 suited, picks up a very lean stacked Juan Pardo, who's had some traumatic experience on the day, sitting just over 400,000 to start this one. Hops in with the King Salmon, covering the diamonds of Negreanu, which are connected and are defending. Out of the big blind, to the flop we go. King Jack 10, top pair for Pardo. Bottom pair for Dean Eggs, open ender for Corneth.
Not a clean piece for all three players, but a little something. dicey texture.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Kornuff is the pre-flop raiser. Backdoor hearts working. Open-ended straight draw. Looks like Kornuff has got 17,000 in front of him. Looks like the top pair laid it down as well as the 10-9.
That is remarkable. I'm just trying to understand. A 17K C-bet, very standard in size, into 51,000.
You're wondering why Juan folded top pair, I imagine.
Yeah.
And I believe it's most likely due to...
No diamond on board for him?
Yeah, a diamond on board, he's definitely in there. It's just your opponent's c-betting on that board texture doesn't tend to be too light, so you could be just drawing very slim or close to dead. Not much future board developments that favor you. You know,
Right.
ace, queen, 9, these are bad cards. Maybe you hit a 7, he's got 2 pair, and just stay out of the danger zone. Interesting. By no means standard, though.
Well, the thing is, we need to remember that this is the first day of a 3-day event. This is the pro side of the bracket. This is a lean stacked Juan Pardo, which maybe we even look at that and go, perhaps the King 7 suited is a bit speculative in terms of, you know, having 400K, which is still, big blinds wise, decent, but not as deep. And he puts it all together to just find the fold. So credit to Chance Kornuff for the follow through.
65.
Jack 7 suited. Concedes to round things out. Javier's open. Or rather 3-bet of Pardo.
And just one final note about that King 7. It's not like he's folding top pair on all type of textures.
No.
It's just that that one was so heavily favorable to the pre-flop opener.
He also had Daniel behind him. Granted, big blind closing the action. Don't need to assume that he's...
You know, that's actually a good point, though. Even because Daniel's involved, the C-better tends to not bet as often. So the fact that he's still betting makes it a little bit more fearful. And, you know, of course, Daniel could have just have a hand that's good to continue.
Putting up Punsri with the buzz. And King Jack. Makes it 14,000 to go.
Punat had an amazing Monte Carlo. A second for $1 million, a third for $2 million in the main. Opening King Jack.
Ace 3 being contemplated now by Chidwick. Swing and a miss for Stevie. Can't say the same for Punsri, who's got top 2.
Gonna pray for some action. Can't imagine Ace 3 wanting to continue against an undergun C-bet.
Uneventful exchange there. As you touched on, Punsri very much on form if you look back at that resume that he compiled in Monaco. Considerable damage done Wants to be part of the Thai contingent, which welcomes back Kanapang Tanaratakul, by the way, to this particular event. KT, as we refer to him, had missed him at a few stops.
It's been a while. I'm happy to see him back.
I didn't see Pachata Wangmachit out there. He had been a presence. I know the three of them involved in trying to push regulations to open up the Thai market to poker, and I have to assume if it does, won't be long before Triton pays that nation a visit. Be so many cool stops that we could choose from out there.
I'd be down for it.
I mean, Phuket, Koh Samui, Bangkok, of course. Chiang Mai might be a little bit ambitious. That's not really where you host a high-stakes poker tournament, but as I can attest, you can go for a walk with elephants.
Yeah, you can go for a walk with elephants in Chiang Mai.
Yeah.
That's nice to know.
Yeah, it was great, actually.
Is there more to the story? It feels like there is.
A little bit. 9-7 for both players. Pardo, suited edition, the opener. Under the gun +1. Bad-looking double gutters for both parties. Pardo, of course, could represent this board texture.
Yeah, and, you know, of course, he's the pre-flop raiser early position. Because the queen that gives Punsia straight gives him the bottom end, it makes him more likely to just give up on this flop. Especially because +1 has a lot of ace-x.
Yep.
I kind of want to hear more of the story.
Okay, so
is
look,
it appropriate?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Go on.
So it's like one of these elephant rescue things, because some of the places out in Thailand are a little bit dicey, where, you know, it's like forced labor, paint for me, but they have like a little hook in the back of the ear of the elephant. This is just retired, rescued, do what you like, and you hang out with them, you feed them or whatever. Toward the end of the day, though, they're like, oh, we're going to give the elephants a bath. So there's this like little lagoon or whatever, man. We went in there. This wasn't like a flowing body of water. This is stagnant. And then, you know, I mean, elephants don't really know where the bathroom is. So while we're in there bathing the elephants, one of them deuced, dude, and it cleared out the whole pool. I mean, this is, you know, like depth charges, you know, into the water. I mean, it's not a mild ripple, Randy, when an elephant decides to relieve itself in a small pool. Oh, man. Hashtag Thailand, good times.
Yeah. So we will be going to Triton, Chiang Mai, where this
No,
lagoons
we
are
shouldn't do
jumping
that.
out.
We shouldn't go to Triton, Chiang Mai. I'm just unpacking it now in my head. King, Queen. Dean Eggs will get in there. First opportunity we see him opening a pot as opposed to defending as big as he did with that 9-10, which check folded alongside Pardo to the Corneth continue. Corneth in the big blind.
You see it a limp from Negreanu?
Huh? Then I'll check.
Smart. Smart man.
Yeah, this is some of the stuff that once upon a time Daniel really explored more so than anyone else, Randy, including from the button.
It was kind of like the first to do a lot of these things, like min-raise pre-flop,
Yeah.
limping, small ball poker, as he puts it.
Been willing to go into the lab. Firing 12,000 into 21 here. Corneth with the gut shot. You heard him ask whether or not Daniel's got aces again, just given the limp. Chance is going to get sticky. Pot up to 45K. Turn is dry. Both players checking. Now on the river, Corneth left with 9 high. Could see some 4x, 7x checkbacks out of the big blind that would read credibly if Chance were to activate here.
Yeah, Chance can represent a lot of value hands. He doesn't necessarily need to bet only a jack. He could bet a strong 7 as played.
How much is the bet?
2/3 pot. And king high is the same thing as ace high in a spot such as this. In Negreanu's mind, he doesn't really anticipate this barrel to come from an ace high.
Yes, because ace high would have showdown value if chance had that. So for Negreanu, all of the straight draws did whiff. There's a lot of them, more so especially because Kornev got to see a free flop. So when hands like 5-3 and stuff like that. But he does lay it down. Nice one
This
for
is not
Kornev.
good anymore.
This is good.
Yeah.
Ace good. You want to call me with the king 10 of spades or something?
I could beat that.
You can beat the king 10 of spades?
Revelations in the post-mortem.
Threes?
No.
Kornev confessing that the ace is good, and Negreanu in turn confessing he could beat king 10, sort of narrowing the range of hands.
Yeah, and if it's not an ace, then it has to be king queen, given the jack out there.
Well, it could still
16
have been something else, but yeah.
I don't think Negreanu's folding a pair, but I feel you.
You heard Kornev ask whether or not it was threes. It was within the realm of possibility, but I tend to agree with you as played. Vieira with a pair. Pocket fives, interfering with the ace-5 of Pardo in the big. Pardo defending his big, finding the nut flush draw on a jack-high monotone board. Vieira with a flush draw of his own, and the fives. See what type of sentiments he has, with Juan having checked it over.
Yeah, quite a solid piece for Pardo.
No betting, no spade either, as the 8 of clubs comes off.
It's getting a bit dicey, this texture, as it's getting a bit connected. But with the flop check back from Vieira, Pardo could lean pretty hard if he wants to. He is going to check. As played for Vieira, likely going to check this one back, as he does have showdown value with the spade that he doesn't necessarily want to get blown off of.
So we do go to the river without any further action. 7 of hearts puts a 4-liner on board.
You know, I feel like this is a decent card for Juan Pardo to barrel at. His ace high doesn't have much showdown value because a lot of ace highs checking down with you are better. It's great news for Vieira to see the check. 2 5s are good.
This is perfect. Okay. Okay, I will. The thing I was charging Luca has, it's connected to his laptop over there. Are you able to grab that for me too?
We need the right people, yeah. When Santos wants to play, we do it. What's his name wants to come?
Rahul.
Always ask me.
Full
Yeah,
shutdown
Rahul.
left,
What's his
Vieira
name?
taking it down.
No,
Yes,
Faraz always wants to play. Faraz.
Back over.
Players from Dubai. They will play Oman. You tell me date, we do it. Airball gets reinstated in March. So we can have him back in March.
Oh my god, I'm not reinstated yet. What the fuck?
What happened? He gave some money to Chips, yeah.
Oh, 1 year.
I will play if
1
you
year,
stake me. I can't even play. I forgot.
Yeah, we'll do a big PLO week maybe one time again. First one was good. With
Feldman, by the way,
right?
was
Professor.
responsible for the Hustler Casino Live streams. I said is. Talking about
60.
some of the lineups that he's been putting together. You heard Saya lobbying to get in there.
Is yours a time length or just indefinite?
Wykin, meanwhile,
It said
driving action with
indefinite.
Jax, and Suvarna driving things further with Ace King. Steven caught in the crossfire.
Because I texted some players about a different
That's
game.
right, I heard about that. Yeah, okay. And it was like the guys that
And there was just no warning whatsoever. I just got banned.
Yeah, they're probably looking for reasons. Yeah, you gotta be careful about that stuff. They're sensitive.
9-7 Trey, all spades. Wykin with the overpair and the spade draw as he's stuck in there. Suvarna's inflated this one from out of position. Obviously, we don't love being called in both spots.
Where are you playing now? Where are you playing?
I have my own online club.
I know, but like live. Have you been doing live?
Live. I play Burgers game sometimes and a Dogs game.
No LA?
No, in Vegas.
I know, I'm talking about LA, I'm saying.
Oh, I
What
moved
casino?
to Vegas. I bought a house in Vegas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I bought a house in Vegas.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you.
Oh, so you're not in LA at all, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Cool. Congrats.
Yeah.
80,000 C-bet flatted by Wykin.
You like it there so far?
Steven
You
with
just,
just
how long ago did
sevens.
you move? 3 months ago?
I think like maybe, September.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. A lot cheaper than LA out there.
It's not even
Brandon.
about the price. I was tired of you can't get anywhere. Like
bowing
The
out.
rules are different in Vegas, yeah.
I live in Irvine, right? Like if
Oh,
I want to go see a friend who lives in West Hollywood, forget
yeah,
about
hour,
it. Like
hour half, yeah.
and you can never make it in time if you want to get like a dinner at like 7 p.m.
Yeah, not if
It's
you go to Beverly
possible.
Hills. No, definitely not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Suvarna not done here, Randy, as he barrels once more. 135,000. This one's
Right, I'm just tired of that life.
getting big in a hurry. 484
Gym,
out
like,
there.
No traffic, 17 hours. If there's traffic, it could take 40
Yeah,
minutes.
to bet on this
In
turn
Irvine,
card
my gym.
that
And I was
rates
so
to
tired of that
hit
as well.
the defender.
In Vegas, the lap time gym is
I
less than
wonder
10
if he's
minutes away.
going to fire
Never any
once
traffic.
more.
Yeah, it's just different life. It's more quiet
No
and open
spade
and
in
more
hand.
space.
Yeah.
Oh, the ace rolls right off for Suvarna here on the end as he gets rewarded for continued aggression. Pre-flop 3-bet.
Except LA weather is better. There's no other
80 on the
things
flop,
that are
135
better.
on the
Yeah,
turn,
Leaderboard,
and
same
now
with the Leaderboard,
619,000
like
in the
Overland.
middle. No clubber spade to worry about.
Yeah, it's just weather and maybe
It's a
more
clean
stuff to
river
do,
card for
kind of,
Santosh.
like different stuff, but yeah.
As
not
played,
Yeah,
jacks
I
and
was down with
tens
LA,
really
I felt
seem like a decent part of the equation for Wykin. Maybe some queen-queen.
How disgusting is this if you're
Oh,
Wykin Young? You're
the
like, I know that ace is supposed to hit you, but you're giving me such a good price.
The thing is, it's not like Santosh is doing this by accident. He's laying that price eyes wide open, and you gotta wonder why. We just don't expect Suvarna to have 2 10s here.
I wouldn't think so, no. What if you're getting block bet by like queens and kings? That would be a disaster. Good fold.
Santosh.
You're back.
Big pickup there for Suvarna at the expense of Wykin. Santosh trying to get back up to that 1 million chip starting stack. Suvarna plays under the Indian banner, so patriotic. 6.1 million plus in career Triton earnings, 20 cashes, 1 title. So get a look at the World Series of Poker bracelet coupled with the extra large Triton trophy that will be going to the eventual champion in this one.
You know, Santosh has got 1 bracelet under his belt already. Wouldn't
That's
mind
right.
another piece of hardware.
Saya from the button. 9-6 offsuit. Piques her interest for a min raise. Suvarna with a suited 1 gapper. Showing his stickiness. Feldman, queen 5, mulling.
Oh, lights are out.
Oh, this is like in Rush Hour where all of a sudden when everything comes back on, you're missing chips.
Wow. He's reaching for chips as the lights are out. He's going to re-raise queen 5 off? Look at these hands. This is out of line.
You know, we saw king 5, king 3 earlier in the broadcast doing it. Queen 5 now doing it. Just courtesy of the unblocking aspects of the middling stuff. Everything between the 5 and the queen opened up.
I used a time bank? What the hell? I didn't even know that.
That's how I wasted my time back last
I didn't even
tournament.
hear.
I just...
But it was because of the lights. If the lights didn't go off, I wouldn't have. I had no clue that I took that long.
Interference.
Did I take that long?
Yes.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it took that long either.
That was more than 20 seconds.
Didn't seem like
Is it, what is it, 15 pre or 20 pre?
Okay, sure.
I don't know.
20,
30.
I think.
What is it?
No, it's not 30.
Oh, 15, right? Oh, 20. Wow, that was more than 20.
Yeah, I think we get
Time
20.
flies when you're having fun.
Indeed.
How long did I go over? Like a couple seconds?
10.
Wow. Holy shit. All right, I gotta be careful.
Feldman
I only got-
inadvertently burning a time bank there.
I only
Yeah,
have
but
10.
you got the pot.
They give you plenty.
I only have
Makes
10
up for
left.
it.
They give you
10. Gotta be careful. Brandon shoves on me. I gotta think for at least a minute.
At least the time bank.
Even if I have it, I have to, like, you know, kind of use 1 or 2 just to make him feel good about himself, you know?
This table's loose, my friend.
I'm just beginning to appreciate that more and more with each passing exchange. This one, initiated by Brandon Stevens, 3-4 of hearts, which turns into a 2-way straight draw with backdoor hearts. Obviously, the opportunity to rep the ace. Wykin defended the big and has picked up a club draw as Suvarna bows out to the c-bet of 30.
So that turn card going to give Brandon Steven a pair and an open-ended straight draw. Why Kenyon picks up a gut shot himself. That's a big bet.
It sure is. Almost full pot, casually flinged in there by Brandon, 100,000. And now Wykin has decent equity. But he's going to be charged quite the price to realize it. Which he does on the river. And note that that card gives Steven trips, Randy.
Yeah, that's a disastrous card for Steven.
You know, I could see a world in which he thinks he can target ace-x here from Wykin.
Of course. I don't really see him checking this one back. Be so hard to do so when you improve. You're just praying your opponent's got like ace 10 plus. Another 100K.
And unlike the 100K before it, which was full pot, this is 1/3 pot. Oh, and Wykin flicks in the call there. Concern, perhaps, about some of the larger flushes. Maybe a lingering boat.
It's always good to value yourself on the river.
Brandon lamenting that experience, understandably. We all been there.
Shoot it. Brunson, you know him, right?
Especially when you get flat called in that spot, you're like, got him.
Could be suited.
Yeah,
You know?
I would confidently showdown that 4.
Then all of a sudden, 10 high clubs roll off.
If White can have bigger clubs, then he might raise, but with the 10 high flush
I
on a
wasted
paired board,
12,000 on my button just
seems
because
fine.
I wanted to open your big blind so bad. That hand
wanna
actually
play
never.
against me?
That hand actually never opened. It's-
No choice. You speak Chinese or no?
yeah, Mandarin.
没有信者。
没有什么？
没有信者？
没有信者。
Yeah. Is that how you say it?
没有选择，没有选择。
Oh, shit,
Okay,
You know
no
what I'm trying to
choice.
say. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Wrong color.
Is that bad pronunciation?
75?
Yes.
I said 15 as I was going in, though.
That's
right?
one of like 3 or 4 Chinese things I know how to say.
Sorry, I wasn't.
I know that. I know Xin Xin Bing.
Otherwise, I would try and help you.
That's all right.
Oh, did he misclick? He did with Jack 4 suited under the gun to 75K, Ollie.
This is an insane sizing.
没有选择。
Xin Xin Bing.
神经病。
Why
神经
can't
病 And I know,
ace queen
1100.
in the small,
Everyone
you know?
knows 1100. Come on. You can't.
It's the only number I know.
It gets
roll that
funky,
out
right,
as
Randy?
a,
Because there's that temptation to think, okay, this guy
I
misclicked.
learned from Peter.
Maybe he wanted to raise, but he certainly didn't want to make it 12, 13x.
Well, if you're learning numbers from Peter, it should be like.
And
Our
round
our
2
son-
develops
I know
now.
Our son, each and by.
I'm talking in tens of thousands. That's why it's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to say anything else.
Steven does flop a pair and backdoor hearts. He's got the lead against the ace-queen, but just given Wykin's willingness to call the 75,000 pre, understandably he checks back on the flop. This one already sitting at 162K. Steven now picking up the heart draw and finding an excuse to barrel. So much meta in this particular exchange.
I think.
And you see Wykin saying, I should have 3-bet this one, but it's tough to 3-bet a 12x open.
Yeah, because what if you're wrong and you just
Yeah.
burn like 200,000 for no good reason?
Yeah, the next step is generally going to be the all-in 4-bet.
Yeah. Made it.
Worked out.
I had the hand, too. I mean, on the turn.
I mean, not pre-flop, though.
$15.
Raise 15. Call, call, call,
Comes the Kiwi, ace jack.
call.
You know, Brandon's pretty fun to watch. We haven't seen too many hands, but it's been pretty, like, aggressive and large in sizings in general. Picks up a gut shot.
Check.
9-6-4 board. Doesn't rate to be interacting with the pre-flop opener range.
Check.
The turn does, though, as Jiang checks back and gets rewarded promptly.
Yeah, it's funny because Steven picks up the flush draw, which he would love to do so, but the ace is going to rate to hit the check back ranges from under the gun on these board textures. I wonder if he ever check raises here. It would look pretty strong. Well, she's bet 75K. Is this on purpose as well?
I mean, what's going on out here? Massive overbet. 150% pot, roughly? More, even? Almost 2x? Sorry.
Yeah, it's weird because we just had this kind of, for sure, it was a misclick last time when Brandon Steven opened Jack 4.
Well,
75K.
Socia caught it for sure when it happened as Steven opened to 75,000. This is a little bit of a different situation. Brandon's got so much hand here with the diamond draw and the gutter, but this price is a little bit crazy to be paying. Nevertheless,
and he still check raises.
He's going to proceed with the 267. You're right. And this is the move that Wykin didn't make pre-flop. Things just got weird. Now for Jang, you've got to be unpacking whether or not you think this is 267 courtesy of what Steven has, and is it better than Ace-Jack? Or is this 267 that's just tethered to the idea that I misclicked and he can bully me off of my hand?
You're right about that, and the problem for Jang is that her range is usually just one pair at best and lays it down.
Yeah.
Told you I like watching Brandon Steven play.
I mean, it's almost like a measure of vindication for the mistake he made last time around. Granted, he didn't get punished for that mistake as he did end up beating Wykin in that pot, but Sosia also ending up going with a bet size that we may not have expected. There was some conversation at one point at one of the tables talking about how the lighting, I think it was Dean Eggs and Company, making it a little bit difficult to know what color chips you're actually reaching for.
I guess with the lighting, the green and the blue, maybe they look similar, but she didn't say anything after that hand.
Yeah, something to be explored, perhaps. But yeah, you don't want to tip your hand. Is Punsri could tip the dealer here. 3-bet with King Jack suited. Taking one away from Chidwick's button open with the ace deuce suited. Something to keep an eye on, by the way, that sort of maybe inadvertent bet sizing. I don't want to say 100% that that's what happened there to Sosia, but
yeah, it definitely happened to Brandon the previous hand, but there it's unclear. But what a move from Brandon Steven to attack in a spot that was clearly inflated.
The thing is, in super deep stack poker, Randy, day one here, hundreds of blinds, effective. We do have the latitude, and we will, with higher frequency, see some of these larger bets. What we aren't going to see, however, here is Punat Punsri's holding. It's GG Poker mystery hand time. We're going to black out Punat's holding, which has chosen to flat the Chidwick 14K open.
I love mystery hand time.
Yeah,
it's fun.
King 9 of diamonds for Corneth. He's deliberating, and he's going to hop in. Diamonds are not his best friend. Now Pardo can flick another 8K out there with Queen 6 of clubs to see what's what.
He's going to do so. 4 ways.
King Jack 5, top pair for Corneth, the best of what's around that we can see. Chance checks in a 4-way field. Pardo promptly does the same. Chidwick, the pre-flop aggressor.
With no diamond out there, Chidwick is unlikely to see bet this flop. Multi-way.
Yeah, it would seem very ambitious. And so he does knuckle. Now Punsri.
So he flatted the pre-flop opener. Checks around. And Corneth is loving that turn card.
Kings and 9s just to solve any potential kicker issues that he may have been facing.
And Corneth is going to check it. Trappy.
Chidwick taking his time before checking along with Corneth and Pardo. And now 62,000 out there that looks like it's unclaimed. Unclear what Punsry's got, but obviously what we know he has is an opportunity, potentially, before him.
I'll say this, Punsry probably doesn't think his opponents have a king too often, given the flop and turn check through.
$44K the bet out of Punat. Pardo and Chidwick are going to be in the bin, regardless of how Corneth approaches things. I would imagine. I mean, Pardo does have a gut shot, but I don't think he's going to be hunting a 10 for 44 dimes.
So if Corneth is behind, it's likely Queen 10 or pocket 9s, because King Jack or a set of 5s would have bet the flop, I'd imagine, when check 2.
Yeah, even pocket kings, pocket jacks would find reasons in a four-way pot to fire at this board. Corneth does flat. Hearts arrive. Not his favorite river.
No, not his favorite, but maybe it's a bit better than seeing like a queen or 10 show up, which brings out straights. Punsry could have some flush draws that got there, though. What's interesting, though, is that Corneth is opting to lead 38K into 150,000.
Now, he wants to set the price, I guess, into this 150, like you said, versus potentially face a bigger barrel from Punsry's value range.
I don't think he's worried about, like, non-flush hands in terms of value betting.
No, you're right. It's the flush in particular, because he has kings and nines, and that's just going to be good against a majority of the value outside of the hearts. But what I meant to say is Punsry could dial up something really chunky on the end, and then we got to really ask ourselves as the polarity would be hearts or no hearts. But as played, Randy, you were looking at this. Punsry flatted on the button pre. He checked back in a four-way pot on the flop, then barreled 44 on the turn. Do we think he has hearts all that often?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly convinced. He did raise.
Look at this. Oh, my goodness. 276,000 out of Punsry, and we immediately sense discomfort with King 9.
So he's repping a flush. I don't think he's raising this sizing with like a set of 9s, or, you know, somehow magically has like King Jack or King 9 himself, and he laid it down in Punsry.
What did he have?
10s.
Just 2 10s. My goodness, Punat turning it into a bluff, recognizing the value of a couple of 10s in terms of representing Queen 10 specifically, which would very much be a credible hand.
Yeah, that's actually one of the problems with coming out, taking initiative and block betting, is these guys, they're not going to let you just get away with it. You got to be prepared for what's to come.
Hands are full at this particular table. And perhaps your cup will be full as well if you sign up at GG Poker and parlay that free $50 ticket to the Weekender into great treasure. Min deposit of $20, all that's required for new players. Use the promo code Triton_2024 and sign up at the world's largest online poker room.
Man, is it? Do you know what time is it over in Thailand? Because I know the Thai fans would have loved that one.
Tell you what, Punsry has really impressed since the onset of his time here at Triton. He's been on tour for a few years, made early waves, tremendously humble, hardworking, well-liked, and his game very much deserving of high regard, as he proved just moments ago. Corneth, the victim, as apparently the pressure valve in Daniel's seat has gone faulty. Chance taking 2 jacks into battle against David Jan. Button versus big blind. Jan with just queen high on a king high board. Checks it over. A little follow through from Chance.
Ideally, David Yan would like to have a spade in hand to continue. Looks like he is still going to continue with check call.
So a little peel from David on the hunt for maybe a straight draw, queen or a jack that he perceives might be good as well in the event that Corneth doesn't have a king. This is not the worst card in the deck for Chance. He blocks spades and clubs and now is slightly less concerned about being up against King X.
Yeah, one of the better cards for Corneth, of course. He can still value bet safely, whether it be turn or river against the 4X, some pocket pairs that check called flop.
Does it show us right away?
45K and take it.
Does it tell what the hands were right away?
Second barrel.
Like right now, can I look in the hands there?
Well, no. It's same delay as the QE.
The stream. Same delay as the stream. All right, thank you.
Yeah. 45 minutes.
I took a very weird line.
Me too.
Sounds like a blog.
Chance interrogating Bone Street. Like, is the delay caught up yet?
Chidwick gonna be happy to interrogate the field with pocket kings.
18? 18.
18,000 to go. Pardo, unfortunately, has a king of his own. Now, remember, he flatted king 7 of diamonds on the button, ended up flopping top pair and folding, as you unpacked for us, Randy. Here he is, once more flatting a suited king. Jan with a couple of 7s.
Nice spot to try to flop a set. Wouldn't mind his ace deuce just hitting the muck from the big blind. Multi-way, yeah, it just doesn't play well.
Daniel agrees. So regardless of the price being laid, he'll spare himself the extra 10,000 investment, leaving behind 3 players to take this flop, which produces the ace. Some complaints for Chidwick's kings, no doubt.
But I think it's a 45 minutes delay.
I gotcha. Thank you. Where's the stream? There's no link. YouTube?
I think Triton YouTube.
Yeah.
Always a bit pesky to
50.
see the ace out there. He's going to see bet. Looking for clearance. Which he gets.
To have the opposition concede, of course, when we find ourselves in those situations.
So Juan Pardo's been kind of hanging around this like 400K stack or so. Tends to get these marginal-ish hands. Jack 8 suited to start things off for him in the cutoff.
Jan yet to scan his cards, but he has 3-bet it to 55,000.
Juan, I can like almost see your hand. I can almost see your hand.
You see my hand?
Yeah, like if it was turned just a little bit, I'd be able to.
Okay.
Like right now, it's like dead on line, you know?
Okay.
Unclear what it was that was responsible. What is clear, though, is that Pardo's struggles continue. Now down to sub 400,000, and anytime his chips enter a pot, thus far in this frame, they don't come home to roost. Having trouble making friends is Pardo's stack. Although I guess...
And they're making friends at the, you know...
in other stacks.
Yeah, other locations.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were my buddy.
He knew he was going to 3-bet light, so he didn't want to show it.
They keep running away from home.
Big slick.
We know what's coming. He's to 18.
Pocket sixes for Negreanu. Playing a similar stack size.
Announces call from the button. Chidwick hops aboard with 9 deuce suited. Obviously, deep stack poker is where we see things like this. It's not typical of most of our Triton broadcasts, but this is day one of an invitational where we all started with $1 million in chips. Jack 8-4, the flop. Sixes are the best hand, unbeknownst to Negreanu.
Yeah, it's a tough board for the sixes if a c-bet does come in from Punsuri. Does get over to get poker.
Negreanu asking questions here. Probably happy to see Chidwick out of there, as 8x, Jack X could be lurking in Stevie's range, but Punsuri's check feels a little bit more honest.
It does, but you know, Negreanu is hoping for just a check fold from Punsuri as well.
Yeah.
80.
Man, Punat plays a mean game today, doesn't he?
It's so funny, man. No sooner do we call it honest and I think that this one's going to be straightforward than Punat takes the gloves off and comes with a check raise. These are the kinds of lines, you know, they may seem fairly straightforward to the guys at this particular table, but when it comes to mere mortals in the poker community, this is the kind of stuff that is nightmarish to have to contend with. Ace-King muscling the sixes into the bin.
Yeah, that was a great play.
It really was. I mean, where are sixes hoping to go? Even if we think Punsuri's messing about, we call, pot gets inflated, next barrel comes through, we're already staring at 2 overcards, and now what are we doing? Wading further into deep and dark water?
Yeah,
in the hopes that no predators lurk?
Yeah, and when you flat in position and, you know, you don't make hands, but you do your in-position bet, and if If your opponent is taking check raise lines against you, it's actually still very hard to play, despite having the positional advantage. Been pretty impressed with Punat so far. No soft spots at this table.
I mean, reach in to the pro side of the bracket and find me one table of pros that contains a, you know, a proverbial soft spot. I mean, it's just unavailable. Natural product of a $500,000 buy-in, and the fact that the Triton Super High Roller Series truly does attract the greatest players on earth.
Punat going to work with Queen 8 offsuit. Blind versus blind. Not a hand you typically see raise to isolate.
Well, Punat definitely has chosen to get frisky here in the latter part of this level. Ace Queen 8, bottom 2 for Punsri, who is obviously hopeful that Chidwick somehow limp called an ace in this spot. Of course, as we can see, it was just King 8, which turns into bottom pair on this ace high board.
But it's especially nice holding bottom 2 because you unblocked top pair that can call you down for multiple streets.
Coincidentally, he's also unblocking spade draws.
Still, though, we are going to see Chidwick likely check call here because players are raising very polarized from the big blind. A lot of hands just absolutely whiffed, you know, the 10 deuce offsuit, 10-3, 9-4, these things that would take a shot at it.
Chidwick gonna peel. Picks up the Broadway draw as the extra 42,000 bring the pot to 106. Again, Stevie checks.
Some hands do get there against Punat. 10-9, King 10, Queen Jack come to mind. Flushes got there. This hand, though, also doesn't mind getting a little bit of protection, charging these one pair spade hands that you don't really want to give a free card to. If you do want to check back some strongish hands, though, bottom 2 certainly qualifies.
I mean, this is sopping wet texture at this point. And when it comes to hands that Stevie would be willing to limp and then call your raise with, interaction with these boards is very possible. Things like 9-10. Things like King 10 spade combos. All possibilities, but as it were on this occasion, fortunately for Punat, none of that lurked, and his second barrel of 53,000 does get the job done. Boy, Punsri really has grown so much, matured. I know we kind of walked down that path a little bit earlier, but you know, even since I mentioned it the first time around, we've had added data points in support of that phenomenon that just cause you to recognize, okay, he's here.
I recall a stat such that when he was like the winningest player since he joined the tour.
Oh, right,
Do you
right.
remember that?
Like, yeah, since the onset of his arrival to this point in time, nobody has put together more money in that period than Punat Punsri on the Triton Super High Roller Series. And producer James nodding his head in affirmation. And that's inclusive of the big numbers picked up in some of these invitational wins. Antonius, 5.4 milli. In Monaco, Bryn Kenny won the main. I mean, these are big scores, but not enough in aggregate over the course of the last few years. And Dempsey, by the way, stepping in as we see Negreanu and Corneth squaring off yet again. This time, Hijack versus Big Blind. I was going to say, James stepping in to advise that even before Monaco, that stat was true of Punat, who put together so much in earning at that particular stop. Meanwhile, the 5 of hearts rolls right off to give Corneth a 9 high straight here. As Daniel once again open limped. He's got a 10 high flush draw, but not really anything further to take any pride in.
Chance betting 21,000. Trying to get paid off by Negreanu, who doesn't have much to call with.
Yep.
That was a
Showed
big
him
key
6
card.
of hearts.
Big card.
Key card declaration.
I had a better heart than that. I did.
I have a weak heart. So.
I'm saying, I've been your 6. I had a better flush.
Well, let's check in on Brandon, Steven, and company.
This is a
Where
gigantic
chips
table.
have been flying. And it's funny because when I heard Socia just now say this is a gigantic table, I wasn't sure if she meant literally or proverbially, just given the nature of the pots that have been brewing.
Yeah, this is my table of entertainment. Mr. Varna, he wasn't doing so hot at the onset of this feature table, but now sitting on 1.3 million. Man, Feldman is just out of line, isn't he? King
You know, he's
7
doing his
suited?
thing. I mean, when you see that Suvarna has chosen to open from the hijack with Queen 9 offsuit.
Ryan, this is tournament, not
Meo
cash game.
Shinza.
This is tournament, not cash game.
What do you mean? It's day 1.
Be careful.
Day 1's cash game.
Day 1, okay.
They told me day 1 cash game, day 2 tournament. No?
Yeah.
I was just going to say that, you know, consider the fact that Suvarna is opening a Queen 9 offsuit, Randy, when you're Feldman. That's part of the reasoning behind the 3-bet. Of course, Steven sticking around with Queen 9 of diamonds. Those diamonds were smothered, but he's got top pair along with Santosh as Feldman does not follow through on a very poor board texture for him. 147 in the middle. Brandon still not going to fire. Suvarna may have a different feeling.
So over to Feldman twice. He's going to get called in 2 spots.
Yeah, Santosh taking it easy and allowing Feldman to torch this 50. Although he's not drawn dead, King would do the trick. Instead, it's a 4, and this is a very interesting card, Randy, as any ace makes a wheel.
He's got a lot of aces in his range. He needs to try to solve the problem of does Steven or Suvarna also have an ace?
Here's the thing. He unblocks spades. He unblocks clubs. He retains credibility with ace-x. And he would very likely feel as though maybe Steven or Suvarna would have been apt to take a little stab with ace-x. I don't know.
110.
Wow, this is great awareness from Feldman. $110,000. Betting into 2 players, repping the ace, which is very credible for him. But to recognize that both players that he's up against just holding a non-straight hand is quite
Sick river.
Yeah, sick indeed.
I got to tell you, this has been a really impressive bit of procedure from Feldman here. I mean, obviously aided by board development, but taking advantage of it. It all lines up. He 3-bet to 45,000 pre-flop. He checked back on the flop. Then on the turn, he took a little stab. But maybe Suvarna is thinking that 50K is what doesn't add up. Wouldn't the ace high likely just take a freebie on the turn with what could be some showdown value instead of barrel?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You know, even a hand like ace-5, they probably just take the free card once again. Ace-king wouldn't have much merit to bet the turn. But nicely done from Feldman.
You'll see it. We're on stream. No, you don't want to see it.
Yeah, you really don't. Suvarna thought about it, used a time bank, but ultimately didn't don the necessary cape. And Feldman with a 211. Ace-king of clubs now for João Vieira. One of Portugal's finest.
Seems like he's maintained his stack of $1 million.
Yeah.
Ace-jack could get in trouble here, whether it be 3-bet or flat. Looks like he is grabbing a little bit more. 3x.
Punsri has himself in a way here. You know, often we'll see the ace-jack opt to play as a flat pre-Randy, but higher variance approaches being taken by Punat. This is definitely a gear shift of sorts.
Although I could see Vieira actually just calling the 3-bet, given how deep they are. Doesn't necessarily need to 4-bet this one.
I think also it's the fact that we're playing deep stack poker that not only lets us make some mistakes, not that I'm being critical of Punat's choice, but in terms of ace-jack versus an ace-king, things aren't working out great. Where we don't anticipate even upper crust types of hands like ace-king suited to come back at us with a 4-bet. So we can get away with these sorts of decisions pre-flop is what I'm suggesting is both players pick up Broadway gut shots on this queen 10 high board. And both interfering with one another's gutter.
Punat's going to c-bet this one, try to shake out maybe some pocket pairs lower than the 10. Pretty much a standard check call with the ace-king. Could have the best hand, draw to the nuts. If he makes the straight, it's very disguised, and his opponent, if he's bluffing, might try and rep it.
So the check call of 43,000. No improvements found for either player. Ace of hearts increases in relevance with the backdoor heart draw coming together.
Yeah, and also that ace of hearts blocks some of the check call twice hands. You know, let's just say Vieira's got like ace jack of hearts. He'll be able to check call once more, but him blocking that helps with discounting combos that can continue against a double barrel. Punat can press against the 10x. Full pot.
211.
I mean, this is really now coming into some fairly clear focus as a very aggressive iteration of Punsri. And this is the pro side of the bracket, Randy.
Yeah, this is evolved Punsri here in the Triton Million. Ace-king out of there. Nicely done from Punat.
Really, really strong play on display from Punsri. It's all coming together for him here. And, you know, this sort of aggression and this higher variance approach is not something that has been exclusive to him on this side of the bracket. And I want to go on record as stating that in all of the invitationals that you and I have worked together at the Triton Super High Roller Series, this would seem to be the most amount of high variance play that we've seen out of the pro side. I can't recall another invitational where this many players seem to be tinkering, toying with, embracing this particular approach.
Right, yeah, you know, in Monte Carlo, just last stop, you know, there was more aggression, but here it feels like people are doing their homework, they know they're coming for a big bind, and how can we just lean on players that, you know, if it's close, they just lean towards the passive line just because of the prospects of making day 2, and Punat is it's really something. Like I feel like I haven't seen this much aggression from him in past events early in the
You're
tournament.
really good at putting your cards in the reader when you fold.
Corneth with a little needle there. David Yan suggesting that he always makes sure to scan his cards when he's mucking, but every now and again it seems like perhaps when he's 3-betting, doesn't manage to make it happen. Of course, the dealers are generally in touch through their earpieces with production, who will advise them to let a player know that they need to rescan their cards, so we do our best to make sure these things don't transpire. Meanwhile, the Queen 9-4 board favoring Corneth, who has really had the better of Daniel on the day. Negreanu defending and check folding the King High.
Thank you. How's it going?
Is this a new track?
Don't interrupt it, Randy. Oh, yeah. You know, this is like Rum Jungle at Mandalay Bay back in the day. This is some deep, dark kind of stuff going down. You know, did we hire a new producer, James? Do you know, did we hire a new sound supervisor, music library, licensing was paid for? Whatever this is nice. Keep it going. Can we Shazam this, Randy?
Go. Oh.
James is suggesting it's its own work. Yeah, the Skrillex 2.0 coming out of a basement in Scotland. That's a true story, by the way. Skrillex used to make music out of his mom's basement, literally. And then he made like 60 million one year. And we should get him in the invitee side of the bracket. He could punt off 500, no problem.
Yes, he can.
And then remix it and go to 1 million. Corneth, raise and take here with Queen 8 suited. Really, shout out. I don't know who's responsible for it, Randy, but I'm a big fan of the EDM slant. We do still have what seems like a decommissioned mariachi band working the horns on the GG promos. I think not so much into that, but you know.
But you don't miss the monkeys from the previous one?
I remember the monkeys. Was it in Monaco we had the monkeys?
Yeah, we did have the monkeys there.
We're not talking about the actual band, the Monkeys, by the way, guys. There was a track that had what we're fairly convinced was a screaming ape in the background at one point. Deuces for Punsri now, and he just steps aside. Consider what we've observed from him already.
Got a left-handed dealer.
I kind of expected him to get in there.
I agree with you. But, you know, you have to be paying a little bit of attention to, well, who are the blinds? Who's on the button? What do I think they're going to do? You know,
well, look
how
who's
deep
in
are
the
they?
Big blind. It's Stephen Chidwick, so
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense to stay out of his way. And David Yan with the 22K open wins it.
Do you think Jan went to space camp or something, like in Cape Canaveral before he came out? And then, you know, they just were like, hey, and over here's the gift shop before you leave. And he was like, I'll take that rocket scientist hat.
That's exactly what happened. How did you know, Ali?
I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think he got
Space
rolled,
Camp.
you know, making solid fuel boosters before he pivoted. It's just my read. I don't know. Some stuff gets left off the bio, Randy. It's not impossible. Maybe he could legit take you to the moon.
Yeah, he's going to take me to the moon. In the
David
spaceship.
Lightyear.
David Lightyear. Wow. Get off everything else you need before you step away from today.
To All In and Beyond, Randy.
All In and Beyond. Wow.
Well, how about to 20,000 for the time being, courtesy of 10-9 of diamonds?
Yeah, let's turn on the boosters.
4 or 5 suited, maybe. Vieira wants to enter this atmosphere.
72.
Raise 72,000. Fold, fold.
It's a big 3-bet. 72,000.
Well, all of a sudden, we're on the launch pad with the baby suited connector. 52,000. And Jan says, okay, we have liftoff. To the flop we go. Jack 10-3. Clear advantage for David here with second pair on a heartless texture. Heartless, not a fair way to describe the man with the betting lead in position here. Though even Vieira must respect that Jack 10 texture in particular, Randy, which is very interactive, I would imagine, with an opener that's willing to call the 3-bet.
Right, you're talking about hands like the Jack X's, the King Queens, 8-9 suiteds. There's a lot of hands that pick up a marginal piece.
55,000, nevertheless, out of Joao. Jan makes the call. Another 110 brings the pot to over a quarter milli. Now a gut shot straight draw for Joao. Obviously, he was hoping to win it right there. Jan, of course, picking up the better gutter. Not that he needs the help.
Still, though, it's a pretty good card for David. You know, he doesn't want to see an overcard to the Jack, which would tend to rate to hit the pre-flop 3 better. Picks up the gut shot. $274,000 in the middle. If Zhao wants to bet this turn, it could potentially work. Given that David's hand is not that strong, even though it picks up outs. Here's the second barrel incoming.
205,000.
205. I mean, this is not for the faint of heart what we're observing here. And again, we're seeing go hard on day one out of the pro side of the bracket. Perhaps Punsri has inspired. These guys are not seizing up based on the price point. I can tell you that much.
No, they are not. And David now is... This is difficult with 10-9. You know, and wow, he lays down the best hand. What a play from Vieira.
It's wild, too, because Vieira was kind of setting it up with a 1 SPR-ish, sub-1 SPR-ish potential river jam. Granted, TBD, depending on what the run-out is, but tip your hat.
Gen pop is short for general population. When you're in prison, if you're in jail, they call it gen pop. Instead of solitaire by yourself.
Never had the pleasure.
Gin pop. No?
Good response.
Yeah. Jail is generally not regarded as a pleasure unless you come from circumstances perhaps worse than being fed 3 times a day and housed, if we can call it that.
Yeah. Okay. That's a very nice point.
What country do you think has the worst jail, Randy? If you had to pick one country, you're like, I don't want to go to jail there.
I don't know. I don't know. Guantanamo Bay, where's that at? Harold and Kumar went there. That was bad.
Okay, listen. Harold and Kumar, they didn't really get the rough end of Guantanamo. We're not that far from Guantanamo. Cuba's around the corner from here.
18.
It's not a country, though. Guantanamo Bay, technically.
Okay.
It's really the U.S., I think.
Do you have a candidate for worst prison out there? I feel like you do, and you want to get it off your chest.
You know, that's a good read, because usually I ask you a question not because I want to know your answer, but because I want to provide my own, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just sort of an honest admission. No, I do want to know your answer, but it's okay. The chat can give us some answers. Meanwhile, this board providing Suvarna with an answer to pocket 8s. Hops in front here. Has the pre-flop opener to 18,000. That said, with both the button and the small blind calling behind, he does not follow through, and then the 8 rolls off on the turn for Feldman. Presto.
Yeah, what a spot for Feldman to hit the disguised 8. And it's Wai Kin Yong with the worst of it firing out. Santosh is going nowhere. You know, Feldman might actually be tempted to raise, because when there's a bet and a call on this board texture, it's not unreasonable for someone to have a queen and try to build the pot.
Yeah.
Now, what he's up against, clearly he would rather call, but wouldn't fault him.
95.
But he does, as you suspected, shoot it up. Wai Kin took his one shot with the gutter. Steps aside.
Santosh isn't convinced. Feels like he's up against a spade draw, perhaps, to keep his opponent honest.
Jack on the river, and Wai Kin thinks that this would have been a good card. As we can see, it would have been further damage. But note that Suvarna did stick around for the extra 65 and now is checking, and this will not be the first time that Feldman is going to be applying pressure to him on the end. And unlike that 4-liner where any ace-X would have made a wheel last time these two squared off on the end, this is not a, quote, sick river per se. It's damp, but it's not disastrous.
But it's annoying to see 165,000 chip bet from Feldman when, if you're Santosh, you're hoping that your opponent just checks it down after you bet call the turn. Snaps it off, and nicely sized from Feldman to get the ace to stick around. And Wai Kin's going to be relieved.
You're not winning, Santosh. I got there in the river too.
King 10?
Huh? Yeah.
Didn't get there.
Hmm?
You had King 10?
Yeah.
Didn't get there.
Second place.
I mean, against Santosh, I got there.
We taking a peek?
Might this be the on-deck grouping? Yes, it is. The next blue feature will finally bring Texas Mike to the stage as we see him involved in one there. To the left of Elton, by the way. Oh, and here's the one you guys have been asking us for. Some Adrian Mateos, some Ike Haxton. Add Mokri, Ponikov's Winter, Bonomo to the mix. That'll be delightful. Unfortunately for you and I, Randy, that's going to be on the docket for Kilbane and Rast.
Well, that's why I scanned a QR code to have the Triton Poker Plus
Oh,
app
the
so I can follow.
Dominator
Oh,
is
Adamo
there.
too?
Not to interrupt, but yes. You know, he ran it down early on the day, as I recall.
The Netflix.
Yeah, the guy who's like the kid. You know, he's
Seems like things have turned around a little bit. Meanwhile, we pick this one up. Pardo. Defending his big with King 10, dominating the Chidwick 10-8 suited.
Yeah.
Everything will be done.
Because he had 207 to start,
You know,
220.
yeah, I hit her with the hammer. Do nothing.
Queen 4-3. Swinging a miss in both camps.
Like they have the video. They were using a lot of stuff they're not allowed by law. I think the law is you can't say something like.
Man, Pardo is getting very short, isn't he? Down to
Sub
just 200K.
200, yeah. It's been coming apart for Malacca Styles.
God, like, I didn't really do it, but the video.
10 into 48 out of Chidwick.
Huh?
Then you just know they're bluffing.
If you're smart. If you're not, then you get scared. You think I'm fine.
Against 10K and a King of Diamonds and backdoor straight draws is just enough to continue. And he came in with the check raise.
Oh, wow. So trying to take matters into his own hands is Pardo. Does block some of the Queen X holdings with the King and the 10.
Also, your trauma. You're traumatized.
Yeah, and he has added equity with 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight. 1 overcard to the Queen is pretty good too, just in case your opponent does have that Queen. But Steven Chidwick is hanging in there with just 10-8 high.
Not exactly one of them.
System's bad. They don't do rehabilitation. Everyone
And he turns the 8, but Juan Pardo picks up that equity with the flush draw now.
They will be back. They'll be your neighbor eventually.
Rather than like learn how to do crime work. Like in Germany.
Especially because it's proven that it doesn't really doesn't lower the crime rates anywhere.
Look at the German version.
Chidwick.
People get rehabilitation. They're getting the key to
Interacting with the Queen of Spades, stuck around for the extra 20, now has managed to find his side card for the lead. Unfortunately for him, he's facing another barrel, 51,000. It reads credibly. Pardo emboldened by the arrival of that King High Diamond draw.
Yeah, even though Chidwick floated and hit one of the best cards for his hand, he did bring in the flush, which
a lot of dumb shit at 19.
is some of the cards he's trying to keep honest against. He could be even drawing dead or very slim. Some of his additional outs actually brings in another diamond.
You know, I threw a Coke can at a guy. If it hit him,
So you can call here.
murder.
Wow, what a hand brewing here.
You push him, he hits the sidewall.
Another 100K plus into the middle. Over 200 out there. No help on the river. Pardo, it's got to get in, Randy, if he has any hope of winning this one at Showdown.
Not me.
It's also very hard to do so when your opponent has
Those are quite frequent, right?
bet called the flop, still called a turn bet. There's a decent chance Chidwick is sitting there with a Queen X plus. And he's only got north of half pot remaining in his stack. If he was to shove here, he can... I guess he's attacking Ace X with the Ace of Diamonds. Maybe some very sticky pocket nines with a diamond. Tens. He gives up.
And this is going to be really demoralizing for Juan Pardo, as he's going to be reflecting on whether or not a jam might have been able to get the 8 out of there. He's going to realize that Chidwick was incredibly fortunate to find the best hand on the turn. What he's not going to be, though, is sitting any deeper than 100 some odd K. Ouch.
I mean, that's the one where you just kind of stare at the board and be like, Really? You called my check raise and you stuck around on the
Yeah.
turn?
Yeah.
The logical answer.
They're pretty.
Yeah, it's nice.
Well played, Steven
Prettiest
Chidwick.
Steinbecks I played with.
Have you played a Triton before, Dan?
My first Triton.
Me too.
I waited. It was not big enough. I wanted, you know. Gotta wait for the 500Ks.
I can't even pretend that's the
No,
case.
Convenient location.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was coming anyway.
They got you for the dealer's choice?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's going to have a big field. It's going to be me and you heads up, looks like.
I thought about that. That's an insane bracelet equity event.
Oh, yeah. Well, in terms, yeah, if you're betting on winning one.
Yep.
Well, Sean Deep's here. He'll play. So it's me, you, and Sean, and maybe.
Show one.
It's dealer's choice, so maybe some of the bigger bet players will play because they can always call no limit and PLO.
There's 100 of the day, and the 100 main is day 2 of dealer's choice. Maybe they just want to play from the start, then don't bother. Then it's just
we'll see.
Fell, I guess.
Well, Pardo, perhaps this is just what the doctor ordered as he looks down at a couple of jacks in the small blind facing the 78K from Punsri. This is mindful of the fact that Pardo is sitting with just 118,000. The rest of it does go in, and Punsri is going to give him a spin here. Juan could haul in $250,000 pretty easily, just needs to dodge diamonds or an ace for the time being.
Maybe even.
I was just like, man.
That would be good. For the event.
I realized when I put it in there, I realized I dropped it.
Of course.
What happened here?
Raise all that?
And he fought.
Let's see if Juan can
First all in.
finally win a hand.
I mean, I can't recall a time where he dragged a pot in the better part of the last few hours. Does rate to finally do so here. So comes 10-7-5.
There is some potential for backdoors for Punsri.
Take those off the board as the turn stays clean, and all Juan Pardo needs to do is prevent an ace from coming off the deck. And that'll keep him in his seat with $250,000 in chips, and he manages to do that.
118.
Fortunate that Punsri didn't have a spade in hand.
So finally,
Yeah.
time to spin it up.
Would have been sick if he had like 230 or something. Or like 300.
Now, Randy, earlier we got into a discussion about prisons, and I do feel like I need to pay off the chat.
Go ahead.
As they came with some really good submissions. North Korea.
Okay.
El Salvador. Brazil.
I can live with that.
Cuba apparently also not so great. Not necessarily the Guantanamo part, which is the U.S., but these are all places I don't want to go to jail. Period.
Yeah, I don't think you would do so well in the celebrity ones as well.
I wouldn't do so well.
He did that before, and some guy jammed King Jack.
Yeah, even in like one of those Madoff jails, I probably wouldn't do so well. I'd probably run a game.
Oh, you remember that?
For sure.
It was a misclick.
Kidding me?
It was a misclick, yeah, because it happened.
I meant to make it really, really big and make it look like a misclick, but I made it bigger than I thought.
Really?
That's kind of funny.
Serves him right for trying to take advantage of my misclick.
18 to go, says Vieira with sevens.
Never played again.
Huh? He's done. After that, nope.
Chances coming in.
Queen 10 suited. The hand responsible.
Pardo. 30 big blinds. Squeeze jamming. Nice hand to do it with.
And perhaps the Spaniard has turned the corner. Up over 300,000. Granted, 70% off of that million chip starting stack, but nevertheless. Not a lot to celebrate if you zoom out, but if you zoom in, we're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I think staying in the tournament's always a good thing because you don't have to spend another $500,000.
Yeah, or whatever the buy-in is. You'd like to keep it to 1 unit whenever possible.
Raise 18,000. Fold.
Corneth opens with King 10. Ace Queen suited now for David.
David's a pretty 3-bet happy player, so I would expect him to come along with that approach of Ace Queen suited. Very tough to play against when you're out of position against him. Always looking to play big pots against you.
$61 total. Confronts.
All right, we're through another 2 levels.
Corneth.
1146. Nothing really interesting to report. As soon as we went to the TV table, I picked up aces and limped and didn't.
Well, Negranu apparently vlogging with immediate effect as this frame is in the books. Third and final one for Randy and I on the day as you get a glimpse at the chip counts on their way out. Corneth, Jang, and TVK all at the top of the counts as the blinds will be going to 5 and 10,000. Ali and Randy back with you here at the desk, and we have just a few minutes to kind of reflect on the first part of the program here on day 1 of this Triton Million Invitational. Things that stood out to you, Randy?
I mean, on the pro side, it's mainly them ramping up their aggression, Punat Ponsri driving that one, and, you know, just really blasting away. But it wasn't just him, those other pros as well. But on the invitee side, things have been splashy as expected. You know, Brandon, Steven, raising Jack 4 suited and, you know, blasting away, check raising. Other players just getting in there with like 3 deuce suited, like hands that normally just go straight into the muck.
Yeah. 6 and 12, by the way, will be the blinds. And I do want to dive quickly into the Triton Poker Plus app, even though I know that it's going to happen when Henry and Rasty pop into the booth, just to point out who's at the top of the chip counts now, Randy.
Texas Mike, and he's coming in on our featured table.
That he is. Just by 2,000, his lead over Bleznick as they both wheeled over 2 million in chips. Sosia Jang third with 2 million. And the boss, Paul Pua, has ascended. 1.8 million in front of him. Osi Katola also there in the top 5 now. So a lot of interesting things coming your way as we're going to tap out and bring in the night shift crew. Henry Kilbane and Brian Rast will be coming your way in just about 10 minutes time as Randy and I are going to sign off. Don't go anywhere there. More coverage of the Triton Million Invitational comes your way in just a few. King, Steven caught in the crossfire.
Because I texted some players about a different game.
That's right. I heard about that. Yeah, okay. And it was like the guys that.
And there was just no warning whatsoever. I just got banned.
Yeah, they're probably looking for reasons. Yeah, you gotta be careful about that stuff. They're sensitive.
9-7 tray, all spades. Wykin with the overpair and the spade draw as he's stuck in there. Suvarna's inflated this one from out of position. Obviously, we don't love being called in both spots.
Where are you playing now? Where are you playing?
I have
Still
my own
gonna
online club.
I know, but like live. Have you been doing live?
Live. I play burgers game sometimes and a dogs game.
No LA?
No, in Vegas.
I know. I'm talking about in LA. I'm saying.
Oh, I
What
moved
casino?
to Vegas. I bought a house in Vegas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I bought a house in Vegas.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you.
Oh, so you're not in LA at all, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Cool. Congrats.
Yeah.
80,000 C-bet flatted by Wykin.
You like it there so far?
Steven
You
with just
how long ago
sevens.
did you move? 3 months ago?
I moved in like September.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. A lot cheaper than LA out there.
It's not even about the price. I was tired of you can't get anywhere. Like
bowing
the
out.
rules are different in Vegas, yeah.
I live in Irvine, right? Like if
Oh,
I want to go see a friend who lives in West Hollywood, forget
yeah,
about
hour,
it. Like
hour half, yeah.
you can never make it in time if you want to get like a dinner at like 7 p.m.
Yeah, not if you go to Beverly Hills. No, definitely not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Suvarna not done here, Randy, as he barrels once more. 135,000. This one's
Right, I'm tired of that life.
getting big in a hurry. 484 out
like,
there.
No traffic, 17 hours. If there's traffic, it could take 40
Yeah,
minutes.
to bet on this
In
turn
Irvine,
card
my gym.
that
And I was
rates
so
to
tired of that
hit
as well.
the defender.
In Vegas, the lap time gym is
I
less than
wonder
10
if
minutes
he's going
away.
to fire
Never any
once
traffic.
more.
Yeah, it's just different life. It's more quiet
No
and
spade
open,
in
more
hand.
space.
Yeah.
Oh, the ace rolls right off for Suvarna here on the end as he gets rewarded for continued aggression. Pre-flop 3-bet.
Except LA weather is better. There's no other
80 on the
things
flop,
that are better.
135 on the
Yeah,
turn, and now 619,000 in the middle. No club or spade to worry about.
Yeah, it's just weather and maybe
It's a
more
clean
stuff
river
to
card
do,
for
kind of,
Santosh.
like different stuff, but yeah.
As
not
played,
really.
Yeah,
jacks
I
and
was down with
tens
LA,
really
I felt
seem like a decent part of the equation for Wykin. Maybe some queen-queen.
How disgusting is this if you're Wykin Young? You're like, I know that ace is supposed to hit you, but you're giving me such a good price.
The thing is, it's not like Santosh is doing this by accident. He's laying that price eyes wide open, and you gotta wonder why. We just don't expect Suvarna to have 2 10s here.
I wouldn't think so, no. What if you're getting block bet by like queens and kings? That would be a disaster. Good fold.
Santosh.
Lucky.
You're back.
Big pickup there for Suvarna at the expense of Wykin.
There, it's unclear. But what a move from Brandon Stephen to attack in a spot that was clearly inflated.
The thing is, in super deep stack poker, Randy, you know, day one here, hundreds of blinds, effective. We do have the latitude, and we will, with higher frequency, see some of these larger bets. What we aren't going to see, however, here is Punat Punsri's holding. It's GG Poker mystery hand time. We're going to black out Punat's holding, which has chosen to flat the Chidwick 14K open.
I love mystery hand time.
You know.
It's fun.
King 9 of diamonds for Corneth. He's deliberating, and he's going to hop in. Diamonds are not his best friend. Now Pardo can flick another 8K out there with Queen 6 of clubs to see what's what.
He's going to do so. 4 ways.
King Jack 5, top pair for Corneth, the best of what's around that we can see. Chance checks in a 4-way field. Pardo promptly does the same. Chidwick, the pre-flop aggressor.
With no diamond out there, Chidwick is unlikely to see bet this flop multi-way.
Yeah, it would seem very ambitious. And so he does knuckle. Now Punsri.
So he flatted the pre-flop opener. Checks around. And Cornhuff is loving that turn card.
Kings and nines just to solve any potential kicker issues that he may have been facing.
And Cornhuff is going to check it. Trappy.
Chidwick taking his time before checking along with Corneth and Pardo. And now 62,000 out there that looks like it's unclaimed. Unclear what Punsri's got, but obviously what we know he has is an opportunity, potentially, before him.
I'll say this, Punsri probably doesn't think his opponents have a king too often, given the flop and turn check through.
$44K the bet out of Punat. Pardo and Chidwick are going to be in the bin, regardless of how Corneth approaches things. I would imagine. I mean, Pardo does have a gut shot, but I don't think he's going to be hunting a 10 for 44 dimes.
So if Corneth is behind, it's likely Queen 10 or pocket nines, because King Jack or a set of fives would have bet the flop, I'd imagine, when check 2.
Yeah, even pocket kings, pocket jacks would find reasons in a four-way pot to fire at this board. Corneth does flat. Hearts arrive. Not his favorite river.
No, not his favorite, but maybe it's a bit better than seeing like a queen or 10 show up, which brings out straights. Punsri could have some flush draws that got there, though. What's interesting, though, is that Corneth is opting to lead 38K into 150,000.
Now he wants to set the price, I guess, into this 150, like you said, versus potentially face a bigger barrel from Punsri's value range.
I don't think he's worried about, like, non-flush hands in terms of value betting.
No, you're right. It's the flush in particular, because he has kings and nines, and that's just going to be good against a majority of the value outside of the hearts. But what I meant to say is Punsri could dial up something really chunky on the end, and then we got to really ask ourselves as the polarity would be hearts or no hearts. But as played, Randy, you were looking at this. Punsri flatted on the button pre. He checked back in a four-way pot on the flop, then barreled 44 on the turn. Do we think he has hearts all that often?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly convinced. He did raise.
Look at this. Oh, my goodness. 276,000 out of Punsri, and we immediately sense discomfort with King 9.
So he's repping a flush. I don't think he's raising this sizing with like a set of nines, or, you know, somehow magically has like King Jack or King 9 himself, and he laid it down in Punsri.
What did he have?
Tens.
Just 2 tens. My goodness, Punat turning it into a bluff. recognizing the value of a couple of 10s in terms of representing Queen 10 specifically, which...
Well, very warm welcome back to the Atlantis here in the Bahamas for continuing coverage of the Triton Million. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane stepping in for Ali Najad and Randy Liu. And Brian, I'm going to turn my attention immediately to the Triton Poker Plus app because we have Texas Mike as the tournament chip lead. Obviously, very early doors, but after 6 levels of play, he's out in pole position, ahead by less than a big blind on Jared Bleznick. Are you surprised by any of those names there? Cecilia Jiang, Paul Pua, Ossie Katola in 5th. I mean, this is shaping up to be a great one already.
No, not at all. In fact, you know, if I was going to pick 2 guys on the invitee side who I'd say, you know, have some good chances in that bracket on day 1, I'd probably go with Texas Mike and the Blez. So, you know, definitely not a surprise to see them up there on top, but long way to go.
Long way to go for sure. I'm going to need the assistance of some of the viewers because I'm fairly sure I've seen Texas Mike run it once on several occasions in like $1 million pots. He's just that guy, man. He puts up the one finger. It's like, one time dealer, let's go, run it. Seen him do it before on YouTube. Maybe I'm mistaking him for someone else, but if it is the same guy, then I'm pretty excited to see him here in the mix as we...
Have you played with him?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I've played with him.
Yeah.
He gets after it at the poker table. Like he just plays aggressive, like likes trying to win pots, doesn't like folding, so yeah, it's his style.
Well, there you go. Quick look at the setup here. Massive shout out to the Share Hands team, by the way. This stage was delivered in the Bahamas late by a couple of days. They had to work around the clock, quite literally 24/7 to get it done on time. And look at the production value that we have here. That is the main stage with our three feature tables, red table, blue table, and gold table. We've got Texas Mike, chip leader over on the blue, Cayenne Mockery, along with Ike Haxton, Adamo, Winter, Bonomo, Ponakovs, and Mateos on the pro side of the bracket.
Quite the table there, isn't it?
We've got some like jungle vibes music going on in the background.
Yeah, a little like deep house. Is that exactly how I'd categorize that? Listen, I you know, back to the leaderboard, all top 5 chip stacks are invitees.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
Interesting.
You know, with that kind of music, man, we're like suited up in a shirt and blazer. We need like a multicolored tank top that says like Pattaya on it, or Thailand, or I love Mexico.
Wait, so there's been 11 busts, but there's only 4 people out. So that means the other 7 people rebought, and the 4 that are out did not rebuy?
That's what it would mean, yeah.
Yeah, well, like none of them are out 2 bullets.
That's right.
Yeah, no one's out 2 bullets. Okay. Do you know for the rebuy though, can the people that busted, they can still enter later? Although I guess especially if you're an invitee, you'd probably rather enter sooner if you were going to.
The way that I understand it works in previous ones is you have 30 minutes.
Oh, you have to. Okay,
yeah,
you pretty much have to figure it out.
I'm getting called out already for saying. You remember our commentator bingo cards from Monte Carlo?
What?
I immediately said this one's shaping up to be a classic.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, I'm sorry,
love
chat.
that phrase.
I'm joking. This one's going to be trash. Don't worry. So, we are back. Texas Mike, Elton Sang, Alejandro Lococo. This was single raise pot, button the big blind, and Lococo opting to probe with King Queen O, no heart on the 8 of hearts turn, targeting exactly this type of holding. Ace high, no heart.
Yeah, it's not that small of a bet. I mean, he's betting half pot basically. And wow, Elton here with not the easiest call, but he's ahead.
Oh. Well, if you're going to call turn and find that river, one would have to assume we ain't folding.
Well, some of it depends on Lococo's size, but yeah, Elton will probably not be folding this river. But, you know, I mean, if Lococo bets like 250 here, it's still... Elton might call it, but it's not a sure thing.
Alejandro opting to check now. This ace of clubs finding its way to the river, giving Elton the check mark. He did have the best hand on the turn.
It feels good enough to value bet. Lococo can definitely have hands like 10x and 8x that we can get value from as Elton. Yeah, Elton, you know, it's again one of these situations that's not super comfortable, but if you're only value betting when you're sure that you have the best hand, you're just not value betting enough. Yeah, no. King high's not a hand that's going to call, but Elton's not really targeting king high there with his value bets.
Talking of the commentator, bingo cards, Rusty. Terry Gold pointing out, I instantly got to cross off Brian Rass. I've played with him about Texas Mike bingo cards. There we go, bro. I mean, listen, the viewers have gotten too comfortable with us. We need to start throwing them off a little bit, okay? Coming up with some new ones.
Wow, look at this table. Asicatola. And he's got quite the hoodie on here.
Yeah, I think that's also the Lionel Messi.
I mean, this is like the
AP.
Viking Playboy vibe going on, I feel like.
Agreed. This is a
Actually
sick feature table, by the way.
It is. It is. It has some of the, I think, some of the better players in the invitee. I mean, we got Elton, we got Orpin. I mean,
I'll call.
Ace deuce. Vinny defending with the jack 8 of hearts from the big, complete whiff, and a c-bet on this from Aussie. One would have to assume is going to get the job done.
yeah. I don't know how Vinny continues here. Just at a range disadvantage anyway, and there's nothing about his two cards that say let's keep going. Yeah, man, I'll you know, be honest with you and the viewers at home. I wasn't so sure I really wanted to be out here. But now that I am, this is some, I mean, we have some exciting poker for the next 5 days. Like, this is a pretty cool tournament to sweat.
It's so sick.
I mean, 500K, you know, buy-in, and a lot of real interesting players, great players, interesting players.
It feels like everyone's in town.
Yeah.
Just feels like everyone's here. Obviously have the GG WSOP Paradise running alongside this Triton Million. Shout out to all the grinders. It really is a grinder's kind of heaven, you know. If you're out there grinding ABI like 5K with aspirations and dreams of reaching to Triton like one day, and you're just walking down the hallway and you bump into Ivy, you bump into D-Negs, you bump into JK, Makita, all of these legends.
Juuso, mitä vittua.
Keeps you hungry. No, I've been grinding. All right.
What is that?
Hyperliquid and the Ultimate Texas Hold'em tables. that's been my combo since I've been here.
Right after it launched, I sent some money over there and bought some hype.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good man.
Just got shilled to me by some smart people, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, there are a few people that, you know, when they talk, you just execute. You don't really ask many questions.
That was pretty much what it boiled down to.
It's
just like, okay, fine.
Yeah. I got a few of those myself. Elton continuing in this driver's seat. Texas Mike. Couple of fours. Going to flick in the call from +1. I love the pace of play that Mike plays at, by the way. I've seen him play these like $1 million pots where the hand's over and done with in 2 minutes. Like,
yeah, Mike is. I mean, it's just fun having him at the table. I mean, even in a real, like, he just plays fast. And oh, here we go, Queen Jack off, little squeeze in position. This could be a 3-way pot because Elton's hand is big enough and they're deep enough. I mean, they're like 100 blinds. Like, Elton might not give this one up, and him coming in gives Mike, you know, a chance to call 85K, getting 3.5 to 1. So let's see what Elton does. But yeah, having watched Elton, wow, Mike didn't. How deep was Mike?
Mike's chip leader, bro.
Oh, he's super deep. Wow, I might have peeled there with 4s.
100 big blinds deep.
Yeah. I'm a sicko, though. I mean, Mike is too, but look, Mike's so happy he didn't call right now.
Man, Lococo finding it on the Jack 8-5. 2 hearts, top pair. Really nice board texture for him in the sense that there's only one overcard to Elton's 9s that perhaps get curious for one street. Let's see if the Argentine can extract some value.
Yeah, he's in position, top pair. He should be able to get at least one street. Will always depend on the run out and bet sizings as to whether or not it's more, but yeah, it's hard to see Elton going away here.
Papo MC, I tell you what, this man always gets a lot of love whenever he's on a live stream table. Doing a lot to grow the game out in South America. Been pretty consistent as well, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, hello. 4 of spades on the turn. Texas Mike would have never got to see it, but, you know. If I'm not mistaken, Lococo WSOP main event final table list, as well as...
we will never know. I think Lococo's check back chances go up in a 3-way pot.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
So I wouldn't be certain, but, you know, that's in a parallel universe right now, alternate universe, where Mike overcalled 3-ways, not ours, so we can go ahead and ignore that, but that would be an electric turn in the 3-way pot. And Elton might think he has the best hand here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him find some kind of block type bet. I mean, he's beating hands like ace-8 suited and, you know, ace-5, ace-4, ace-3 suited. That all might find calls. And if he's losing, he's probably facing a value bet against every hand except 10s, right? So it's a spot where maybe you size it yourself and try to get some value against the weaker parts of your opponent's range. Elton comes with check, which also not unreasonable. Let's see if Lococo finds a value bet.
Question is what hands would we be targeting? Like specifically 9s and 10s. We block ace, queen of hearts that would potentially hero call. Oh, it's a sizable bet as well, you know. Holy crap. 330 into 450. Lococo knows exactly where he's at. And this really is designed to target this hand. 10s, 9s.
Jack-10 suited. It is, given how big he went, it's kind of thin, but interesting. And Elton's in a tough spot.
Look at Elton just staring Lococo down.
If
Desperate
Lococo's
to
nervous,
try and get a read.
It might be because when you bet this, you're not sure for a while whether or not you want to be called.
This size, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, could very easily be value owning himself, right?
I think once it's going into time banks, you start to feel pretty good about it. But like right after you bet, you're definitely nervous. Like you don't want to be snap called. You're like never good when you get snap called. Never.
Does Elton ever have a better jack here in this spot?
Sure.
Played? Yeah.
He could. Why can't he have like King Jack suited? I mean, he probably value bets it on the river, but you don't have to.
Oh, I thought the chips were going in there. It feels like he's going to pay him, Rasty. Well, well, well. Lococo getting what can only be seen as the max there on the river. 1.1 million chip pot. Going the Argentinian's way, and he vaults up to 1.6 million.
Wow, that was a big pot.
Holy smokes. Back over to the pro side of the bracket. Prince of Darkness.
Probably not good to continue if the guy maybe saw your hand. Like even like if it was 1 in 25 times, I think I'm supposed to fold.
27.
Oh my goodness! Look at this table. On screen are Adamo, Ike, and Mateos.
Take that 1 in 25 chance.
This has to be one of the sickest feature tables of the year.
Plus, you can just open shove.
Haxton, Adamo, Bonomo, Winter, Ponakov, Skyhead Mockery, and Adrian Mateos. I mean,
yeah,
that's a stacked lineup right there.
500 behind.
If you have 50 big blinds or less.
Yeah, I mean, I see him.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the plan if you see 2 stars or the king stays?
Did you see Adamo's hand against Kulev, like level 2 today?
No.
Button v small blinds, single raise pot. Kulev's got black aces. Let's jump back into
Yeah, let's do it after this. I do want to hear it, but this could end up being a pretty important. All right. I mean, you've got to think.
I was playing.
The money's going to find a way in.
One time.
And they're going to chop. I guess Ike does have a 5% free roll on the runner flush.
But he does anything. I said, I saw your hand. It's like, I don't care. Calls. Like, whatever. I went like a medium pot. And after the hand, he's like, 60. He was waiting on a big mixed game. It was a well-known top mixed game player. After the
now, Ike with an interesting decision here between calling and raising.
I'm like, dude,
there's really kind of merits to both plays. His hand's good enough to raise and get in. He does have a lot of kind of protection, having the ace of diamonds himself, as well as which covers backdoor flushes and one of the 2 overcards.
Just tell me yes or no.
Well, I mean,
if then I know.
Yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no? Either it starts with an A or it doesn't.
Like real name. So nickname maybe yes, real name maybe no.
This is a kind of interesting spot. They only have like 1.3x SPR.
And we're not thinking about the same guy.
And there's now a double flush draw. I'm kind of wondering if Mateos even just rips it on the turn.
Like a no nickname, like everybody calls him this nickname?
Yes.
And he's from the US?
Feel like you could do that with some draws and some like strong 1-pair type hands.
I'm surprised you know many mixed. You don't play mixed, do you?
I mean, Ike surely is going to bet this, I would think.
You ever come to the US either?
120.
No.
I don't think I've played with you there.
No, it's not.
My guess is Mateos checked in order to
Because they
check
had
raise
this
bets
overhang,
like this,
and she bought
but
it for us.
I'm not certain between
I
check
asked-
raise and
but I'm
call.
telling you this is for
But
sure.
I kind of lean towards
You
check
had yours
raise.
in your hand when you came back.
So many draws on
Yeah,
board. His hand is likely
I'm
good
telling
but
you this is for
vulnerable,
sure,
and
Mike.
you're kind of just willing to
Or
bust if
maybe-
somehow you're
well,
beat.
Maybe it is yours, but
It doesn't matter. Oh, you were saying his initials. Yeah.
Thought we were talking in initials. I thought that
I
was the
could
code.
be betting some hands that have decent equity versus us that we want to put in a kind of indifferent state, and
Not the worst.
could even have hands like king, queen, and queen, jack that are just winning that are probably calling also.
He would just fold.
All in. He can get him.
Yeah.
Fold.
All right, not interesting. Now, Henry, I'm ready for you to tell me the hand, just in case they want to use this on the socials. Let's go.
No. I respect it, man. You got to be careful. I know you dialed in. Day one, you dialed in. You're thinking about the socials.
I got a 5-hour nap today. I'm ready to go.
I don't know if that's what you'd call a nap, mate. That sounds like a good night's
Yeah.
sleep to me. You know, especially during a bull market. 5 hours is
You look like you were checking that, like,
it's
let
like
me
max
just
that
make
you
sure I have it
get.
straight.
All right, hit me with this hand.
I really thought you had 7
Let's go
forces
before we get
the way you called.
interrupted again.
Level 2, Kulev opens.
I felt like I had
Button,
7
aces,
forces.
ace of clubs.
I'm on Team Mike. No,
Adamo, flat, small blind, jack 10-0. Jack of clubs. Ace 9-6, 2 clubs.
Button open.
Against button open. Ace 9-6, 2 clubs. Check.
I mean, I guess
1/3.
I'm a little sad he
Check
folds.
raise
It's
3x.
not like worth
Jack
more
10.
than the
He has
full
the
pot.
jack of clubs?
Jack of clubs.
Yeah.
So I think
Call.
I was saying, I think technically I'm sad. you
96k
fold.
in the
Like,
pot,
man's not
which was
worth
like
more than
23
the full
bigs.
pot when you're all
Starting
in,
stack of a
but
million.
pretty
Turn
happy.
offsuit queen.
Yeah.
B125, Kulev just obviously calls with the top set. River offsuit 8. The ace 9-6, queen 8.
Okay.
B150, Kulev obviously jams. Adamo is like, hey pal, I have the nuts. I call. Unlucky. So it's just like, what's going on, bro? I wish I had been there at the table because you could just imagine the pain and disgust coming from Kulev. It's like, really, dude? Check raise me on the flop?
And just get there. Just runner straight.
Just classic Adamo, man. He got invited in last minute, you know? Got in very late. I want to say he was one of the final pros to find an invitee.
He called us that happy. It's not set. When I see a queen, I say, okay, it's fine.
He would call you that fast with 5-4 or hearts too.
Not that happy.
Bonomo,
He
haven't
was
seen
fast
him
and
here
happy.
at
It's
Triton in
true.
a while. I feel like this whole year I haven't seen him at. I've done this whole year and haven't seen
You beat ace
Bonomo if I
queen?
recall.
And you get to the river?
Good to see him out here getting after it.
Three bet
in
me.
this huge
might four
tournament.
bet. 24.
I did look at it. Oh yeah, I always look
See what Bonomo comes with.
Yeah, 3 is a little bit corrupted, but it's still something.
One would have to
The board
assume
tells you
that
it's one optional
Bonomo
re-entry.
thinks the
It's funny
3
if it was a
is
mandatory
clean.
re-entry.
We can obviously see the whole
Mandatory,
cards.
Really nice.
Yeah, no, you definitely.
Wait, you thought
I
it
mean, if
was
you're Bonomo, you
mandatory?
definitely want
Well,
a 3,
it
but
says
it's
optional
not.
on the board, so now
with
I
the
know,
7 there, it's not the cleanest, and part of it is because sure it gives you a pretty strong hand, but now there's like a 1-card straight on the board that not only could be beating you, but also makes it like a little bit tougher to get action from some other strong hands, like a lot of action rather.
Backdoor spades do get there. Adamo with the check mark. Bonomo with just ace high.
Yeah, and the worst ace high. I mean, any better ace high really other than ace 3. And ace 6, the kicker is playing. But Bonomo definitely can have some king and queen highs that I think he'd probably prefer to bluff with. But realistically, if you get to the river this way, you're not going to get to showdown very often against a hand that you're beating without putting in more money.
Yeah, not surprised to see Adamo just check this one down across turn and river. Up to 1.6 million. See a few of the viewers asking where they can get all of the updates from the outer tables and the exact leaderboard. The only way is to download the Triton Poker Plus app. It really is that simple. Download the app. You can check out the action from all of the outer tables. And we're back with the jungle vibe music, Rasty. I kind of want to go for a little desert rave, you know? You can sign up at GG Poker. Win yourself a free $50 ticket into the Weekender by using the promo code Triton_2024. Min deposit of $20 gets you a $50 ticket. So pretty decent ROI. If you ask me, good luck to everyone. Shout out to our sponsor, GG Poker, who seem to really be, you know, making waves through the poker community over the last couple of years. Good to see Daniel Negreanu show up here as well to battle in this one. Of course, the winner of these is going to be getting a bracelet.
That wasn't
not just the
anything.
Triton trophy.
Of this 500K?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Triton trophy and a bracelet?
Yeah, yeah. Same
Cool.
for the main. It's pretty sick, right?
Yeah.
That's a special bracelet, that is, man. I mean, you take down the 500K. I could be wrong. It might just be the 100K main.
I can beat that.
The Blez still chip leading. Again, you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app.
That's
See all that
pretty
information.
sweet, actually, getting both.
I think so. Don't quote me on that, by the way, because I'm going to get us in trouble.
It's like a nice little perk.
It's one of the longest places you can go.
Yeah, we used to do that.
From Florida to Australia, I think that's the longest travel.
There used to be PCA and then Aussie Millions back to back January.
It's the farthest you can go, right, in the
And
world?
yeah, it was
Maybe New
super
Zealand
long
or
flight.
something?
Yeah, pretty much. New Zealand's staying close now.
Last time I did it took like 40 hours or something. It was like Bahamas to Toronto to Vancouver to Hong Kong to Australia or something. You were with me for that, weren't you? This was years ago.
Yeah, because it used to be, didn't they have like 100K here and then everyone would go, well, 11 people would go play the 250 in Australia? Something like that. It was always small.
No, the time you came with me, we stopped in Kuala Lumpur for a couple of days on the way.
Yeah, I remember that.
That
What did you guys do in Kuala Lumpur?
Was that from the Bahamas?
Hung out.
Hung out?
It's a cool city.
Yeah.
Good food.
How much is it?
Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
You been to Kuala Lumpur?
Never been. Maybe one day.
What's your favorite place to go for vacation?
Spain.
Anywhere but Spain. How about that?
Not going to lie.
I have a favorite place.
Spain is very high up on my list as well.
I mean, no, different part of Spain, different cities. I enjoy it the most.
Yeah, Spain is nice, I agree.
Places you like going or that you want to go?
Yeah, that I like going.
That you like going to.
But
Just
have you been
spent
to Italy, for example?
2 weeks in Madrid before
Have you
coming
ever
out
been
here.
to Italy?
I was for the first time now, just now. But that was for like a day tour. I would know, like for San Remo.
Yeah.
Or like during the Triton Monaco. That was
Yeah.
my first time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've never been. For some reason. Pizza was good.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good. Like they said it would be. Have you been to Greece? You would like Greece. I think if you like Spain that much, you would like Greece. Yeah. Maybe take your girlfriend to Mykonos. Use 40K and.
Bottle of wine and a lobster.
No, Spain is really nice. I have to agree with you.
I love
Spain
this
is
from
really nice.
Bonomo.
Barcelona is my favorite.
Just correctly recognizing that his 9 high
Nothing to do
has
with
0 showdown. But this board texture certainly favors his range from the big blind, especially against the UTG check back. Really leaning into those ace high, king high type holdings. See if this works. Does not.
Wow. Okay.
Adamo is sticking around.
It's a pretty adventuresome call by Adamo. Now, I think like maybe Bonomo was going to give up some decent amount of the time, but like not on a 10, right? You know, we're blocking like 9-10 and 9-7 suited. Adamo probably doesn't have 9-7 suited under the gun. But also hands like 8-9 suited. 9s. Seems like a good card to bet again. Yeah. Also like a decent amount of his 9x hands, like will like 10-9 and 8-9 and 7-9 that Bonomo can't have one a value bet.
How do we feel about this, by the way, Rusty? I mean, he's gone pot on the turn, third pot on the river, in a spot that one would assume we continue going polar on?
I don't know that he needs to. So,
oh,
wow.
You sick pop. Adamo flicking in the call with the king queen.
I fold it, you play it.
Bonomo can have a bunch of hands that makes sense with.
Wow. How about that?
I mean, you would think that if he has 8-9 or 7-9, he would mostly size up, right?
Mm.
But he can have other 9x hands that want to bet small, 10-9, 6-9, pocket 9s, all like kind of like playing the way that he just played it. So, and you know, he could always mix in like a small bet there with like 8-9 or 7-9, for example. I don't know. I mean, I'll say this. The hand really is kind of a sick hand by Adamo. His turn and river calls are pretty sticky.
That's
So,
just his read on population tendencies, bro. He's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, you have so much queen 5 and like jack 7 nonsense that defends with like a gut shot that I just call with king queen.
Yeah.
It's pretty gangster. We got a mystery hand with our man Juso. Koskela squaring off against his fellow countryman Ossi Kertula and Orpen Kischigoglu, who's also in the mix. Flops top pair. Ossi with the nut flush draw. Hold on now, chat. We might have a big pot brewing. Especially if that's an NFT t-shirt, which I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken.
all the signs are pointing to big pot.
It's like,
Okay.
let's go. See how Ossi wants to play his nut flush draw. Some merit to raising.
Of course, you put a lot of pressure on Orpen here, who can easily have 3x and 4x's that are going to fold to a check raise, and might even end up folding this bad 9. Let's see. Nope, he just calls.
There is the call from Orpen, so as predicted, 3 ways to the 8 of clubs turn, which now gives Ossi nut second pair. Guess everything hanging in the balance to see if Yuso fires a second bullet. Or barrel, should say. 136 out there.
Yeah, pretty good card for Katola. And some of the benefit to just calling there is he does let Orpin come in, who has a bunch of suited hands with weaker draws. Wow, and this is a big bet. One that Katola is going to feel pretty comfortable continuing verse. They're deep. He's got a pair and the nut flush draw. I don't think there's really anywhere to go at this point. I kind of feel like fold isn't an option. And that puts Orpin, who has the best hand that we can see, in a pretty tough spot. I expect him to fold versus a call. It's a pretty tough spot to overcall here with a 9 and a bad kicker. No draw.
Well, there is the call from Aussie. 346,000 in the middle. Orpin gets out the way. Big river card incoming.
Yeah.
Brick City for Aussie's hearts, but could still have the best hand.
Yeah, thank you.
Trying to think of the overpairs that would continue firing here. I mean, jacks obviously, tens perhaps check back.
Tens is probably dicey, but queens plus I think can all value bet. Tens you do have to be worried about, like, this is an offsuit jack, so like jack X of hearts or clubs, right? So, you know, plus there are times when you have the best hand, you just don't get called.
Opened pre-flop. C-bet flop 1/3 into 2 players. Bet 75% on the turn. Follows through on the river, and he's just got the queen 5 of clubs, Brian. Wow.
Pitäisi sanoa varmaan kaikille. Ehkä myöhemmin.
Just gonna put it out there. Our NFT T-shirt read, was pretty spot on. My friend.
That was a good one. That was a good one, Henry. Gotta hand it to you.
Aussie laying down the winner. Do so. I don't know what's going on up in Finland over the last couple of years, Brian, but some of the Finns that have been showing up to the Triton Super High Roller Series have been pretty out of line.
It was the cutoff, right? Little queen 5 of clubs from the cutoff.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A little bit of sauce. Viewers are saying that every time it's a mystery hand, apparently it's been a bluff. I mean, perhaps today, that could be the case.
I feel like recently, even stretching back to the end of Monaco, there were more bluffs. But then there was a good stretch before that where it was a lot of value.
I agree. Yeah, I thought it was pretty well balanced. Look at this from Aussie, by the way, against the +1 open, 3-betting the 9-7. Lococo comes with call.
They're 150 big blinds deep, which point he does put more of a premium on kind of board coverage and suited connectors. This is a 1-gapper, so a little bit, maybe slightly out of line theoretically, but actually this is a pretty reasonable hand, I would say, all in all, once you start getting into deep stack poker.
This is a fun flop because we should see a turn depending on size. Also
yeah.
Betting 65 into 150.
Yeah, I like seeing a turn here as well.
Well, Lococo's suits are really nice as well on the 10 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, deuce of hearts board.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if he check raises. I mean, call seems pretty normal, but yeah, I would guess fold would be the least likely option there. Ooh.
Has also just found a way to win this one. Sounds like someone's breathing into the mic a little bit there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're...
It might have even been
Lococo,
to be fair. He's got the hoodie wrapped around his face. Scatola fires twice. Jesus, man. How do you play against these guys?
Well, I'm pretty sure you just fold here.
The size of this turn barrel is insane.
I think that versus this turn barrel, you can kind of just play pretty tight. Sort of, you know, you have a 10, you have an ace. I think a turn barrel this size really makes playing king jack suited there pretty easy. And other than king jack of diamonds, that one is a call. The hands it really puts into pressure there would be like nines or jacks, right? But just unpaired hands like king jack are just actually pretty easy folds versus a big bet.
I'll see chipping on up to 1.7 million now.
I mean, that is almost all unpaired hands. A hand like king jack of diamonds is actually a pretty sweet hand to have there. Yeah, it's a very easy call.
Yeah,
but
80% of a royal. A couple of pros have managed to work their way into the top 5. Fedor Holtz, surprise, surprise, the first pro to cross the 2 million chip mark. He's sat in 4th. Ben Heath also crossing the 2 million chip mark, up in 5th. It's been a very steady kind of grind for Ben. Had a big double up against Phil Ivey earlier on today. And since then, he's just been chipping away nicely.
Yeah, no surprise to see Fedor. This is a good spot. I mean, at this point, Fedor is a guy who's been around for quite a while. When you start talking about, I know he's still sort of young, but yeah, this is a good tournament for people with experience. Like in this tournament, I want guys who have good old-fashioned exploit experience, especially once you're going day 2 and on. You get really interesting table dynamic situations, and I just, you know, think it's a spot where it's not like you can't learn how to do some of that through modern poker theory, but it's really not what the emphasis is, and I tend to find very young modern players are just weaker at that aspect of the game versus some of the more experienced veterans. Fedor's already a guy that likes living on the exploit branch just on a regular basis.
I agree. Him and Ponokov's also comes to mind. I feel like those are two of the guys that do it really, really well at the highest level.
Yeah, like younger players who have a more modern parts of their approach, but like still know how to get in the streets and exploit a bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Opening with the 3s. Coco defending the king 3 of spades, flopping. Second nut flush draw. Orpin continues for 20% pot. Oh, where did Alejandro get this tiger hoodie from, man? I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty dope. I believe that's what the Argentinians called swag.
Oh, an interesting card here. the 8, it brings a whole bunch of
here comes the
counterfeit
lead.
cards for Orpin. So it looks like that's just under half pot. I mean, I think if we're Orpin here, I don't know. I mean, we were already losing to an 8. Let's see what he decides. You would way rather have a hand like 5s here, both because you're beating a 4, but also it's like less counterfeit cards. This is a pretty interesting spot. I would guess versus half pot, a solver calls. And I want to call, but I can understand a fold. It's not like the most comfortable, easy situation.
Does feel like this is being overdone quite a bit by population over the last 6 to 12 months. This board pairing turn lead from the big blind. Good things can happen though when we do precisely that.
That's a pretty ugly card if you're Orpin. I mean, a whole bunch of hands that we were beating are now beating us. Feel like you're good a little bit more often versus a bet than a check, but the bet sucks because you have to put in more money, and so you fold. But you're just not good very often.
Wow, Orpin. After betting sub half pot on the turn, now goes for the overbet on the river. Met by a quick fold, of course, from the 3s. Almost 10,000 viewers joining both myself and Brian Rast over on YouTube. Got everyone watching on the Triton Poker Plus app and Twitch as well. To 293,000 subscribers. If you haven't already, do drop us a quick like. Click that like button, click the subscribe button.
On the tab.
Continue to help Triton Poker
I don't know if that counts.
on their journey to bring world-class poker production to you viewers around the world for free of charge.
In game. What do you guys write? Like swap 5 and shit.
Well played.
No, it doesn't count.
D-Nex is still in.
What's I mean?
Kronstar.
You know what counts.
Okay. Then
Again, you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app and you can take less time by finding that out yourself than typing it into the chat.
What?
You talk to Michael every?
Oh, in a weekly basis? No.
How about this, Rusty?
On a monthly basis.
Anthony Rojas in the chat saying, Brian Rast, I got to meet you at the WSOP this year. Awesome experience. Thank you. There we go, man. We got some of the viewers in the mix.
I used to.
I hope you didn't stack him, dude, in like the...
that's very close question.
Sounds like I didn't. The WSOP is always fun.
Personal
I mean,
question? Why is that a personal question?
I said very close.
it's really the main place that I really just get back into grind mode and playing a bunch of poker again nowadays. I do miss it.
I'm yet to play the WSOP. Maybe I pop the cherry this upcoming summer main event.
For somebody like me, it's just the bet. Like, listen, it's obviously what's going on in terms of the quality of the locale, the way it's run. It's not going to be like a Triton tournament. I mean, you know, they're two different things, two different animals.
Yeah.
Triton's catering to like the biggest buy-ins, like kind of smaller fields. You know, it's going to be super well run compared to the WSOP, but as a guy who plays all the games, I mean, there just isn't any poker experience like the WSOP.
I just don't play as
right?
much
Like,
as the other guys.
I mean, Triton, you know, there's like one or two, you know, there's going to be 2 no-limit hold'em tournaments here. Go to WSOP, we got Poker Players Championship, mixed games, this, that, PLO, PLO8, there's all of them, just this flavor here, that flavor. It's just...
Elky?
Recently?
Heads up poker?
Playing 500K.
Heads up no limit. What stakes?
I saw you play.
500K.
But at the end,
Sorry?
at the end, to be fair, I played really bad at the end. So to be fair, I was playing.
You were tilted?
I got a bit tilted on the man.
The dark.
He was just
the Dark Knight. What was it?
He was just doing random
Dark
stuff
Kill?
like every hand, and I was just. At the beginning, he was just bluffing me every hand, and then he started to stop bluffing me, and then he started bluffing again, and then it was just super confusing. But he had a lot of good hands.
You should have to pick one strategy and stick to it. That doesn't seem fair.
No, but I mean, after a while, you know what to do. But in the beginning, it was just super confusing, and
You said he was adjusting heads up?
I mean,
That's kind of shady, don't you think? Him adjusting his strategy on you?
Wow.
Oh my God.
Mockery's getting
He-
bullied.
Like he clearly wasn't in his like. I don't want to say too much, but there is a decent chance he was partying at the time.
Okay.
There's a decent chance.
Yeah.
That was a very political way of saying that.
Yeah. I mean, he was, but he was.
Would you say there was a good chance he was partying after?
LT.
Sounds like Mockery was playing Elky heads up whilst Elky was partying. Does sound like Elky. I've been to a few Elky parties as well, and I tell you what, that man is something else.
He was doing some cool
Yeah.
things. He was,
Yeah, he is.
But it works for X amount of time, and then it stops working, you know?
Yeah.
You, of all people, think, I think you know what I mean. Your background works like on session, maybe even two, but then you just get felted really hard.
Single race pot. Mateus opening from +1. Bonomo flat in the small. Adamo completing from the big. Does opt to check on over to Mateus, who checks behind.
Great card for Adamo.
Oh, that was.
It's pretty hard to see who can continue with him, though. Seems like a spot he probably ends up betting and just takes it down.
I got on the plane. That's what happened. I didn't even know, like, let's say, 14 hours before or something. Yeah, I was surprised to do that.
Dude, there's already 40 million in the prize pool, yeah. And late reg hasn't even closed. And people are saying first place is going to be 6 million. Grow up, guys. Seriously, grow up. Like, where do you get 6 million from in a $41 million prize pool?
Because of the tax.
Yeah, no, it's going to be bigger. I mean, let me put it this way. The biggest amount that I won as the gross amount in a tournament was when I won the first Super High Roller Bowl. It was 500K buy-in. I think first was 7.5 and didn't have 80 players. Maybe it had 40 or 50 or something.
Really?
So, yeah,
How many
this is gonna be like 10 million.
I think it's gonna be 10 million.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 10 million.
So
we got the jungle vibes going on again. Honestly, at this point, we need some rum and coke in the booth.
I mean, I would probably do it if we were allowed.
Wait, we are allowed. What do you mean if we are allowed? We're grown-ups. We're allowed to drink rum and coke. I'll go get us some on break. Chip counts brought to you by WSOP Paradise. Ike Haxton, chip leader on the red table. The table we have on your screens right here. Still very early doors, of course.
Rum and Coke's not usually one of my go-tos. It's like I like probably my two go-to drinks right now when I go to dinner or whatever. I don't get drinks that much anymore, but either a Paloma or
Be around
a espresso martini.
I can get behind the espresso martini.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7.
27.
27.
You're getting called out for your bingo card again.
Oh no.
We need to start coming up with prizes, by the way,
A lot.
for the bingo cards.
A good year.
Ike defending against Sean Winter. The pro side of the bracket has really been getting after it. What we've seen. How about middle set
All depends on this.
for the Iceman?
Depends on this one. This is top is the one.
Well, don't worry, guys. It's okay. I can step out of here and let an analyst who's never played high-stakes tournaments take my spot. He won't be able to tell you about the times he won a 500K
Don't take it
buy-in or
personally,
anything.
man. Come on.
I'm not.
Stop
I'm not.
it.
I'm playing with
Ignore
them.
him.
I'm just playing with them. You know. You can get the guy who's never played or won them. It's all good.
Bro, that's why I'm in
I
here,
might not.
okay?
I might not even be. Well, you're not on the analyst side. You're the color guy or whatever. You know. You're perfect. You're doing your role like. We can get an analyst who's, you know, he's like the $100 ABI online grinder. You know
Let's
what I
get him
mean?
in.
Like, don't worry, guys. Then you can play the bingo card where he never brings it up.
The guy with 0 live experience, zero exploit experience. Let's get that guy in.
Oota, semmoinen tilanne tulee niinku post-flop action varmasti.
Let's go, chat. I love it. Starting a street fight.
No, I love it. I know it's good fun. I'm also playing. I don't mind it at all. It's not a malicious comment. We're just goofing. Back to the invitee table over here. Elton, small chip up since that pot. I think he was down to like 500K. He's won a few.
He's in trouble here. Middle pair. Backdoor hearts against the top pair for Juso.
Yeah, it's a spot where he's going to like his hand a little bit because of the things you just mentioned. Fortunately for him, we can see Asi Katola's depriving him of 2 of his outs. Wow, quite a peel here by deuces.
Doesn't get much more out of line than this. It sounds like Aussie has revenge on his mind.
I think Elton comes here with the backdoor hearts.
Doesn't find any. And funnily enough, this diamond only hitting Katola with that deuce of diamonds dangler.
Let's see if Katola finds a bluff here. I mean, if you're calling with deuces here, I would think that you would bet the turn sometimes when you hit a 3rd diamond.
How about it? 100% check mark next to Elton's name. He spikes the 2 outer. A much needed 2 outer as well. Elton was down to 0.6 of a stack.
A lot of stuff got here from Juso's perspective. I mean, diamond flush 8s. He got called in 2 spots. It's not a ton of hands Elton's going to have here that we're beating. I mean, maybe some kind of backdoor heart hand like, you know, King 10 of hearts. Maybe a hand like 4-5. But, you know, could be beat or tying Aussie Katola behind us as well.
So given that we are in the Bahamas collaborating with the WSOP, we do have some new viewers checking out the Triton streams for the first time. A couple of people asking about this format. So Invitational is something that was kind of coined by Rob Young and Paul Poor way back when we hosted the £1 million Triton Million in London in 2019, where basically an invitee gets to invite a top pro into the tournament. And for the first day, so this being day one, the invitees are separated from the pros. They play against each other for 10 levels. The pros play against each other for 10 levels. And then tomorrow, whoever makes it through to day 2, from the start of the day, will be put at a table with 50% pros and 50% VIPs. And I've seen a few people asking you in particular, Brian, with your role as the analyst, how you would approach a day one, given that there is that weird kind of day 2 ICM where you're supposedly going to square off against perceived weaker opponents.
Yeah, it's, you know, some of it has to do with exactly how weak you think the invitee section of the field is, right? That matters. I mean, I would say that theoretically, there is some incentive to play lower variance in order to get through. You know, that said, it does get into a bit of a rock, paper, scissors game with other pros at the table where if you know that people are doing that, you can then take advantage of that with perceived, you know, kind of perceived vision on their strategy and then trying to exploit it. So it's something where I would go in maybe thinking that, but I would just be paying attention to what my table's doing and switching things up just like I do normally. I wouldn't probably change how I play too much, right? Especially if I'm willing to rebuy.
Fair.
So it
Which
gives
I would
you,
hope you are.
Yeah, it gives you a double chance, right? I think most pros, if you're a pro in this, you're almost certainly rebuying. So, yeah, I wouldn't be changing it up too much, especially not on my first bullet. I think that's how I'd approach it.
Well, changing things up as we head back over to the action is come ace-ace, and Vinny Lingham is going to be showered here. Single raise pot, hijack against cutoff, flop the nut flush draw, turn top pair, river trips, and is outpipped by 1, and it is none other than Aussie Katola with the ace jack. 280 out there, 425 the effective stack for Lingham. Does he lose it all, or has he found a way to perhaps leave some behind? Oh wow, no, snap call. Aussie with the overbet, putting Lingham all in. Vinny with the snap, and Vinny is out of there, Brian, just like that. 1.1 million chip pot going Aussie Katola's way, and I believe with that pot he has become the tournament chip leader.
Yeah, maybe check call would have saved him some chips, but Aussie Katola found a bet to get them all.
That's insane. Aussie just overbetting river for almost 200% pot.
Jos sä nyt haluat käydä,
I'm never going to London again. That was like so depressing. I need some sun. I was like,
it's not a nice.
That was my work. I think I lost $1 million there. I was like,
Doing Toronto is very good weather. I just don't like it there. I think it's a very annoying city overall.
London's
26.
catching some shade, bro.
I was glad they did double Jeju instead of London.
I like Jeju.
Hmm?
I like Jeju. I don't mind them spending a month next year in Jeju.
82. I didn't like Jeju either.
You didn't like it?
Maybe because I was jet lagged or something. I didn't like it. Very far.
I mean, you can. A lot of people went to Seoul for a week or somewhere like that, Japan or whatever.
Yeah, I just don't like being
Taipei.
away that long.
Taipei is a good route.
Yeah, the poker was great though. Poker
Yeah.
there was,
That was
great. Yeah.
That was a really good couple weeks of poker. In theory, in practice, I lost a fuckload of money. No, opposite.
You had a very good year in the last 2 years, right? Last 2 years were very good for you.
23 was really good.
23?
24, I've been losing.
Yeah, 23. He had a 27.5% ROI.
How do you just like know these things?
Of a split set.
I mean, 16.7 divided by 12.
That is an easy way to know.
Sean Winter's an absolute animal.
That's solid.
Can't complain.
I've been doing in tournaments overall since you started.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I must be winning. I haven't run out of money yet.
We were just very good at swapping.
Yeah.
I know some of those.
Until last year. Might have just been getting by on swapping.
Always
I remember
entertaining
we were
having
talking
mockery at the
about some,
table.
You were talking about some ROIs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I didn't say no.
Oh, okay. I thought you said no.
No.
Like in the main event where you can just have like 30, 35% in the JJ one.
It's possible. That was a good tournament.
200 people full. 10 seconds.
I would guess.
He's like undercover Mossad agent right now, like interviewing
Yeah, I
Ike,
mean, I
like
would
getting Ike to really
There's
divulge.
probably not anybody who has a 35% ROI in that tournament. If there is, there can only be a couple. But maybe.
Mockery really doing us a solid.
I would guess probably not. But
You know what I think? I think most people overestimate ROIs.
I agree.
So overall, yeah, like I had some guy who won snow me in this one of these, you know, 1 day 25 days.
Tom was gonna find a bet here.
Have to be a really good tournament or really good player.
Yeah,
It's gonna work.
Let's put it like that.
There he is, folks. Michael
One
Adamo.
of those in Paris.
So far, playing great on stream.
And the rake is super high in Paris too, right? Yeah.
Not folding when he has the best hand.
6%
King
for
Queen
a
comes to
single-day
mind.
tournament with, like, less than
Bluffing
50
when he
people,
doesn't.
yeah, nobody's winning.
Yeah, so
10% in that tournament.
so 12% just to break even.
Yeah.
More
like 14.
This
Smart,
offer,
yeah, that's smart.
this offer I declined.
The only one? The only offer you decline?
I'm pretty like liberal with this stuff like, normally, but this one was just like a bit too much.
Well, that's how we keep him coming back, Brian. Is even though Ike, and I quote, lost an S ton of money in Jeju, he still had an absolute blast playing poker.
They talk every day. He just messages.
25.
Sounds like he's excited that we're going back next year.
Yeah, I think they all agreed that the poker was great, which makes sense because we were like breaking Triton records on field sizes.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Get a lot of mainland China, a lot of the Asian.
Yeah, I think the
groups
one
coming
bad
over.
thing about Jeju is you can't get Korean people.
That's true.
Because they're not allowed to play in their own country, which is bizarre. But
You know him. You know him.
maybe the best place in Asia, if they can figure out how to get back there,
No,
would be
106.
Macau. I know Paul's trying to figure out how to get back, but they got to work something out with the government.
Yeah,
I think
it's just not possible, unfortunately.
So-
I mean, it does seem to be picking up quite
that
a
was
bit.
even closer to China. Korean people could play. It's kind of like they'd have a huge venues, like however many people came for whatever tournament sizes they wanted to run.
Oh, it'd be incredible. It would break
Macau,
all records.
Yeah, Macau would be the spot if they can get back there.
Especially as we've already been there, you know. Yeah, it would be great to go back. Man, Adama's found a little bit of heat. He's going to win this one. And I'm noting how we've
He's a
lost-
guy who I'm hoping makes a deep run. Haven't been following him for. I feel like haven't seen him this whole year either. Just like Bonomo.
Just a couple of players, by the way.
22,000.
And Damo plays a lot of
You're not getting any more info.
interesting pots, so always fun to sweat him.
Yeah, he's really exciting. Kiat Lee is going to need to re-enter. Mikita Baziakowski is going to need to re-enter as Lee loses with
Which
the
half
ace
of the
queen
field do you think the top ROI is
against
in?
Taylor von Kriegenberg's pocket jacks.
We have a new chip leader, and he's kind of separated himself here. Sinan Unlu. Looks like Turkey.
Yeah, I know
Over
Sinan.
3 mil.
You disagree? That a player on that side is winning more than you?
But I'm top players, top pros.
And a new pro
think
with
so?
the highest pro chip count,
Okay.
who's
You think for sure?
yeah, the guy who busted Cat Lee, Taylor von Kriegenberg.
25. I mean,
Can't say I'm very familiar with him.
you don't
It's
know,
part of Schulman's crew, I believe.
Can only be one guy.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to
Well, saying it's a guy
slip up
actually
here, but I
narrows
think
it down.
best friends, you know, very, very close friends.
Okay.
Cash game guy, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, I can think of like
Could be
4
wrong.
contenders that you might be thinking of. Like,
Yeah, I'm on at least one. But at least. I haven't even scoped it. Like, Orphan is probably high up there.
Could be.
I'd be very surprised if he's not like top 3 ROI.
So you didn't crossbook with him in this one?
And this isn't this guy?
Odie Rex, be careful, okay?
No.
So now the funny commentary team is now on, thank God.
Is Bleznick?
You're going to upset Randy and Ali.
Are they going to be upset though?
Ali's hilarious, bro.
No, Ali. But
Ali is absolutely hilarious. Randy could GAF. You know, could care less.
Impossible.
Ali, you got to look out for because you never know.
Guessing.
He started telling a story earlier on today's stream about
It's fun. It's a fun game. It's a fun
Chiang
it's
Mai
fun to talk about. Look,
and
people-
like an elephant sanctuary. And it sounds like an innocent story, but with Ali, you never know, and it ends up going, one way. And
I've never played with Jessica, but just based on how
Ali
angry
Najal.
people
Which
on
way
Twitter
was
got,
that?
like,
it was, the more
she's got to be in contention.
Yeah.
funny / out of line
Jessica
kind of way that you kind of. It sounded like an innocent story, and then it just took a bit of a turn
Fair.
about showering elephants.
How much?
Jules asking where can he bet on Bryn Kenny winning this? That's a great question, honestly, and whoever would have to set the markets would surely have someone like Bryn as one of the favorites. Has arguably the sickest Triton track record of all time.
And how much do you have?
1.5.
Man, where's the set over set? I'm sorry, Ike. Wasn't necessarily hoping that Ike would get set over set, but in a 500k buy-in, me and the majority of the viewers want to see blood on day one.
see if Bonomo bets here. It's kind of an interesting combo. This backdoor stuff working. Immediately trying to get ace high to fold, and it's a flop that his flatting range hits a bit. You can definitely have 3s and 8s, potentially even jacks versus +1, as well as he has a bunch of straight draw type hands and 1 pairs. I think versus this small of a size, Mulcree probably continues. Yeah, feels too tight to fold. This is not one of the cards that increases Bonomo's equity. So he now has dust. Will he barrel again with that dust? Probably not, but I feel like you just never know.
10 seconds.
Kyan's very tough to play against, man. He's been doing really well over the last couple of years. It does check through. Clean river for the Norwegian. $143,000 in the middle. Looks like he's going to slide it over once more to Bonomo with a pretty nasty hand to bluff with. I mean, blocking some of the obvious folds. Even though he beats hands like 10-9, Queen-9, right? Blocking 9-8 suited.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the flip side is some of the hands you just mentioned would almost certainly bluff as Mulcree, right? So he's probably never ahead versus check river. Like literally 0% of the time.
Agreed.
Like 10-9 is always bluffing. Queen-9 probably also, because it's just 10 and queen high are like the worst hands Mulcree can have and pretty obvious bluffs.
Wonder what bucket of hands Mulcree puts this into. 7s, 7 of hearts. If he feels like he'll have better hands to hero call with. He's going to have some like Jack X. Although it was +1 open. So perhaps not.
He'll be value betting some of his Jack X, so he will have some. But once you start getting into top pair plus, he's not going to have that much of it as played, right? Especially with the river check line after check, check, turn. An 8, certainly better. You know, I think the 7's not the worst. It's definitely better than like a 9 or a 10 or a queen. So, in terms of blockers.
Nice little pick off there from the Norwegian. It's up to 1.7 million. Bonomo's down to 640. Bit of a mutter there from Bonomo. Some signs of frustration, understandably so, when things aren't going your way in a 500k buy-in. We've had quite a few bust outs, Rusty. Surzat Hissu that you mentioned earlier on, eliminating both Esti Wang and Sire Ono in the same hand. His pocket kings holding against pocket queens of Wang and ace king of Sire. Nacho Barbero down to just 17 bigs. João Vieira on 24.
Just under 146 or 7.
$25,000.
10 seconds.
Playable one for Adamo on the button.
Yeah, maybe she's one of them.
Does flick in the call.
All right.
Norwegians relentlessly cheating.
It's just checking. I think I got to everybody in like the top 14, and I don't think any of them are pairs. So I don't think there's anybody who's like, there's not a team that's in the top 10 or top 14 rather right now.
Yeah, those ones can always be fun. Talking of fun, how about this? Adamo has flopped the 10 high clubs. Ponikov with top pair. Jack high flush draw.
Yeah, his club is live, although there's only 7 of them left. But this is a good spot for Adamo here. He's in position.
40.
So he's going to get to make sure every street gets bet.
See how he proceeds against half pot with such an aggressive image. It'd be nice to see him play his big hands aggressively. Just going to come with call though. There's a massive hand brewing on the gold table, by the way. We'll keep all the viewers updated. Fedor Holtz has put Brinkeni all in on an ace-7-4-6-6 board.
I mean, this hand is shaping up to be a big hand, I'll tell you what, because, I mean, at least a decent-sized bet is going in here on the turn.
Especially against these two as well. I mean, I've spoken to Ponikovs about poker decent amount of time and battling a lot online against the likes of Adamo.
Yeah, Ponikovs is a really great player.
Brinkeni's been showered, by the way. Fedor Holtz is the new chip leader. Top boat against the second nut straight. Brinkeni unable to find the fold. See how this one plays out, as it might be Ponikovs as well, heading to the re-entry desk.
So he plays check, which you have to imagine that he's going to check call. Let's see what size Adamo comes with. He has a 10 in his hand, so he's blocking 10s and ace-10. A 10 high flush is almost certainly good as played. His opponent can definitely be drawing live. Oh, he's going to come with half pot. I mean, half pot's like a very comfortable, easy call for Ponikovs. No sweat.
9-8 or 9-9.
Yeah, I'm seat 8, so.
But let's see what happens on the river. A blank is probably the more interesting card in a way.
Not if you're a Ponikovs fan. Oh, saved by the river.
No. Interesting has nothing to do with rooting. I think just from a I'm speaking purely from a poker analysis perspective.
Oh, of course. I know you're not throwing shade in any one direction.
I enjoy watching both these guys play. They're both really great players who play interesting pots. So from a fan perspective, I really hope both these guys keep going farther than day one. That's for sure.
It's one of the things I really enjoy about doing commentary with you, is that you just love the game, irregardless of who's involved. I mean, I've nerded out with you over limped pots on level 4, you know, blind v blind, and you just love getting into the weeds, man.
Yeah, I enjoy our time in the booth as well, Henry. And Ponikovs finds, what is this? This is like third pot, which Adamo's definitely not that happy to see, but I just don't see how he doesn't call. Versus +1, it is kind of hard to like find offsuit combos that have a club lower than the king, queen, or jack.
Especially when you have 10-9, right? Like,
yeah, like he doesn't have like ace-8 off. You know what I mean? I guess he could have a hand like 8s with a club, but I don't know if that value bets the river. You're kind of not really expecting to beat much value at all, but
Ponokov's much needed pickup there. Back up to around starting stack. That one not going Adama's way, but hey, surely no complaints from him after winning that massive pot against Alex Kulev's top set. Looks like Kaya Mokri going to be heading out to an outer table, as you viewers at home can head on over to GG Poker and sign up now with the promo code Triton_2024. Get yourself a free $50 ticket to the weekender. Min deposit of $20 required. GLGL to all the viewers. Shout out to Gary Blackwood in the chat. Who's in the booth with Henry is none other than seven-time bracelet winner.
only 6.
Only 6.
I got my first.
Hold on, man.
I got my first second place this year in
Hold
the
on.
25K PLO.
Sorry, I was talking in the future. Sorry,
well,
that was me in 2026.
I mean, shoot, if I don't,
Sorry,
if
man.
I don't make it to 7, I'll be pretty.
Yeah, that's on me. That's
That'll
on
be
me.
brutal. I
Sorry.
hope I make it more than 7. I plan on playing quite a few WSOPs.
Dude, honestly,
there,
if you don't get to double digits by the time I turn 40, we're not friends anymore, mate. So,
all right, I got some work.
Got some work to do. Man, 500K buy-in, the Bahamas. Things you love to see.
Almost 950.
Yeah, you could stick around after the Triton main.
No, I'm
pick up a bracelet over here in the Bahamas.
I could, but it's so nice to just be in my home playing poker in Las Vegas for like a week and a half before I go to Brazil for the
Before
holidays.
Christmas. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to get you to those 10 bracelets sooner rather than later, but hey.
Yeah, I'll go back. There's just a tournament happening in Vegas, a super huge 10K. Just relax and play the cash game if I bust. Go to Brazil.
Jack 5-5. Blind versus blind. Mateos Limpton from the small blind. Off of 73. Ponokov's with the near 4x ISO. With the King Queen O.
25.
Continues for quarter pot. Annoying one for Mateos. Out of position.
Yeah, but I think Ace-8's just too good at this point. But that's a pretty bad card for Adrian. I mean, I'm not even talking about versus Ponokov's hand that we can see, just like kind of in general. Like, if Ace-8 is good here, you can't really call a big bet. You know, a lot of hands that will bet big that we're beating will be stuff like 10-9, King-9, King-10, 2 spades. So it's not a spot that Mateos is going to like check folding, but I think he will. I mean, it is blind versus blind. The main class of hands that he's really beating now, that he's doing very well against, would be like a bad King X hand that Ponokov takes this line with in the big blind. Now, they're not super short, so he won't have quite as much junk as he would in a super polar range when you got like 25 blinds. But, wow, so Mateos comes with, this is a bit of a spicy call. And Ponikov's probably earned it by not sizing up the turn. And this is like a kind of a disaster river for Mateos. Like it's, other than maybe an ace, it's one of his best cards.
Does feel like a mandatory cooldown on flop and turn against someone as capable of bluffing as Ponikov's.
I think the turn is dicey.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't want to say it's right or wrong, but I would not call the turn mandatory.
There's the triple. 230 into 292. And if ace high was good on the turn, absolutely nothing has changed on the river. Question is, would Ponikov's fire a third barrel on this run out?
If you're Adrian, you'd probably rather have a spade now on the river, I think. But ace high is beating all the bluffs, and he gets away from it.
Well, a couple of really nice pickups for Ponikov's. That rivered flush just a couple of hands ago, and now this full house blind v blind against Mateos. He's back up to more than starting stack. A #1 Latvian player.
So Mateo's showing, that's a kind of interesting hand from the perspective of like, I feel like it's very common to think, okay, you called the turn, you hit a great river card, you know, I'm still beating all the bluffs, let me call this 230. But we assume Mateos didn't actually do that. So he, even though he got a pretty good card for his range, I think he decides versus a big bet, like, I can just call with like a jack or a queen or, you know, some better hands than this.
For sure.
And so it puts a little bit more credence into the way he navigated the turn, right? He called the turn, dicey spot, but then got away on the river. So, I mean, these blind versus blind hands are always like really tough with wide ranges, and it's, I think, some of the most fun hands to watch like really great players play.
Adri unfazed. The previous hand, straight back into action. The 7-3 of diamonds, also known as the barking shark. Oh, look at this for Ponikov's. I mean, on the back end of that previous hand, just immediately wagging the finger out of the small blind with the jack-8 suited.
And I'll tell you what, he is right in the sense of Adrian was opening wide. I'm pretty sure if you look at a pre-flop chart, it's not going to tell you to open the 7-3 suited on the button. So,
not today. And Sinan Unlu from Turkey, retaking the chip lead from Fedor.
Makoko with stone air. Just looking across the table, praying his opponent will fold, which we can see is not going to happen. Orpin with top set, turning into top boat. And, I mean, at this point, Orpin's just praying Makoko has something, but he doesn't. So, only way Lukoko's going to put more money into this pot is by continuing to bluff.
He's been known for running some big bluffs in his time, you know.
Oh, wow. So he led as the big blind here on the flop, and he's going to lead again with the stone airball. I mean, the thing is that in position, Orpin is actually not that deep. After calling, he'll have like a 2 SPR, so he could definitely raise here. I mean, his hand doesn't need protection, that's for sure. He could jam over a bet on the river or bet up to all-in himself in position, so in order to play a huge pot, he doesn't need to raise. I mean, and yeah, he decides just to call, it looks like.
Yeah, 2 SPR going to that river, as you mentioned.
A queen or jack would be dirty.
The 4-4 run out.
I wonder if this is a card that's going to get Lococo to fire again. Because now, like, flushes or even straights are all pretty dicey hands.
I agree, but that would have to mean that he was leading with like a 5x on the flop and turn.
Yeah, but 5 is a pretty tough card to value bet again here, isn't it?
Right.
Because, I mean, Orpin has all the over pairs. But he did just get to the river, just stone bluffing 2 straight streets leading into the razor. And a very weird run out has come.
Yeah, it's an intricate part of the game tree, that's for sure. Let's see. Why do I feel like he's going to do something crazy, man?
I mean, what if he's just like, I guess maybe I'll try to rep the 4.
All the straight flush. All-in dealer.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like not an unreasonable play. We're blocking queens and jacks, whatever. Like,
stop it.
I could have all the 4s, just 2x pot ship it.
Behave, right, Brian. You're just trying to induce madness.
I mean, I didn't
Day
think,
1 of the 500K.
Isn't that what we all want to see? You were just saying set over set. Like, this is like, we were almost there. We were just like one irresponsible shove away from the madness.
Does eventually slow down as the Argentinian fans go wild. Their man has avoided disaster.
And later he will find out that he's very glad that he did. Because I'm pretty sure whatever he bet would not have worked.
I wonder what size Orpin comes with now, facing check, likely to be targeting some flushes, right? Very tough for his opponent to have full houses unless it's specifically like 6s through 9s, 6s through 10s.
Yeah. Agreed. It's a pretty interesting spot as Orpin as to what you want to bet. Oh, wow. He checks it back.
I was looking for a reaction there from someone. Lococo tabling the queen high bluff. Orpin showing the nut full house.
Does seem like a conservative check back.
Do you think that was more a I can't get value from flushes, let me see what this guy is leading flop and turn with kind of thing?
Yeah, maybe he was curious and felt like he cared a bit about seeing what Lococo's hand was. Yeah, that could have been a consideration.
Oh. So here we go.
It does seem like a line, especially when he has 5 specifically, right? Which is blocking the main class of hand you're hoping to get called with, 5x, where you figure maybe my opponent's just either just giving up a bunch or just going to like check shove quad 4s, which would be very uncomfortable. But I don't know. I probably still venture a value bet, but I do think I understand why maybe he didn't.
A couple of eliminations on outer tables. Obviously, we already discussed Bryn Kenny turning the second nut straight against Fedor's top set. All the money went in on the board pairing river card. Big out. Alfred Di Carolis out. Both bullets fired. 68 runners remaining. 86 entries so far.
So I have to think Bryn will be back in, right?
He won't be, no.
Oh, he's 2 bullets?
Done.
Oh, that's
Finito.
it.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles in this invitational. Texas Mike in 4th. Love to see it.
Hey,
Aussie
guys.
Katola in 5th.
Raise 27,000. Follow.
10s for Elton.
Follow.
Do let us know, as always, who you're rooting for. You can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, scan through the entire field, and let us know the team you're rooting for, or the lone wolf that you're rooting for, whoever it is you want to see run deep in this one. Brian's already named the likes of Adamo and Ponakovs. That's 2 players you'd like to see run deep. I like Aussie and Fedor. Aussie in the final 3 tables, Fedor in the final 3 tables. You always get some action.
Yeah, no complaints there. I agree.
I also like this Juso character. Haven't got to see much of him, but that like Queen 5 of clubs hand earlier on gave us a little bit of a glimmer, insight into how capable he is of running massive bluffs. He's going to get out of the way here, of course. Nice little pick up there for Elton. So we're heading into the final break of day 1. 8 levels played, 18 eliminations so far, would you believe? Which is pretty wild. We've covered several of these invitational events now over the last couple of years, and I'm surprised to see so many eliminations this early in a 500k as we do head into that final break. As mentioned, it's Turkey's Sinan Unlu chip leading the final 68 as we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. One last frame of 2 levels. Sinan in pole position. Fedor holds the, well, I mean, top pro, second in chips with 218 bigs. Good for 3.3 million chips, rather. Any surprises there? I mean, it felt like a very honest kind of frame. Perhaps the only real takeaway was the willingness of pros being just happy to play big pots against each other.
Yeah, the biggest thing I remember is Adamo playing a couple interesting pots and kind of navigating the waters well. But yeah, nothing too crazy, I feel like. But some fun poker. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm really looking forward to this final frame of day 1 here in the Bahamas. We've got new names coming to the tables: Wasserson, Einhorn, Wang, Putra. We've got Danny Tang, Sean Deeb, Kulev, Davies, Petrangelo, all going to be joining us when we return from this short break here in the Bahamas. We'll see you in about 10 minutes' time.
All in. Call.
that want to bet small, 10-9, 6-9, pocket nines, all like kind of like playing the way that he just played it. So, and you know, he could always mix in like a small bet there with like 8-9 or 7-9, for example. I don't know. I mean, I'll say this. The hand really is kind of a sick hand by Adamo. His turn and river calls are pretty sticky.
That's just his read on population tendencies, bro. He's just like, yeah, you have so much queen 5 and like jack 7 nonsense that defends with like a gut shot that I just call with king queen.
Yeah.
It's pretty gangster. We got a mystery hand with our man Juso. Koskela squaring off against his fellow countryman Ossi Kertola and Orpen Kishigoglu, who's also in the mix. Flops top pair. Ossi with the nut flush draw. Hold on now, chat. We might have a big pot brewing. Especially if that's an NFT t-shirt, which I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken.
All the signs are pointing to big pot here.
It's like,
okay.
Let's go. See how Ossi wants to play his nut flush draw. Some merit to raising.
Of course, you put a lot of pressure on Orpen here, who can easily have 3x and 4x's that are going to fold to a check raise, and might even end up folding this bad 9. Let's see. Nope, he just calls.
There is the call from Orpen, so as predicted, 3 ways to the 8 of clubs turn, which now gives Ossi nut second pair. Guess everything hanging in the balance to see if Yuso fires a second bullet. Or barrel, should say. 136 out there.
Yeah, pretty good card for Katola. And some of the benefit to just calling there is he does let Orpen come in, who has a bunch of suited hands with weaker draws. Wow, and this is a big bet. One that Katola is going to feel pretty comfortable continuing verse. They're deep. He's got a pair and the nut flush draw. I don't think there's really anywhere to go at this point. I kind of feel like fold isn't an option. And that puts Orpen, who has the best hand that we can see, in a pretty tough spot. I expect him to fold versus a call. It's a pretty tough spot to overcall here with a 9 and a bad kicker. No draw.
Well, there is the call from Ossi. 346,000 in the middle. Orpen gets out the way. Big river card incoming.
Yeah.
Brick City for Ossi's hearts, but could still have the best hand.
Yeah, thank you.
Trying to think of the overpairs that would continue firing here. I mean, jacks, obviously. 10s, perhaps. Check back.
10s is probably dicey, but queens plus, I think, can all value bet. 10s, you do have to be worried about, like, this is an offsuit jack, so like jack X of hearts or clubs, right? So, you know, plus there are times when you have the best hand, you just don't get called.
Opened pre-flop. C-bet flop 1/3 into 2 players. Bet 75% on the turn. Follows through on the river, and he's just got the queen 5 of clubs, Brian. Wow.
You're going day 2 and on. You get really interesting table
100%
dynamic situations, and I just, you know, think it's a spot where it's not like you can't learn how to do some of that through modern poker theory, but it's really not what the emphasis is, and I tend to find very young modern players are just weaker
23.
at that aspect of the game versus some of the more experienced veterans. Fedor's already a guy that likes living on the exploit branch just on a regular basis.
I agree. Him and Ponokov's also comes to mind. I feel like those are two of the guys that do it really, really well at the highest level.
Yeah, like younger players who have a more modern parts of their approach, but like still know how to get in the streets and exploit a bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Opening with the threes. Coco defending the king, 3 of spades, flopping. Second nut flush draw. Orpin continues for 20% pot. Oh, where did Alejandro get this tiger hoodie from, man? Not gonna lie, it's pretty dope. I believe that's what the Argentinians called swag.
Oh, an interesting card here. The 8, it brings a whole bunch of
here comes the
counterfeit
lead.
cards for Orpin. So it looks like that's just under half pot. I mean, I think if we're Orpin here, I don't know. I mean, we were already losing 2 and 8. Let's see what he decides. You would way rather have a hand like 5s here, both because you're beating a 4, but also it's like less counterfeit cards. This is a pretty interesting spot. I would guess versus half pot, a solver calls. And I want to call, but I can understand a fold. It's not like the most comfortable, easy situation.
Does feel like this is being overdone quite a bit by population over the last 6 to 12 months. This board pairing turn lead from the big blind. Good things can happen, though, when we do precisely that.
That's a pretty ugly card if you're Orpin. I mean, a whole bunch of hands that we were beating are now beating us. Feel like you're good a little bit more often versus a bet than a check, but the bet sucks because you have to put in more money, and so you fold. But you're just not good very often.
Wow, Orpin. After betting sub half pot on the turn, now goes for the overbet on the river. Met by a quick fold, of course, from the threes. Almost 10,000 viewers joining both me. An invitee gets to invite a top pro into the tournament, and for the first day, so this being day 1, the invitees are separated from the pros. They play against each other for 10 levels. The pros play against each other for 10 levels, and then tomorrow, whoever makes it through to day 2, from the start of the day, will be put at a table with 50% pros and 50% VIPs. And I've seen a few people asking you in particular, Brian, with your role as the analyst, how you would approach a day 1, given that there is that weird kind of day 2 ICM where you're supposedly going to square off against perceived weaker opponents.
Yeah, it's, you know, some of it has to do with exactly how weak you think the invitee section of the field is, right? That matters. I mean, I would say that theoretically, there is some incentive to play lower variance in order to get through. You know, that said, it does get into a bit of a rock, paper, scissors game with other pros at the table where if you know that people are doing that, you can then take advantage of that with perceived, you know, kind of perceived vision on their strategy and then trying to exploit it. So it's something where I would go in maybe thinking that, but I would just be paying attention to what my table's doing and switching things up just like I do normally. I wouldn't probably change how I play too much, right? Especially if I'm willing to rebuy.
Fair.
So it
Which
gives
I would
you,
hope you are.
Yeah, it gives you a double chance, right? I think most pros, if you're a pro in this, you're almost certainly rebuying. So, yeah, I wouldn't be changing it up too much, especially not on my first bullet. I think that's how I'd approach it.
Well, changing things up as we head back over to the action. It's come ace-ace, and Vinny Lingham is going to be showered here. Single raise pot, hijack against cutoff, flop the nut flush draw, turn top pair, river trips, and is out-pipped by 1. And it is none other than Ossi Katola with the ace-jack. 280 out there, 425 the effective stack for Lingham. Does he lose it all? Or has he found a way to perhaps leave some behind? Oh, wow, no, snap call. Ossi with the overbet, putting Lingham all in. Vinny with the snap, and Vinny is out of there, Brian, just like that. 1.1 million chip pot going Ossi Katola's way, and I believe with that pot he has become the tournament champion. Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage here from the Atlantis in the Bahamas. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for the final frame of play. Day 1 of the Triton Millions. We've got 86 runners in this one, down to 68. We just got to see a little glimpse of some of the madness that's been occurring so far today with 18 bust outs. Vinny Lingham on the back end of running trips against Aussie's better trips, out-pipped by 1. And Sinan Unlun, who we've seen on the outer tables, have been getting busy. Fedor Holtz, the pro with the most chips so far, eliminating Brink Kenny. Any surprises in that top 9? I mean, there's some fun names in that one.
No. I mean, I think, listen, everybody in this tournament is here for a reason. You know, I mean, the pros, obviously, because they've been invited and are probably more or less a who's who of the best No Limit Hold'em tournament players today. And listen, the invitees, you know, there's some people on the other side who can play some poker. You know, you might not put them in the top 50 No Limit Hold'em tournament players, but they're good card players, good gamblers, successful, intelligent people. So, yeah, no surprises, I think. What about you?
I mean, I have to agree with you in the sense that I'm looking at 2 of the invitee tables that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Table 2, if we turn our attention to that one, the likes of Wasserson, Einhorn, we got KT, Ferdinand Putra, you know, Wang, Onu, Luzanu. I mean, Onu showed up in Monte Carlo, held her own with some deep runs. Ferdinand Putra, of course, needs no introduction. One of the Triton OGs. KT, another one of those Thai kind of delegation that seems to just be holding his own at the highest stakes. And then looking over on the gold table as well, which, you know, we might get a glimpse in. We've got Boss, Paul Pua, joined over there by Derbury, Maslak. I hope we got the chip leader, one of the chip leaders, sorry, Hisu as well. Jessica Tussle. I mean, we got people that, like you said, on the invitee side of the bracket that know how to hold their own.
Yeah, the way I would put it is I feel like, and we also noticed it was changed. It's not a VIP anymore. It's an invitee.
Correct.
Right? Like, I think you basically got invited if it was pretty clear that you weren't like a top No Limit Hold'em tournament player.
That's
right. That was kind of like the criteria. So, I mean, we have guys like, I'm looking, he's on the blue table, Eric Wasserson. Like, Eric Wasserson has been gambling and poker and other things for a long time. He plays in Bobby's room. He goes out. He plays the World Series. Like, you know, the guy is around poker. He's a poker player. Just not like a big time No Limit Hold'em tournament player. You know what I mean? And there's a number of guys, Jared Bleznick, right, who all fit that description. Like even Saya Ono, right, who's also on the blue table.
Yeah.
Like, my understanding is she's crushed at playing like nosebleed PLO,
cash games.
you know, cash games recently in Vegas, like last summer and in other places, and but yeah, she's not like a no limit home tournament player. So, you know, come on in. Water's fine.
Come and flick in the 500K and see if we can make it stick. So we throw it down to the main floor for the final time this evening as the sun has set over the Paradise Island here in the Bahamas. Level 9 of the Triton Million about to commence. 68 players left, 86 entries, meaning the prize pool currently standing at just shy of $45 million. Guesstimates from us here at the break desk that a top prize of 10 million is going to be handed out. Ben Heath, chip leader over on the red table. Eric Wasserson, chip leader on the blue table. Very shallow on that blue table, by the way, compared to the red and the gold. So Zahesu, chip leader over there with 3 million. Let's play some cards. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Of course, the proud owners of the WSOP Paradise. Bracelets up for grabs here at the Atlantis. I might flick one in tonight. Brian, I just went out there, grabbed myself a little Red Bull, some water. Saw some of my friends playing one of the side events, a little 1K turbo. Why not flick it in after doing commentary, you know?
Yeah, give it a go.
Give it a spin. Maybe tomorrow I come back with a bracelet. We'll see.
Is it turbo?
It is, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, see, now your ears have kind of perked up there.
So you when we're done in 2 hours, you can buy a tournament that will be into a tournament that'll be over by tomorrow.
I hope so.
Big stakes.
Late reg is in 3 hours. Well, finishes in 3 hours, I should say.
Oh, do you have one more 10 bank? Oh, I used one already. Did I use one?
Little 500K in Paradise,
The
eh?
hand against you, I didn't use a 10 bank, right?
When you reload, its 10 bank should be not full.
Not full?
Yeah. Depends how many times left for today.
Can I get 5 more 5Ks? You have a lot. Thank you.
Saya is on her second bullet. Just getting some change from Putra, I believe. As Wang fires out 15K into 85. Einhorn not going to be going anywhere just yet with the best hand. Wang with equity in the form of a Queen Jack or a 10. Remains unimproved on the 4 of spades turn.
From a theoretical perspective, ST Wang has a huge nut advantage. That said, it kind of sucks to have a queen. If you're going to fire again, that's a hand you want to fold.
Yeah, just expect to see this one go check, check, as it does. Einhorn taking it down up to north of starting stack.
Sick.
Has to be one of the OG gamblers of the poker world, right? Einhorn has been around for.
I feel like it's like being vegan. It's like once you do it, it's all you want to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. Danny's a
195.
pickleball guy.
You guys can mark it off on the bingo
Ben's
card.
a vegan. He hasn't stopped.
You played with
his
him.
fucking
I
mouth
played
about
with
it.
Did you play in that event as well?
Years and years.
Did you final table that event?
I did. Yeah.
There we go.
I've
That's
gotten
3
Ben to
for your
talk a lot
bingo
more than
cards.
this. I
I
feel
got
like
my.
This one I'm not going to bug him, but
It's
usually
like
he's
my,
always
the,
195?
like the hand where I kind of got
Talking about
like,
how
the biggest beat
all of our
that I
food
just
is from
remember.
hired hitmen
I remember that.
at the grocery store.
Yeah.
I remember when I first met you, I was relaying that hand history to you, not knowing that it was you that had the nut flush. And then you literally turned around to me like, you do know that was Trickett that rivered quads against me. I was like, no. And then I looked, I felt so bad, bro. I'd only just met you.
They already knew you played in double.
Danny Tang's all in with the ace-9.
I had a jack.
Against Kulev's ace-jack.
Then
Has
win
come ace-king-9 and immediately someone telling Kulev that he had a jack.
You're a horrible person.
How about,
Wow.
How about
Just king of
queen
diamonds,
spade?
The
Queen of
needles have been...
spade. Okay. Ooh, all right. Now do whatever you want.
What do you want?
Good for TV.
Needles have been relentless.
Don't make it too suspicious by calling 2 in a row.
Could have asked for that one.
Danny gets the double.
Now you've got like another 30 minutes before you have to rebuy for 525.
Rebuy. All right. Why?
You just buy yourself like at least maybe even the rest of this level.
Wow. That's savage.
Sorry, say that again.
You buy yourself
Come on,
more
Danny.
time.
Right.
Yeah.
What was your first line?
Just that you'll eventually still bust and rebuy.
Have a spade. Seems like a good hand to bluff with.
Danny a bit jet lagged, perhaps. Took a while for that joke to.
Feels like Danny didn't really appreciate the joke.
No,
either.
no, he didn't. No, it was more like the STFU kind of face, Nicky P. Understandably so. Shout out Danny, by the way. I mean, what an incredible couple of years it's been for him. Recently announced as the new Triton Poker Series ambassador. Really is one of the guys that shows up at every series, plays the full schedule, and does everything he can to grow and promote our brand. Sean Deeb getting a bit fruity from the cutoff. Love to see it, by the way. Sean is one of my
Almost grabbed the
favorite
wrong chip there.
humans
Almost grabbed a red.
on the
You wanted
planet.
me to grab the red? Cannot confirm nor deny.
Oh, 973 multi-way.
Wow, what a spot for Ibinger in position here with the set. And Sean's definitely not folding the flop, I would imagine. Checking here, out of position to the button. He's got middle pair and a backdoor flush draw. So
You must have played with Sean a bunch, right?
Yeah.
Mixed games. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, really mostly at the WSOP.
Yeah.
But
Loves the WSOP, doesn't he? Talking of Sean, going to be coming with check call here. Right on cue. 185k in the middle. of Hearts finds its way to the turn. No help to Sean. None of those backdoor equity draws materializing. Finds himself drawing dead. Gears Gaming asking, when does coverage start tomorrow? Great question. Starting at 1 PM local time. Picking up coverage and playing all the way down to the final table. Also, the most interesting part about tomorrow is the fact that the pools will be merged as Ibinger fires for pot.
Yeah, I just don't think Sean's really going to be able to continue here. It's possible he should call some sevens. I don't know that you want to have a jack. You are blocking some hands like potentially jack 8 and jack 10 suited. Wow, this is a pretty light call, I think. I think you'd rather continue if you're going to have a 7 with like king 7 or ace 7. You definitely don't need to call all your 7s. Now the jack is a very bad card to have. I think, again, if you do get to the river here and you do want to bluff catch with the 7, you don't want a jack or a 10. You don't want 10-7 or jack 7.
Sean doesn't love it. He knows Ibinger is capable of running monster bluffs and monster buy-ins.
Trying to get revenge? Probably should full turn if I don't call this river, but let's call.
Against a very big bet, though, interestingly enough, the 7, I mean, you are blocking a set of 7s, right? Ibinger's kind of repping. I mean, actually, Sean only has 735K, right?
Yeah.
What was in the pot? Like, basically 500K? So it's like 1.4x or something?
It was 180 times 3, yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't 3-bet in position. I mean, it's kind of like, it's hard to find like what one pair hands bet this way, right? So the 7's the jack is not a good card, but the 7's pretty decent.
There seems to be some history, as we heard Deeb ask Ibinger, the 3-time Triton champ, if he was trying to get revenge. Perhaps some hands that had gone down prior to that break. Fold it, Sean. Don't want to see him go home early in this one.
Yeah, I still like fold here.
Good fold, sir.
Yeah.
Ibinger, very healthy pickup, up to 1.5 million. Sean Deeb with a warm welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series. The Poker Code co-founder and 3-time Triton champ, Tyus Ibinger. I'm not allowed to give Poker Code shoutouts anymore, Brian.
No?
No, producer James Dempsey thinks that I'm on the Poker Code payroll. I even messaged the Poker Code Instagram account saying, hey guys, sorry, not going to give you guys any more shoutouts until you start paying me, because people already think that I'm on the payroll. So yeah, if you're listening, Poker Code, feel free to slide into my DMs. I'll send you my USDT addy. We'll figure something out. All jokes aside, I don't care what anyone thinks. I think Poker Code are great. I think their team's great. I think their approach to poker is great. Sue me. I'll name another coaching school that I think is really good. Foxons and Chance Corniffs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, chip leader coaching. Yeah. Shout out to those two, by the way, because
Thank you.
those guys are spicy. And they do either have the chip lead or they're out of the tournament, but those guys be winning trophies.
100.
Kolev on his second bullet. One could argue through no fault of his own.
I think he had it. Johns Hopkins. If I folded, I think
it was that guy's school.
I don't think he's rich enough for that.
This is the medical school, right?
There is a very, very good medical school there, yeah. But it's just a big regular university. It's a great school too. Sick lacrosse team.
It's in New York, right?
It looks like
No, it's in,
Mateos and
Maryland.
Juan Pardo both busted.
Wonder if he's part of the family.
No, I think he's from New Zealand or something.
Yeah, he's an Australian DJ, and I wonder if he's part of the academic institute.
Melbourne campus.
He's not part of academia.
Nacho Barbero is down to 6 bigs
Kansas
as well.
satellite campus in New Zealand. James Hopkins.
You have like no.
750.
Thank you.
Albert Zhu saying Negrano just won a 1.2 million chip pot. Love to see that you're using the Triton Poker Plus app. Go check it all out. I don't know if Code Henry would get you a 20% discount off of all Poker Code products, but it should. It should. I'll see what I can do.
Gotta get your hustle on.
That's it, man. You know, we're about to enter a 2-year bear market, so.
Man,
I'm joking. You know.
Man,
I'm sorry, bro.
Negative Nancy over there.
No, it's great because we can just keep buying the dip. Oh man, I'm in trouble.
You know you don't have enough Bitcoin when you just said what you just said.
What? Keep buying the dip?
No, I'd love it. I want the 2-year bear market so I can buy the dip.
No, so I can keep buying the dip, bro.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that means you don't have enough Bitcoin.
I don't have any family. I got no bills to pay. I got no mortgage, no car. If I can just keep DCAing into little BTC for the next 5 years, and then just buy a little coffee shop on the beach in Brazil and live the rest of my life surfing and lobster hunting, you know?
Yeah.
It's a great life.
It's a dream.
You might have 4 million in the next 8 hands.
Man, if only I had some Bitcoin. That'd be great.
You know, people are buying into these tournaments with Bitcoin. It's fantastic.
Yeah, they're just
great utility USDT.
Wait, they're just they accept USDC and T, right?
Here, yeah, they do.
And Bitcoin.
And Bitcoin. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They had that Bitcoin deal, where you like pay with Bitcoin, and then like if the price of Bitcoin goes up, you like. I thought they had some weird deal like promotion like that.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I don't know.
It was like you don't lose the value on the price of Bitcoin like while you're here buying in.
Fair.
You probably also get it if it goes down too. Or I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
sure.
not. But it was like some Bitcoin promotion. I saw it on social media.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're low on liquidity but high on USDT or stable coins or Bitcoin, head on over to the Atlantis in the Bahamas.
Stable coins is liquidity. I mean, like, what else do you use it for?
All right, sorry, fiat.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Stablecoins is it's,
sorry for not
it's
you
crypto
know.
fiat.
I apologize. You are right.
Yeah.
I am wrong. Sorry for not saying cash.
saying.
Sterling. Check, check. Rainstorm saying this tournament's only 5 Bitcoin buy and it's kind of low stakes. Kind of is. I want to see D-Negs too, by the way, ladies and gents. But he said to me yesterday, bumped into him, had a little chat. He said, save it for day 2, Henry. Day 2, he's going to spin up a stack, going to run deep.
Not as many as they make it out to seem. Before the beginning of COVID, I didn't play Triton.
Why was that?
I don't know. I just never traveled. I never went to Montenegro or anything. So
But you traveled for all the APTs.
My first I went to Jeju once, and I went to where else did I go? I went to Sochi.
So then you did play pre-COVID.
I mean, barely. Yeah, I never played it.
I mean, there weren't that many.
Those ones were sick. All the mains were 2 million HKD. 250Ks, they're fucking gigantic. I mean, they're gigantic.
How much is
now.
that 2 million HKD? What is
It's
that?
like 250 US.
Really?
Yeah, they were huge.
Oh, yeah, Jason was telling me he did like 7 bullets in one. 7 bullets. Service?
Call.
I ordered a...
See if Danny just ships this in here. Yeah, there it is. Is that 25 bigs?
Count, please.
Shark's gonna ask for a count.
400.
Shark Davies, that is.
It was a lot. I don't know.
30, 40?
Maybe more. It was fucked up.
Because the first interview I did with Jackie, that's what he...
Yeah, what is this, like 25 or 6 blinds? Kind of tough spot for Seth.
Could have been more. Wasn't good.
I think
But
if you
I
don't
was
think
winning a
Danny's
lot in
doing it
Vegas. So,
enough
like,
with some hands
Yeah.
that were dominating,
The only real bad year I had was
feels like a
2019.
fold.
Across the board.
Like if it's a spot where you're like, oh, Danny's going to be low variance here for whatever reason, right? Because we've been talking about whether pros would do that. I think ace jack off, definitely a fold. I think it's closer if Danny's shoving some, you know, he's doing it with like the suited broadways.
Lil Jasky, day 1. Atlantis, Bahamas, GG Poker,
Who's
Triton
with
Poker.
Negrano there?
Huh?
Who's with Negrano?
What do you mean? That's Greg Goes All In, bro. You
Greg?
don't know who Greg Goes All In is?
No.
Dude, the guy, arguably, and I try and say this as unbiased as possible, one of the funniest content creators, if not the funniest content creator in all of poker. I'll show you some of his skits, bro. You'll be in absolute stitches.
Okay. Yeah,
He's
no,
hilarious.
I didn't know this guy existed. Greg
Dude,
Goes All
he's funny, man.
Okay.
I think he signed with GG like 2 years ago, and yeah, the guy is absolutely hilarious. A lot of creativity that goes into his content as well, so shout out to Greg Goes All In. Yeah, don't forget, use Triton_2024 promo code to get that $50 ticket. Our chip leader, you see in the top right hand corner of your screens that QR code to download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can do that now, by the way. Check out what Daniel Negreanu's up to. He's on one of the outer tables.
We're zooming in on Nacho. He's the current shortest stack.
Love that.
Here he is.
Here we go. Someone lay me odds on Nacho shipping this.
Did Andy win a lot?
No.
ST?
Yo, everyone go and spam
Plays well.
Greg Goes All In's Instagram
ST plays well.
and tell him that he's the best GG poker ambassador. Maybe second to Daniel Negreanu, depending who you're asking.
Hold on. They're talking about the invitees. Someone just said ST plays well. Are we going to get... Oh, no, it's done. I want to hear the pros talk about what they think about the guys
I
in the
was up
invitees.
like maybe 800K, I think.
But that's a lot.
I was maybe third or fourth.
But was that, did you win that in stream games or off stream?
No. To be honest,
it's
I don't
over.
really remember.
So you're
we
playing
were
like
stream and then not stream and then stream.
Yeah.
You know.
Weren't you playing
But
like
it's the
5K
same
big
conversation every time.
Well, no, because
There's a few
there's a
people
big game and then there's a small game.
that some
Oh,
people
okay.
perceive
small
as
game was
better
like a
than
1K
others, and
So
that's
you
it.
actually
It's
won
just
a
the
decent
format. It's the
amount for-
invitees and the pros.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's... I mean, I get it, but that's part of the fun. It's the whole, like,
But then
gossip and conversation around
Yeah.
it. And
Always,
think the
man. I
biggest
even
I
like
won-
when I arrived 2 days
the
ago,
biggest was like
was out
600K, but
down
then
on the
at
marina
one
having a
point, there was
coffee, and a few
struggle to, like,
people
16K.
on the pro side of the bracket were like asking me, "Oh, Henry,
just
what do
trying
you
to
think
wake
of
up
this?
with a
What do you
good
think of
hand
that?"
and
I'm
I
like,
was
"Hey
like
guys,
playing this poker, you know.
don't shoot the messenger, okay? I'm just in the booth. Leave me alone. I'm not getting involved." Daniel wanted me in the invitee side of the bracket.
oh, did he
I
ask
bumped
you?
into D-Nex. I was like, "Who you partnered with?" He's like, "I haven't got one. You're going to be my partner." I was like, "Daniel, no, bro." And it took me a good 30 seconds to realize he was busting my balls and trolling. But he had me going for a second. He was like, "Yeah, we've already spoken about it. We're gonna put you in." I was like, "Mate, you're setting fire to 500K right there." What's Sean doing, man? Sean's up to no good, by the way. Look at this.
You could be in.
I could be in.
I feel like you would probably make it.
I would happily make it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't love it though. Sean Deeb going for the check raise. Setting fire to 85K.
Sean going for it. Stone nothing. See if he puts in more money. More money that will go to Seth. He does. Follows through the check raise with a bet.
I want to play with the Finnish guy tomorrow.
It's an interesting spot for Seth. I mean, he does have the second nuts. Does Sean take this line with worse than the Queen of Diamonds? Maybe not. I mean, the river bet's not that big, which maybe he convinced himself that he's beating the Jack or 10 of Diamonds. I wonder how often he thinks Sean is bluffing here. I mean, if he thinks Sean is not going to bluff here, maybe he makes an insane fold, although probably not. I mean, this is would be a pretty strong fold. You're basically saying my opponent has to have the ace of diamonds. Yeah. Not going to happen.
Well, Sean down to just 25 big blinds.
A certain type of player yourself. You got to be something.
Yeah.
Be cash game.
Yeah.
He's just not even a player.
Sean's not really targeting the
random
Queen of
guy
Diamonds.
saying,
No, of course not.
Yeah. Definitely trying to get something like the 9 or 10 or worse of diamonds to
Yeah,
fold.
sets to fold, two pairs to fold. We are on a 60-minute delay here, obviously, to protect the integrity of the game, but we have about an hour and 15, I'd say. Hour and 15 left on the clock.
Quan or Quan?
Up to 87 runners.
Quan Pardo?
Where is Andy,
John
by the way? Why is Andy not here?
You don't know about Quan Pardo? Sam Greenwood has this thing where Where when Quan Zhu and Juan Pardo are right next to each other in the chip counts, he screenshots it and says there's a Quan Pardo.
He's such a fucking dork.
Well, meanwhile, he'll be on the turn in like 150K tournament.
Heath, one of the tournament chip leaders on the pro side of the bracket.
What do you mean?
Where is he?
Oh. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't feel like playing. It's also far
You're
for
chip
some.
leader, right?
Yeah, he's got a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, for like say this trip actually, like, if you're not playing this,
We got the mystery hand.
it might not be worth traveling for like 12 hours or something.
Bro, I traveled for like 20. Yeah, obviously I'm playing good, but even my shot was like 26 hours.
Seth. Razor got flatted in position by
'Cause, like,
Ben.
you know, there's 100K.
You can see Ben
Sure.
has
And I think the
30?
a weak suited ace, so
everything it won't be that amazing.
I think it just gets so
many bullets.
it just gets so reggy, right? Like obviously
feels
it's
like
good.
this is going to be an interesting pot. 3 streets of betting.
Let's see if the
It's
chat's
possible I'm making the
prediction
same amount of money
is
in, like,
right
a win
about the
pancake.
mystery hand always being a bluff.
for half the buy-in.
But the one thing I would say is that the online flights were extremely strong because of the outrageous stuff that was there.
Really? That's good.
And like a lot of recreationals must have made it through just because.
You made it through on that one? Oh, really?
I probably should have fired more bullets. I fired like 3 bullets.
How much you spent?
And I think if you're Seth,
Yeah.
3 bullets.
and I'm trying to
75K?
come up with a good, just barrel it off hand right here, I'm probably
They were
finding a
s- they-
hand
they were
like
soft.
jacks or 10 jack.
They were soft, but the thing is that
Why? They're blocking key cards,
it's tough 'cause, like, some of my
such as
Sundays
king
they
jack
were
and ace
really
10,
control, and I really
or even 10s potentially, and
GG, and I don't really wanna have that much.
not even beating a queen.
Like, some of my Sundays
But
were like 220, 230.
the bet line is gone.
220,000, 230,000.
What?
What about the bet check raise?
That's
Bet line.
On short notice, I had to, and I was playing Navi tables, so it was
I
becoming.
mean, at SPR 7.
I'll be
Oh
here
wow,
anyway.
check
Yeah.
check.
You're saying you don't want to keep more than like 250 on there or something? Yeah. That was
clubs.
that's what was fucked up about
Oh, the
playing
check,
cash there.
check,
Yeah,
check, turn, check,
that I can
raise,
only imagine.
river line.
Had to-
I have, like one of my friends keeps like 1.6 there. I've told him like why, even if the chances.
What I used to do.
I mean, the
is
hands that I said
Bryn was my agent.
work really well for that as
Every
bluffs,
day
because you want
out
to,
and back
you would
in.
be checking
So
here
I've
with a
never
hand
had
with some
anything
showdown,
that
but then
can
deciding
keep
that
enough
it's
to
not
get
good
to
enough
see-
and
Yeah.
turning just
Yeah.
2
Yeah, and
weak
then
hands
get
with
them
good
top-
blockers
me up
into
or
a
whatever.
bluff versus a bet.
But you know, probably can't do that anymore. I don't know.
I'd say value would pretty much be anything from
He was
like
sick,
ace
though. He was
jack or
so
better
reliable, like I would
that you
I would
decided to play this way.
lose an all in on the river and have no chips, and it would be tanking like 16 seconds out of 0.
Even
He
potentially
would just
doing it
no,
with like
one-
ace
like, money
9
would
to
appear.
fold out
Like, he was
chops.
always on. He was sick. He was like a lot of people complained about him. For me,
But
I had the best
Yeah,
experience.
experience.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that about.
maybe not though. That's like a little
But if you have
crazy.
I've also heard the thing. He obviously gives it back all the time, but let's say something happens.
If you're Ben here, how much do you want to puke when you get check raised?
I was
Like-
literally just thinking that. It's gone C bet flop, check, check,
But it makes
turn,
sense if you're getting raised
check,
back from guys playing those
B, what,
You would
65, and then raise would be diabolical.
He made a killing, right? Everyone was doing it.
It's like you feel really good about your hand and value betting it. Now you just got check raised and you're bluff catching. It's a pretty
Oh
good
my
blocker.
word, there it is.
Yeah.
Seth Davies with the check raise to 650, right on cue. Brian was saying the bluffs come from what, like jacks, jack 10,
king 10,
king 10.
Yeah. I would, and the value, I think at this size, we're talking
10s plus.
I think you could do it with ace king. But yeah, I mean, once you start getting into full houses, certainly.
Oh, that is pain on the face of Ben Heath.
All right, I'm gonna say he's either got 10s or jack 10. I'm gonna go with that. I gotta think about which one here.
10s or jack 10. Do you want to?
I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with the chat. He's bluffing.
Okay.
Like with my 10 at king 10 jack 10 thing, but.
So how about this? How about I take 2 value hands, you take 2 bluffs, and then if either of us is right, we have 100 and we get that tab rolling.
Okay.
So what 2 bluffs do you want?
Yeah, king 10 jack 10.
Okay, and I'll take 10s and ace king, and then if it's any other hand, it's a push, right?
Okay.
So you've got king 10 jack 10. I've got 10s and ace king. Sick. I think it's like more likely 10s if it's value.
Yeah, I like 10s a lot. As the I mean, that was the value hand that I picked.
Okay, we're booked for 100, yeah?
Just because it's like the most likely hand that gets there this way.
Heath makes the fold. It's got the queens. The Mamacitas. Forgot about that one. Flop the full house.
Button is good.
Seth Davies getting spicy. And shout out to Ben Heath for finding the fold with the ace-5.
Okay. It happens. It's a long day.
Chat, you were wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, I would say, more likely to have value there, but the flip side is, I mean, I think there's more value hands that he shows up with. Like, because, you know, you have 10s, ace, king, but there's also queens, ace, queen, ace, 10, ace, 3. Right. So, whereas, I don't know if I could really name 4 more hands he's bluffing
an ace
with.
also, like 2.
Like,
yeah.
king 10, jack 10, and jacks are kind of like the
good bet.
The big ones.
I agree.
See if I can do 4 in a row.
Watch out for
Someone's
you.
going to have to raise them.
Watch out for you.
This is a fun invitee
Please raise.
I'll raise.
All right, thank
table, by the way.
40,000. 40,000.
All right. I got to fold now.
Rainstorm's making a great point, Brian, that we didn't consider the meta of all the recent mystery hands being bluffs. And Negrano is playing these events. He's in this 500K. Going to play the 500K, he's going to play the 100K main. Going to play all of the bracelet events here from the WSOP Paradise.
I mean, Putra has a good chance of winning this pot, right? He's got a really natural hand to bluff, and you know, Einhorn, it's tough to call with the king jack here. I think I like betting Putra's hand on the turn as played. I mean, he just has a lot more hands that kind of hit that. He's going to get to bet the turn versus Einhorn's check back a bunch, and 10-9 has a lot of draw equity and like no showdown. So, but we got check, and we're on the river, and Einhorn's just going to win this
Should've
one.
raised again.
I'll tell you what, chat. You're asking about Danny Negreanu. He's up to 7th in chips. Just showered Juan Pardo in pretty D-Negs fashion, you know. Pardo just tried running
Would've made a flush.
a nasty little bluffski on him.
3-bet me there.
I know.
And D-Negs was just like,
I
"Hi,
would've
cool."
stacked you.
Yeah, because I was going to put a lot
Top
of
pair.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to build the pot.
Well played, sir.
Yeah. Oh well.
Juan Pardo
Yeah.
out. Dusting off 2 bullets.
Wow.
That's pretty brutal.
It was quite the hand.
It was a fun one.
Oh.
Ah, I do apologize. He hasn't done 2 bullets. That's not true.
It's quite the hand. Negreanu 3-bet him. Juan Pardo called the 3-bet out of position, albeit it was a small 3-bet with Jack 10 off.
Dude, Texas Mike is the chip leader, man. I want to meet this guy.
Oh,
This guy's, I mean, imagine if Texas Mike just comes here and ships the 500K, man. Absolute legend. Oh, a little set ski. ST Wang. Swing and a miss for Putra and Koskela.
He has the Ace of Hearts, pretty key card. Decides not to c-bet it on the flop. So Putra, who didn't bet 10-9 heads up in the last pot we watched, which I feel like was a very natural turn spot to do it versus check behind, is now doing it with ace-10 off. No spades or hearts on this board with double flush draw. So definitely mixing up his play. And ST Wang, bottom set here, got to figure out whether or not he wants to raise or call. I mean, there's a lot of draws out there, and they're still pretty deep. I mean, he can raise here and then have like less than pot river shove.
Showers for both the Broadway draws. Does anyone know much about Raul Lozano, American flag? Not someone I'm personally familiar with.
Yeah, likewise.
Be nice to learn a thing or two about him. First time venturing out to a Triton series.
Wow, ST passes the queen 10 suited in the small blind.
Sick fold.
It was versus nearly 3x. And here's the Rockets in the big blind.
Let's go, KT. Recently out in Taipei with him. The Asian Poker Tour, as he does find the 3-bet. It's a sizable 3-bet. Guess 3 ways.
Yeah.
Where's that incentive?
Oh no, it's not that deep behind.
Nice bet.
Ooh. Aces?
Nice fold, David.
Great fold.
Great fold. What a great fold. I made a good fold. I had a good hand. Yeah. I had king queen.
Don't listen to him, KT.
Great discipline.
At least your aces didn't get cracked in a 500K, okay? Letting these guys see a flop with king, queen, and jack 9.
All right.
Yep.
Nobody in the chat giving us info on Lozano. I don't like it when I don't know.
It's a very snug big blind fold there by Einhorn with 9-8 off. Definitely on the tight side.
Net. A joke, of course. Einhorn. One of the OGs of the game. I don't hate it, you know. 9-8, it's going to get you in trouble. Love to see people like Einhorn still showing up for these bigger buy-in events.
I mean, given the nature of where the invitees are at in this tournament, if there's somebody in here who I've literally never heard of before, I'm going to assume they're actually like not like a stone VIP, and they're like a decent poker player, and that's how come they're in a 500K that's loosened, you know, gone from VIP to invitee. So I'm going to guess Raul Lozano, whoever he is some kind of decent poker player from some kind of online that just happens that he's not a well-known, and he's managed to get his way in on the invitee
I
side.
kind of disagree with that. I feel like where we are in the world, there's a lot of wealthy business people that love playing poker, probably play like a lot of home game kind of vibes in America and Central America, that can't join in Asia because of work commitments, like they can't be away from the office or the business or whatever it is. But the Bahamas is a 30-minute flight from Miami. It's a 2.5-hour flight from New York. You know, come down, fire the 500K, go back home kind of thing.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's actually a decent thesis.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of just business people, crushers from the States who've been watching Tritons, would love to take part, but just haven't had the opportunity. And now that it's attached to the WSOP brand, it's just like, okay, let's head on down kind of thing. Because I mean, I'm trying to look at it from the perspective of an American business person that's not in the poker world, you know, as active as, you know, you and I or some of the Triton regs, who sees this like Asian tour traveling around, a bunch of high rollers, a bunch of people that we don't know. Maybe venturing out to Jeju or to Montenegro, you know, some of these destinations that the Americans aren't too familiar with, is a bit of a daunting kind of...
It's a long trip.
Yeah, a daunting kind of step to take when you don't know anyone and you're venturing out playing against some of the best in the world.
And notice they have day one on Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So
we're done by Monday. So
is Monday the final table?
Monday's final table. Yeah.
So,
But,
you know.
if you make the final table, you can call the PA and just say, "Hey, sorry, can you move the board meeting to Tuesday, please?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Note Eric Ross, by the way, with the check raise on the turn there with the 8-7. That was one of the spiciest check raises we've seen so far. Excellent raise from the Was Dog. So I do believe we're heading into the last level of play. Level 10 is Texas Mike, tournament chip leader with the Triton Million here, part of the WSOP Paradise at the Atlantis in the Bahamas. He's the chip leader, 87 runners in this one, meaning the prize pool currently stands at 43,500,000. 43,500,000, eh? That's a lot of Bitcoin.
It is. It's about 43 of them.
Not yet. Maybe in 10 years it is.
Oh,
that's all right, bro.
You mean 43 million?
Yeah, you're talking in the future again. It's okay. We'll revisit in 10 years.
I thought you were talking about like what one person could win in this tournament or something. I wasn't following. Sorry. Well, I'll listen better, Henry. It's my bad.
That's right, man. I know you're jet lagged. You travelled a long way. Look at this absolute stud that just walked in. Arlene Chard still got the blazer on. Looking sharp.
Just hanging around, man. Just can't get enough of it.
Yeah. Always up to no good, that one. 130k out there. See if Putra can find the C-bet on the 553. D-Neck's up to 5th in chips, by the way. Once again, more reason to download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can watch every hand that Daniel is playing on the outer tables. Just simply click into his name. You'll see every hand history. Head on over Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah. I keep it away from you.
I'm not sure if we're getting trolled. I got to vet this, but someone's given us some information on Rao. Hold on, because I don't want to say this if we're getting trolled. I'll tell you what you can all do whilst I figure out if we're getting trolled. Just head on over to GG Poker. You can sign up today. Use the promo code Triton_2024. Get yourself a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit of $20. Don't forget to spam those Daniel Negreanu and Greg Goes All In emotes. That's Triton_2024.
I mean, I typed in Raul Lozano Bitcoin Cash and like nothing comes up.
Nothing came
really.
up, bro. That's why you don't read it out, you know? You just, you gotta do the Googling first. That's a great troll, though. It's a great troll because you've got both me and Brian in the booth that would kind of, you know, we'd be
We're
interested.
entertaining it.
Yeah, we would like to.
Oh, is
know,
that it? Okay. Let's
you know, if it was Randy would be like, "What's Bitcoin Cash, bro?" Like,
do your own research.
I'm surprised no one's made a spin-off brand to Dior with Dior, but with a Y instead of an I. You know, hey, I might be onto something there, bro. Can I patent that? Hold on, because Putra's flopped the full house on the Jack 10-10, but more importantly, Yuso has an open end and now a flush draw. This could be fireworks. 120k in the middle, SPR of 10, very difficult for all the money. Oh no, Aaron Cusack saying these conversations seem like top signals to me. You might be right, mate. you might actually be right.
That phrase is being so overused this entire cycle. Like, people have been saying that
this
for
last
like
week
a year
especially.
straight.
I agree.
No, but I even just like everything's been a top signal for a year now.
It's fun to just call something a top signal at this point. You know what's a top signal? A 500k with 87 runners in the Bahamas, mate. Okay. 240 in the middle.
Call. This pot is quite small. No flop bet, just check, call, turn.
Yeah, where's the rest of the pot? Where is the rest of the pot? Top signals. We'll see. We'll tune back in 2 weeks, yeah? And what we got? Another 12 days here. Oh, unfortunately for Putra, Koskela bricking his open ender and flush draw. And should
this
be
feels
over and
like
done
it's
with.
going to be, yeah, pretty uneventful river.
I don't know, you say that, bro. I know the player type, and I know you do too, where they miss the draw on the river, so they're like, God damn it, I missed, so I'm just going to bluff and try and win it now.
So, there's not a good Bitcoin meme that I like as a response to this is what I do now when people do the top signal thing. I send them, it's like the little kid with the shaved head talking to Neo from the Matrix. He's like,
you said this.
do not try and time the top. That is impossible. Instead, only to realize the truth. And then there's Neo saying, what truth? And then the kid with like laser eyes is, there is no top, with little Bitcoin.
I saw you said that one. Yeah. That's a great one.
Listen, guys. It's no top, man.
Up to 88 runners now. Prize pool standing at a very healthy 44 million. And of course, tonight, after we bag and tag for day 2, the team, tournament director Luca Vivaldi, will be going away, running the math, and then coming back tomorrow and announcing the top prize. But a couple of eliminations on outer tables. Nacho Barbero, Mario Mosbok, João Vieira, and Punat Punsri all on the outside, looking in. Going to have to pony up an additional 525k.
Hold on, Einhorn with a little 3-bet here, but it's meaty. I mean, we're talking 4x in position. It's not a very appetizing situation for the 2 6s, that's for sure. KT just bows out. Einhorn shucking and jiving. Folding king, queen to aces. 3-betting.
The bet was too big? You would have called a smaller bet?
Einhorn's like, good. Didn't really want to get called.
135? Yeah? 110? I mean, I got to get this right.
110.
110?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Einhorn.
Well, maybe I wanted you to fold.
There it is.
120, yeah. 120 call.
What?
120.
120?
45.
I'm a fan of Einhorn. Big fan. With a very playable Queen Jack of Spades. Top pair for Was. Broadway draw for Putra. No spade in sight. It's a small enough c-bet to keep Putra around for at least one more street. 5-1 on a call. Let's see a turn, try and drill that 10. She doesn't find. Eric improves to trip aces. $180 in the middle. Let's see what Was comes with. That looks like 2/3 pot. That's going to get rid of Putra. Don't see him sticking around as boss Paul Pua over on the gold table.
Should have checked.
Picks up a nice one, up to 1.7 million. Texas Mike is still your tournament chip leader with almost 4 starting stacks, which in itself is impressive, but given that there's only been 26 bust outs, and he's got 4 starting stacks, he's just absolutely crushing it.
So David Einhorn, the Wikipedia.
Oh, it's an impressive one.
Is an American investor, hedge fund manager, and amateur poker player. That's the description on Mr. Einhorn.
Was it hard to diet?
Wow, Juan Pardo is not back in the tournament yet.
I think he
My
busted
wife
2
was doing
bullets,
dieting, doing
man.
the cooking and
Did he?
Really?
Let's have
No,
a
I
look.
only see one on the.
Ah, okay.
But it's been out for, I mean, it might be past 30 minutes.
No,
like,
I didn't go out that often, and if I did, I would just get like the most basic steak or, you know, really simple stuff like chicken, no sauce, no fries.
Do you drink ever?
I drink a lot.
Oh, you do?
I didn't during the bet. Only
No,
time I did was when Wyman won the main.
When what?
My best friend won the main 2 years ago.
Who was that?
Dan Wyman.
Oh. He's like your best friend.
I was the best man at his wedding a couple
Oh,
months
wow.
So that wasn't like the hardest part for you? If you drink a lot all the time?
No, I mean, me and my wife would drink a lot, like have a bottle of wine with dinner and stuff, but I don't know. With kids, I don't drink it. I would like to drink more often. Like if I'm on the road somewhere, when I go to Rozadov, I drink most nights there usually, but
That's
I
true.
didn't really go to the places I enjoy to drink too often.
I've had drinks with him in Rosvedov.
And I also just knew it would fuck up the bet, so. But like I can go through like, drink a lot for a couple weeks and then not drink for 2 months. It's not like a must-do weekly thing.
Are you still a big drinker? No.
Me? No.
Because I remember you used to do those beer videos, right?
Those are legendary.
That's only fucking around, like send them to Darren, like they're jokes, you know? Nowadays I do
70?
like a lot of times per year, 45 to 75 days, 0. And then maybe like a week of fucking off, and then
A week, so you're like on it, or
like a golf trip or something.
Wow. Mateos just 4-bet ripped for 50 big blinds. Cut off against button. With pocket 3s against Ponokov's is ace-king. He's out, but he's immediately re-entered. Similar story for Ding Biao. His ace-queen running into the ace king of Elton Zhang
hard.
for
All this
50 big blinds
traveling.
apiece.
Poker.
You mean to drink or to diet?
Yeah, yeah, diet. Like, I mean, drink. Like,
I think traveling's the best time to drink.
it just makes you, well, just
I'm
for,
the other way around. I struggle to keep it together at home. Whereas I'm here, it's easy to just order chicken breast for afternoon and then salmon at night.
185. At home, it's so much easier.
At home, I open Uber Eats. I'm like, fuck. And then Kia is there like fried chicken and shit, you know.
I'm excited though. Just this week, my uncle showed me he had found a case of 100-year-old whiskey in his attic, and it looks like it's in good shape. And he says he's gonna give me a couple bottles of it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I'm very excited to try one of them. It's like Prohibition era, like 12-year-old whiskey.
Sounds dangerous.
It's like this is not for drinking consumption on the stickers.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Heath keeping Kulev
Not too
honest,
much air
by the
in it,
way.
so it should still be good.
I still just beer and wine.
Spades do brick. See if Kulev follows through.
He has a pretty decent bluff catcher here.
Too full.
So this was single raise pot. Kulev opening on the button to 40k. Heath flatting out the small.
Like I said, I like drink on the golf course or whatever, so that's just beer, right?
Yeah, I fucking love high noons, but I can't get drunk on them.
Kulev's a sicko as well, you know.
4.5% or whatever, it's tough.
Yeah.
630 in the middle. SPR less than 2.
I started drinking again. I thought I was gonna have like no tolerance and
340.
almost the same tolerance as before.
How long was the bet?
There it is. Triple barrel from the Bulgarian. By the way, Ossi Katola has just been eliminated by boss Paul Pua. 2.3 million chip pot going boss's way. He's up to 3 million now.
As long as you don't
You
get
can check that out on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Listen, Heath very well might call this. I mean, the spade is the 9, so it's pretty irrelevant. And an ace is one of the best side cards here. You're not blocking any flush draws, any straight draws. If anything, you're kind of blocking the backdoor ace deuce, right? So
ace king
and some more
aces.
value. Like, he is a pretty good bluff catcher.
And it is Alex Kulev as well.
I mean, obviously, you'd rather have a king than a 9, right? But
Let's see if he can find the hero. Made the correct laydown with trip aces against Seth Davies not too long ago.
Ben Heath calls and wins this pot. He's going to have a huge stack.
That's true.
I mean, look, he's got 1.8 behind right now. You're going to add, be pushing 3 million.
I think he's going to find the call, you know.
Looks like it.
Here we go. Come on, Heath.
Oh,
no.
That was a bluff.
Oh, the pain. Petrangelo immediately.
Not all bluffs, but that was a bluff. Probably have a 7. This is a 7?
Petrangelo was right on.
He was. It's like, they're not all bluffs, but this one was a bluff. The Bulgarian, #1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list.
I mean, I watch it, but I don't follow it closely like some other players. The matches are just too fucking late.
Venice.
Huh?
One of my favorites.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Pantoja.
Oh,
The
shoot.
who?
That's right. The UFC. When does that come on?
Damn, boy. We're going sportsbook. I've got to give you...
Oh, yeah, dude. Forget about the tournament.
I've got to get you your $1,000 from Monte Carlo back, bro.
I actually bet the main event. Not big, but
Who's fighting?
Oh, with the main card starting right now. Ooh, this timing's going to be perfect, actually. We got another hour left in this frame or something?
Less than
There's
that.
still 3. I mean, there's the top 2 fights are really good on this card.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. Until
Shavkat Rakhmonov was supposed to fight as the championship fight against Bilal Muhammad. Bilal dropped out. Shavkat, just beast. 18-0, 18 finishes. It's just like Ian Gary, number 7, undefeated Irish guy. Sure, whatever. I could just wait for Bilal to come back, but I'll take him on. You want me to save the card? Probably paid him more.
Yeah.
Most people would have dropped out and just waited for the championship fight next, but he's stayed in. And that's a good fight, and then the championship fight. My one bet is I bet Kai Asakura at like plus 230.
Nice.
Just simply because somebody who fights in that division told me that Kai's like really hard to take down. And I'm like, whatever, that's good enough for me.
you love it, man. You love it. By the way, we're up to 94 runners. That's insane. Just 6 away from a $50 million prize pool.
Dude.
Greenwood getting showered by none other than our fellow booth brethren, Nick Schulman. Let's go. Schulman out there getting it done.
This is quite the tournament.
Is this one shaping up? I can't say it. Shaping up to be a classic, Marion? It feels like it's shaping up to be a classic.
I mean, like, I feel you're just underselling it. It's like it already is.
Yeah.
Bro, it's going to have like 100 people for a 500K buy-in. I mean, it's one of the biggest tournaments that's ever run.
But I'm getting called out for calling it a classic.
It's not shaping up. It already is.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, Wasp, what you going to do here, buddy?
Little B150. Otherwise, just have to retire from poker. I joke, of course. I mean,
I definitely think he's
75K
going to bluff it. I mean, he checked back. He led turn versus flop check back. And does not have much showdown value. It's not appetizing, but you can definitely put your opponents on a lot of weak one-pair hands we can get to fold. So he went less than 150. It looks like, what is that, 270? He went 2/3. This is 2/3.
yeah, bang on. 180 into 270.
2 7s. It's not the best bluff catching hand, that's for sure. I think you'd rather, I mean, you'd obviously rather have like a 10 because he could have a 10 for value here. You'd rather not be blocking straight draws. I know technically you're also blocking 7-6, but I mean, I think there's going to be more 7x stuff involved with like 7-jack, 7-9. He doesn't have a heart.
Oh, hello. Ooh. Just flicked it in. Found the call with the 7s.
Wow.
Oh, was. Yeah.
Nice call.
Butcher's like, I'm sick of you guys trying to push me around.
Oops. Oops, oops.
Maybe B150 would have gotten it done.
Hey, listen, man, they don't pay me the big bucks for nothing, yeah?
Crazy.
Instead of 180, he would have had to go more like 360.
Hey, look, tag me in, coach.
Like, Negreanu was trying, bro.
That's true.
Like you just had to actually go with it. Be like, yeah, you're right. Let's go. I'm with you. Here's the thing. We got to work on my buy-in, but I'm in there.
Well, look, D-Nex, right. I'm good for 25K. Okay, I'll cover the rake.
Professional.
We good? We good, Henry. Listen, if D-Nex wants to put me in as his invitee partner in the future, I'll set up a GoFundMe, the YouTube chat. Split some profits. People asking for updates on Texas Mike. The update is that he's chip leader. If you want to see every single hand that he is involved in, head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app. I don't know how many times we have to repeat this. It's an application where you can follow every single hand from every player in the tournament. Check it out. On top of that, we've got 2K, 4K cash game streams from previous events. Some of the most ridiculous cash game violence and tournament pots you've ever seen. Download the damn app. Don't do anything, Rao. Okay. I know there's 170 out there. Alright. Teasing me with a good time. Queen 7 deuce. It's KT that's flopped best. Top pair backdoor clubs. Yuso with the 2 overs. So it's actually Einhorn that's going to come firing out. Yo, chat, you guys are amazing. It's all love, by the way. Rasty and I are a bit fiery today, day one, you know. We're just keeping you guys on your toes. We're well aware that people are coming and going. Honestly, every time you guys ask us something like that, it's a great opportunity for us to plug the app, so feel free to ask again. KT improving to top 2.
Yeah, Juan Pardo is back in.
Is he back in the mix?
He is back in, no surprise. Seemed like it was a long time, but I'm sure it's just like the max wait.
Yeah.
Wait for, you know, max amount of time.
How's Texas Mike getting on? Is he still chip leader?
He is 3.8. And second, Sinan Unlu with like 3.1, so he has it by a little bit.
Wow, my guy would have backdoored into that Broadway. Do you know how Deep got on in that weight loss prop bet? Was it against Bill Perkins?
I thought he won, didn't he?
Yeah,
Or-
sick. I need to. I forgot to ask him. I remember, dude, I've done quite a bit of commentary with Sean Deep. Spent long hours together. WSOP Europe streams. Stop it, Einhorn. What are you thinking, bro? You're just like, look, I block 8-9, I'm all in.
Wow, good for again.
What do you got?
Better than you.
What? Let's let the TV show me. I really didn't want to fold.
I want you call.
What? You wanted to call?
I want you call.
Give it straight?
No.
No.
Two pair.
Do 2 pair.
Einhorn's really good at getting information out of KT, by the way.
150.
Like, he's doing a good job of it.
Something like that.
All right.
The rest of the table's
Nice hand.
loving it.
KT's having a good time.
Tournaments are so tilting.
Tournaments are so tilting, says Saya Ono, out of nowhere. I assume it's because she had to fold. It is tough, man. You know, you play the great game. Of course, I'm talking to 4-card, high-stakes PLO streets. And then you transition into no-limit hold'em tournaments. You know, show me a time in a PLO cash game where you fold for an hour straight. It just doesn't happen. Hasn't happened in the history of the game. Tournament poker, though. You know, it can be tough.
Oh, wow, they both hit the 6.
Rich Cooper saying, hey, Henry, can you tell us about the Triton Poker Plus app again? Yeah, I can, actually, my man. You can download it. You can sweat the action from all of your favorite players on the outer tables. Every single hand. Every single player is tracked. There's high-stakes cash game streams over there. $1 million pots left, right, and center.
Just an absolute must download at this point. So, companion and assistant while watching this.
Honestly, if you don't have it at this point, you should just probably delete YouTube as well. Yuso with the check mark on the turn.
Imagine he'll probably value bet here after Was check back. If you're Wasserson, it's pretty hard to call any bet. I mean, it's almost easier to turn his hand into a bluff by raising than call. But I mean, I think just fold. Oh, wow, he's going really small. But it's like, what is Was even beating that's a really small bet? I mean, can you talk yourself into your opponent going B25 here with like a 4? Like he has 4-7, and now he's just like value betting a 4. I mean, it's...
Honestly, I'm just all in.
Yeah, like I said, he's probably more likely to bluff raise this. But fold is, yeah. Fold is the most likely option.
Here we go, boys. Spin the wheel. Ivinger making the call.
Don't they usually randomly
DT.
pause it and drop our hands?
Yeah.
Someone did prophesize.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking about that.
That Danny's going to get showered. I think it was Nicky P.
Yeah. Danny was not very amused by the prediction, but I don't know. I mean, Danny's a 2-to-1 favorite now to double.
Let's see if Nicky P is clairvoyant. Looking unlikely on the King 5 deuce.
Does Danny comment to Nick as he's dragging the pot on this one?
Good news is that Ivinger can never be dead on the turn.
What do you think? Does he make a comment? Or has it been too long?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while. If he gets showered, he might say something.
Yeah,
But he holds with the
greatest
queens.
spot. Even being short, I was like, this is one of the greatest spots I've ever had in my life.
So there's 17 minutes left on the clock. Typically, what happens at Tritons at the end of day ones is Luca pauses the clock with 10 minutes left. They do a draw between 3 and 5 more hands. And then we call it a day. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 1 p.m. local time for day 2 coverage. And obviously, for those of you that are new to Triton in this format, on day 2, the pros emerged with the invitees 50-50 bracket. Oh, sorry, 50-50 tables from the start of day 2. So, going to be fireworks tomorrow. It's Texas Mike with the chip lead, Sinan Unlu in second, Boss Paul Pua in third, Jared Bleznick, who doubled up hand number 1 the day. He's in 5th. Fader Holtz in 6th, Patrick Antonius in 7th. Some huge names in this one, as expected.
Sophia Jiang is in 3rd. Oh, she's actually come out to quite a few Triton stops.
Oh yeah, she's a reg at this point.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Little 180 ball. I like that. I'm in sync with Ibinger right now. Wow, is Kulev, what will he do here? We've got the ace-5 suited. Is he just going to pile it? That would not work out well for him. Well, he could get lucky. I mean, he does have 33% equity, but it's not really the spot you want to be, but it's an option. I mean, so is calling. Does not choose violence. Oh my.
Perhaps he should have chosen violence.
Is he in between? I thought it was seat 7, right?
95,000.
It was 8-7.
Continues small and
He might
wide.
be to the right of him, just
as he should.
They're gonna pull me because I'm next big
Yeah,
one.
it's
Yeah.
quarter pot.
They're not. I don't think they'll be pulling you.
I think
He's just coming in.
There's two players coming.
Oh, there's two.
And I mean, after call, there's
He said 95, right?
just over a 1 SPR. 580 with 615 to play. And wow, total brick. At this point, as played, that 3 is not really contributing anything other than potentially a backdoor club draw. This is a really tough spot as Ibinger, just like how to proceed at this point. My guess is he's going to check, but it's so brutal playing. No. Like, here's the thing, when you're just playing some guy's not very good at poker, yeah, you check. Like, you're going to get some good information. Man, a lot of people can be pretty unbalanced in these lines, even good players. And you do this small bet check against someone who's really good, and it feels like you just can get taken advantage of. But I wonder if Ibinger is going to fold here, or he's going to call and then most likely fold the river. It is okay to have some hands that you call turn and fold river with in this line.
It is Kulev as well. You know, his suits are really making it worse for him. Ibinger, unblocking spades, clubs, some of those backdoor Broadway floats, and like Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, Kulev can also have some hands that are just like betting and check back that we beat, right? It is possible for Kulev to play hands this way. Like a hand like 7-8 suited, for example. But yeah, he just gets out of the way here.
Nice fold there. Kulev up to 2 times starting stack. So, I do believe they are moments away from drawing.
Thank you.
And then
The amount of hands
what
that are going to be played.
Big blind's leaving.
It's like Kai and Mockery's joining the feature table.
But we have 9 players.
So there we go, right on cue.
Right? We have 8.
不過要攞住兩支水行半個鐘，冇啦，20分鐘啦，20分鐘。
Can we pull? Want to pull that seat and scoot around so we have more room?
So 5 more hands to be played today. And then day 1 of the Triton Million.
Hold, right?
Event number 1 of the series here
Can I take
the
this
Atlantis in the Bahamas will conclude.
Only like 3-4 hands.
Here comes Patrick. He's partnered with Ossi Katola, the Finnish contingency.
So there we go. Chip counts across the 3 tables. Ferdinand Putra, chip leader on the blue table. After making that hero call with the 7s, Patrick Antonius, chip leader, joining the red feature table, fresh off that victory in the Invitational just a few weeks ago in Monte Carlo for his career best score of 5.1 million. And over on the gold table, boss Paul Pua bossing it up. So I guess you and I are not done, my friend, because we're going to be going to the sportsbook.
Oh, yeah. No, we're definitely, yeah.
Sweet, man. Sounds good.
Actually, the top 3 fights, there's a pretty cool heavyweight fight. That's the 3rd fight that we can catch.
Man.
Because I think the 4th fight is probably starting now. So we're going to be good. We'll catch it, boom, the top 3.
Get a beer in, a little sangria.
I need a little food, actually.
Yeah?
That would be perfect.
All right, man.
Eat a little and watch the last 3 fights.
Sounds good. Probably bump into a few players over there as well. Wouldn't surprise me. I know a lot of these guys are UFC fans. Probably see Shulman, was some of the guys over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Nick is a pretty big fan.
A few people have been asking if Gambledor's here in the Bahamas. He's not, unfortunately. Would have loved to have seen him show up, obviously, for another series. How about this from Saya, by the way? Uso's opened the calf. Saya just 3-bet and the 9-7 of spades. She's on her second bullet, looking to spin it back up to above starting.
It's a late day aggression.
Love to see her show up, by the way, again. I know Monte Carlo wasn't the best series for her, but just the willingness to step into the arena. Anyone, by the way, anyone that has the willingness to step into the arena, especially in a format that she self-admittedly says isn't her strongest game, I just have the utmost respect for.
Yes. I mean, she had a pretty good. Looks like she played 3 tournaments. 2 smaller no limits. Got 13th in the 30K no limit, and then got 11th in the 200K Invitational. She was plus.
She was.
Yeah. Decent ROI.
We'll take it.
Not bad.
Kayla Jeff said it's so cute the commentators are making plans. Hey, listen. I'll tell you what my plans are. UFC. And then probably an early night, to be honest with you. It's pretty boring, but the jet lag is absolutely ruining me. Maybe some golf tomorrow with producer James Dempsey. Firm shake of the head. I think that's a no. No 7 a.m. tea time, mate. No golf tomorrow, chat. I do want to go and see what bracelet events they have coming up over the weekend.
Can I give 6? Check.
Massive shout out to GG Poker, by the way, the WSOP. If you haven't already checked out all of the social media channels of WSOP, GG Poker, Triton, of course, putting out content from behind the scenes, some of your favorite poker players, some interviews, people from the industry, what's going on. But make sure if you are, or if you aren't rather, that you do drop us a follow on YouTube. The reason is that you'll get an announcement when we go live tomorrow, day 2, playing all the way down to the final table of this 500K. And of course, that prize pool is going to be confirmed at the start of day 2. That top prize, Brian and I suspecting going to be around 10 million.
Last hand.
So last hand of the night on this table. I believe they said last hand of the night. It might be last hand on this table. I see Nicky P standing up on the table behind, unmiking.
Yeah, they're packing it in.
So a nice short day for everyone.
All right.
What's that, like 10 hours plus breaks, or including breaks rather?
All right. Good game, y'all.
Good game, y'all, announced. So, looks like we're bagging and tagging. Texas Mike is the chip leader. End of day 1 chip leader by the looks of things. Which is pretty sick. Would love to have a chat with him. Sinan Unlu in second. Boss Paul Pua in third. Looks like we're heading over there right now. Hold on, because Aussie's on his second bullet. Somehow the chips haven't found their way into the middle. Somehow the money hasn't gone in pre. Fortunately for Aussie, I say fortunately, he's going to lose the pot.
Yeah, but would be a lot less than all in. He'd be out.
Yeah, and he would have been.
It is
like out. He's on his second bullet.
I mean, this is dealer button versus big blind. It is pretty bizarre that this is an all-in pre.
Let's go check through. Ace King for Zirzat is good. He's going to get shown the queens, and he's probably thinking to himself, hang on, where's the rest of the pot? How have I not showered this guy? So I think this table has one more hand to be played.
The number of heavy cards, your chip count, you can ask you to bag your talent banks and your ID card.
Looks like Boss having a chat there with Jessica Tussaud. Konstantin Maslak, play 1.5 million. Gotta open the tens. Love to see Boss doing well, by the way. I mean, it's been a brutal. If you look at his Triton Poker Plus
he's got
track record.
He's got a UFC jersey kit. I wonder which fighter. I have one or two of those. Usually they have the when they're like look like that, they're from like a fighter. They'll have the fighter's name on back. I wonder whose jersey that is.
You think he sponsors like a certain fighter or something? He could, I mean, right?
Maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it. You should come out to Thailand, bro. Start sponsoring some Muay Thai fighters. Bleznick still with the best of it on the 6-5 deuce. That's how big this stage is hit, by the way. We've got 3 massive tables. This is one of the biggest production setups I've seen at a Triton event. Nagaki's actually going to lead out here for 40k. Never going to get the 10s to fold. As expected, Bleznick makes the call. Now a bit of no man's land for Nagaki. Defended the big 3 ways, led out on the 6-5 deuce.
This is Adamo's partner. Yeah, I mean, this feels just like a give up to me. Oh wow, he's going for it. Look at this. This is pretty.
It's the last hand of the day, Rasty. Okay, you know, if there's ever a time to get a bit delusional, and do something crazy.
The 2 is like really almost never good here. So, I mean, maybe our opponent could have a hand like Ace 4, Ace 3 suited.
Does this ever work? A pot-sized double barrel?
I mean, probably not versus 10s. But river.
Okay, surely now he gives up.
I mean, our opponent doesn't have an ace very much, though. He probably will give up, by the way. I'm just saying that this isn't like the worst card. Like, you think like ace what is calling unless it was already a pair?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not like ace king is just gonna take one off on the turn for a pot size bet, or even like ace 3 or ace 4. Like, I mean, maybe ace 4. That's it.
He's thrown out time bank. There is that end of day 1 meta as well. It's literally the final hand of the night in a $500,000 buy-in. Lead flop, pot on the turn. Let's see what size he's come with. 250, so 3rd pot on the river. I mean, I tip my hat to this Nagaki guy. First time I've seen him, but Mazlak's found the call. Last hand of the night, Mazlak scoops a 1.25 million chip pot. He's going to bag 2.2 million. Wasted no time there, by the way, Brian. Almost snap called with the 10s. Nagaki could have just bagged 1.2 million above starting, opting to take the aggressive line after defending the big blind, leading multi-way, and then barreling pot on the turn, following through on the river, and Mazlak picking him off with the 10s. Gonna bag 2.2 million as the Russian, well, I guess a bit of a sigh of relief after getting shown the king deuce. Patrick Antonius bagging the chip lead on the red table, Putra on the blue table, Boss Paul Pua on the gold table, as We welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. It is Texas Mike bagging the chip lead, day one of the 500K here in the Bahamas. How about that, ladies and gentlemen?
What a run.
Let's see what he can do tomorrow. Day two, going to start same time, same place, 1 p.m. local time. But the most entertaining part about day two in these invitationals is the pools are going to be merged. Pros are going to be joining the invitee side of the bracket, so we're going to have 50-50 splits. What could we kind of expect? I mean, to be honest with you, it feels like it's been madness the whole day. We've seen big pots being played on both the pros side and the invitee side of the bracket.
Well, I believe that partners can't play together until the final table, so that's one thing that we can expect, is that the partners won't be together. But I actually think that the poker is more interesting once this happens and you mix the tables, because having that mix of, you know, some pros and some of the invitees, I think actually makes for more interesting pots in some ways, right? Because it's like the kind of meta game of, okay, like, you know, how are the pros trying to navigate the situation? How are the invitees? And like, you know, I don't know. I think it leads to more interesting pots.
It does.
Personally.
I agree.
Yeah.
You get the invitees that are almost a bit timid, shy to play big pots against pros, but then you have the invitees that feel like they've got a point to prove. And they're like, okay, oh, D-Negs, Ivy, right, I want to get involved and play big pots. So, yeah, super exciting stuff coming up tomorrow. I think, more importantly, the prize pool is obviously going to be confirmed tonight by Luca Vivaldi. 10 million for first, you think? We're gonna get that?
I think we're going to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time. From Brian Rast, myself, obviously the entire WSOP, GG, and Triton team, Arlene Najard and Randy also going to say good night from us here in the Bahamas.